that's it for this video for the media queries. So this is just an introduction. On the next section where we're going to do our final project, we're going to do more media queries, and then you're going to see how to do more media queries. Yeah, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so we're going to start with the header section. So this is the header that we're going to start with. Okay, so we're going to do the animation, the buttons, and the navigation. Okay, so as you can see, I have a file called variables. So this file is like responsible for all the variables we're going to be using. I didn't want to do this on the video because I don't want to waste your time doing these variables on the video. But like you can download these variables from GitHub. So I have a folder called starter. You can download the starter folder. So in that folder, there's just images that we're going to be using and this file, and that's it. So we're going to be creating everything from scratch. Okay, so let's create an index file, index.html. I'm going to generate the boilerplate, and then I'm going to change the title to agency website. You can name this website whatever you want, and then I'm going to be opening this with live server. So this is the final product. So this is the one we're working on, and this is the final website. Okay, so for this one, in the styles, we're going to be creating a new file, and then this one is going to be style.scss. So this is like the main base style. We're going to be including some Sass partials like variables, utilities, main, whatever. So anything that we want to create as a separate component, we can create a new Sass partial. For example, a button, we can create like a partial for buttons only and a partial for something else. You can create as many as you want. All right. So in the styles.css, in here, I'm going to be doing a basic page resetting, setting the margin, padding to 0 and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so padding 0, margin 0, and box sizing. We're going to set that to border box. And then by default, I want the list tile to none. So those are like bullet points on the like list items. So list tile to none. Okay. As for the font, I'm going to be using. Can't remember the font I've been using in this one. So it's Montserrat actually. So we need to go to the Google Fonts. Okay, so Montserrat. So this is the one that we want. I'm gonna get rid of the fonts that I've used before. So I'm going to be selecting all the way from 400 all the way to 800. Okay, so make sure there's no italic. It's just the regular one. So 400, 500, 600, 700, and then finally 800, like this, and then copy everything. Go to the index, paste it down here, and then copy the font family down here, style, and then I'm going to put that in the body. I put in here, and also now we need font awesome. We're going to be using some icons from font awesome. I'm going to say CDN, content delivery network. Okay, so in here we're going to be selecting a version which is not the beta version. Copy this link tag, and then go to the index. Below this, I'm just gonna paste the link for font awesome. Okay, so now that's done for the font awesome. Now we just need to watch Sass to generate the CSS file. Okay, so now we've generated the CSS file. We just need to link that. You can do it after the title. You can type link, and then we're going to say styles, and then we're going to link the style.css. Okay, so I'm gonna close all these pages. Alright, so now we've done the linking. Let's just check if this is working actually. Background color, let's just put that to red temporarily. Okay, yeah, as you can see, everything works. So now that's it for the setup. I'm pretty sure that's it. Now we just need to do the basic styles, and for here in the body I'm going to say font size. You can actually make a variable for the font size. In this case I'm not going to do that, but you can make a variable. I'm going to say 1.2 rem, and then the color, the default color is going to be white, so it's going to be color white. So that's the variable name. So we actually need to import these variables for us to use them. To import them, we're going to just type import. So we're going to be looking for the directory where the variables are, which is the same folder. We just use a dot and a slash and then the name. So you don't need to also include the extension. You don't need to include the extension because we're using a partial. So SAS automatically knows what it is, so we don't need to say variables to SAS. Alright, so now I'm also going to change the background color from the default one to a variable. So the one that I'm using is called color BG. Color BG, make sure it's correct, the name you, okay, color BG. And then the body, I'm also going to set the position of the body to relative. Okay, I might want to, position absolute some stuff later on. Okay, so now we should have like a nice background. That's it for the background. Background looks nice. And then after the body, I'm going to say P. I'm going to target all the paragraphs. I want to give them a different color. All of the paragraphs by default, they're going to have a color of light, I believe, color light. And then the font weight, by default, I'm going to set that to 500. And then I'm going to give them a line height as well. Line height by default is going to be 1.6 rem. You can experiment with these values to see which ones fit for you. Okay, and all of the anchor tags, I'm also going to give them font weight. So the font weight for the anchor tag, I'm gonna set it to 500 also, 500. And then font family is going to be inherit. And then we're going to say font size also to inherit. It's going to inherit the font, whatever style, whatever stuff you've put in the body, or whatever stuff is in the parent, it depends. So it's just going to inherit that. And then text decoration is equals to none. And then finally the color, we're going to say color white. We're going to give it a white color. Okay, so that's it for that. Now let's make the header. So to do the header, we're going to put a separate style for the header section. Okay, for each and every section you can do separate styles. So I'm just gonna create a new partial. So this one is called header. Make sure it's correct spelling, .scss. Okay, so this one is responsible for the header. Also, I'm going to be using the variables. You need to import them here as well. So you do import variables. It should be variables. I did variable. I don't know why it's variable. It should be variables, but it doesn't matter. You can name this whatever you want. Okay, so now that's for the header. Let's go into the body. So into the body, I'm going to do a header. I'm going to say header.header. So this class of header. Okay, so now we have that. And then after the header, we have the main section. I'm going to say main.main content. Main content. Okay, that's that. After that, I want like some lines that are gonna go vertically. So I'm gonna, after the main, I'm gonna say dot lines. Okay, so lines, in the lines we're going to have like 4 lines. So to do that, I'm gonna say dot line. Oops, make sure it's a dot line. I'm gonna use a $sign to increment line, to increment and then multiply by 4. It's going to increment from line 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now as you can see, it's incrementing. Okay, so now that we have lines, we need to style these lines. Okay, so I'm gonna copy, actually it should be lines. I'm gonna create a new partial. So this I'm gonna just name it lines.scss. Okay, so the lines, we're also going to import, oops, we're going to import the variables. Okay, so now we've imported the variables. Let's start doing the lines. So the lines, they're gonna have a height of 100%, and then width 100. Width, my auto completion sometimes is weird, 100%, and then we're going to do position absolute, and then we want it to be at the top, which is 0%, 0, and then left 0 as well, left 0, and then we're going to display them to flex. So want them to be side by side. Display flex, justify content to space between. Okay, and also actually we don't want to space between, we want to space evenly because we want them to leave the same amount of space. Okay, and then I'm going to target each individual line. I'm going to say lines, and then I'm going to say, actually it's line 1, or you can give all of the lines as the same class, or you can select like this. Okay, line 2, line 3, line 4. Okay, or you can give them like a class name, all of them. And then I'm going to say mean height 100%, and then the width of that is going to be 1 pixel because I don't want it to be very big. And then I'm going to say background color is going to be the gray color. What's going on? Back. Why is it not auto completing? 1 pixel. Okay, I'm gonna say background color. It's gonna be color gray 9. Okay, so that's the background color for that. I'm gonna save. Save. We also need to link this inside the header, so we can, import the lines. Okay, so we now also need to link the header in here. I'm gonna link the header. Okay, so let's inspect and see if we have the lines. Don't forget to save your HTML file also. Inspect, body, lines, there they are, but the styles are not showing. I think we did something wrong. Let's check it out. Oh, there's an error here, so let's see where the error is coming from. Color light, lines. Okay, undefined variable, style.scss. Which one is undefined? Okay, the paragraph, it says the variable color light. It's not color light, it's actually font, not light, so it's undefined for that. So now it should be working. Okay, so lines, they're there, but we haven't defined also the height of the the body and sections, whatever. So these lines are going to show up once we put some content in the header. Okay, so now in the header we're going to put some content. So these lines are going to grow dynamically according to how much content we have in this body. So as you can see, they're like spaced out evenly. You don't see them yet, but we're going to see them in a bit. We just need to add some content. Okay, so in the header, I'm gonna add the navigation. Oh, I'm sorry, my Google is just listening to my voice. I'm gonna add the, sorry about that, the navigation. I'm gonna say dot navigation. Actually, it's nav dot navigation. Okay, so inside the navigation, there's going to be a logo, and then with the class of logo, and then h2, and then we're going to name this logo. Or you can use your own logo, you can put an image, it's up to you. And then after that, I'm going to say dot ul with it's actually ul dot nav items. All right, so we're going to have a bunch of nav items with a class of nav item. We're going to say dot nav item Okay, and then I'm gonna collapse. Actually, this is an li. Make sure it's a link. It's a li tag, a list. Okay, and then I'm going to do an anchor tag a, and then it's gonna go to nowhere. Hash, or you can put it to go to any website that you want. You just have to put the link in the href. Okay, so this is going to be home. I'm going to copy this, paste below, and then this one is going to be gallery. Okay, so you can add as many anchor tags as you want. I'm just going to paste the rest. I don't want to waste your time, to doing this in the video. It's going to make the videos longer. Okay, so after the URL, after you've added your links, I'm going to do another class. It's called nav. So this one is going to store the buttons. Nav btns container, con for container, and then I'm going to say a with the class of btn, and then we're going to do dot main btn, like so. So it's going to have two classes of button and then main btn. So, and then I'm going to say request for a demo, request a demo. I don't know, it's up to you what you decide to put in here. Okay, so that's it for the navigation for now. As you can see, those lines are starting to grow according to the content in the body. Okay, so now let's go to the header and start this header section. I'm gonna go to the header. I'm gonna say I want the header, or you can use the class to select this, or you can use the header, but that's the only header we're using, so it doesn't matter if you do like this, or you can use the class name. Okay, and then I'm gonna say min height. The minimum height is going to be 100 VH, and then the position is going to be relative because we might want to move around some stuff in the header. As you can see now, the lines are showing nicely. 1 2 3 4. Yeah, we have 4 lines. Okay, so in the header now let's start doing the navigation. So this is the whole navigation stuff. I'm gonna say dot navigation. What's going on? So navigation, and then I'm gonna display this as a grid. Display grid. Okay, and then grid template columns. So we're going to have three columns. So the first one is going to be the logo column. So I'm going to give that a size of 100 pixels, and then the second one is 1FR, and then the third one is auto. That's like the button section. It's going to grow according to how many stuff we add in there. So it's automatic. It's going to grow automatically, and then this 1FR is going to fill in the rest of the remaining space. Okay, so we're going to also do padding, top and bottom. I'm going to set it to 1 rem and then 2 rem left and right. I'm also going to give it a border bottom. So border bottom is going to be like 1 pixel solid, and then color gray, gray 9, actually gray 9, like so. As you can see, now we have a grid. Okay, so this is the effect we're going for. So this is the button. If we add more buttons in here, the grid item is gonna grow automatically according, and then this one is gonna fill in the remaining space. Okay, so now we're going to be let's start with the logo. I'm gonna do logo. I'm gonna say display flex, and then align items to center, and then that's pretty much it for now for the logo. We're going to be doing the fonts of the logo later on. Okay, so now as you can see, the logo is now nicely aligned. Oh, it's not that one. So this one is now nicely aligned. Okay, so now we just need to do the nav items. After the logo, we're going to say dot nav items. So in the nav items, we're going to do display flex. We're going to align items to center, and also we're going to justify content flex end. So I'm doing flex end because I want to be like at the end of the flex item, like here. So if I inspect this, oh, the lines are on top of everything. I want these lines to be behind. So as I inspect, I'm already at the lines. So I want the lines to have a z index of -1 because I want them to be behind. Okay, -1. So now we can select the content now, and then we can inspect. So this UL nav items is a grid item. So I'm using a display flex on this grid item, and then I want all of the content to be pushed at the right side, which is flex end. Okay, and then it's going to leave space from the left, and then everything's going to be at the right side. That's kind of the effect I'm looking for. So that's what we're using right here. Everything is pushed to the right side. All right, so now we just need to keep going the styles, and then oops, don't know what I did. Okay, so now let's go back to the header. So we're doing the nav items. I'm gonna do a margin right, margin right for rem. Okay, so we have the margin right, and then I'm gonna say dot nav item, the actual nav item, the individual nav item. I'm gonna say margin top and bottom 0.7 rem left and right, and then in there I'm gonna tag the anchor tag. I'm gonna say text transform to uppercase. So I want to make sure everything is in uppercase, so that's why I'm doing that. And also the font size is going to be smaller than the default one. I'm going to say 1 rem, so that's going to be the font size. And then padding, so the padding for that I'm going to do 0.8 rem. Okay, I'm also going to do a position of relative because I'm going to do some pseudo elements. Okay, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with pseudo elements. As you can see now, everything it's coming out good. Okay, so now we just need to do the pseudo element. We're going to do a before pseudo element. Before. So you know the drill. Content, we're going to set it to an empty string so we can customize this to whatever we want. Position to absolute, and then top 0, left 0, 0, and then the width is going to be 100%. It's going to cover the entire anchor tag, and then height is going to be actually also 100%. It's going to cover the entire height. Okay, and the background color. So the background color is going to be like a gradient. It's called color gradient primary. It's a long variable. You can name this whatever these variables whatever you want, but I couldn't think of anything, so that's how I've named them. You can name them whatever you want. Okay, I'm gonna say border radius 30 pixels, and then scale. I'm gonna put that actually, you know what, I want you to see what I'm doing, so I'm gonna save to see the before pseudo element. It's not showing yet. Position absolute top 0. Alright, I'm gonna inspect to see what it is. Okay, it's there, but the background color for some reason it's not working because we're doing a gradient. It's supposed to be only background, not background color, because if we're doing a background, this is a linear gradient. We can't do linear gradients on background color, only on background. That's when we can do linear gradients. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Okay, as you can see now, everything is covered with a gradient div. Okay, so we want this to be below the text content, so we're going to change the z index to -1. So we want it to be behind. As you can see now, everything looks good. So now I'm going to put the scale of this to 0. Okay, I'm going to say transform scale 0, and then I'm also going to do like a transition. You can put this transition in a variable actually, because we're going to be reusing this all over the site. Ease in and ease out. Okay, I'm actually gonna do everything all like that. Okay, so now we shouldn't be seeing the the pseudo element anymore. Okay, it's gone. Now we just need to hover. When we hover the element, we want to show that. So in the anchor tag, when we hover this anchor tag after the before, and then when and hover, when we hover, that's when we want to show the before pseudo element. Before, I'm going to set transform scale to 1, to the default state, which is 1. Okay, so that now when you hover, it's showing nicely. Okay, so now let's do the button. So the button, it is a class of btn. Okay, I'm gonna create a new partial for that. I'm gonna say new. I'm creating a lot of partials just to show you can create partials for any component you want. I'm not going to be creating so many for different components. I'm just showing you that you can. Just to make these videos shorter, I'm going to be just creating minimum amount of partials. I'm going to say buttons dot scss. Okay, so this one is responsible for the buttons. So the button was btn, the main button. I want it to have actually overflow for hidden. Actually, I'm going to show you why we're doing hidden. I'm not going to do it now, I'm going to do it later. Okay, so I'm gonna, it is also, the button is also a class of main button. So I'm gonna say dot main btn. Okay, I'm gonna say background. So to use a gradient, we actually need to do like a background, not background color. I'm gonna say color gradient primary number 3. Okay, so, and also we need to import the variables so we can use these colors. Do it import variable, what, background. Okay, and then now we're doing that, and then I'm gonna give it a padding. Top and bottom is gonna be 0.8 rem, and then left and right I'm gonna do 2 rem, and then border radius 30 pixels. Okay, so, and also I'm going to do position of relative and overflow to hidden, and then we're going to do a transition, the one that we've done before, and then we're going to do display inline block. Okay, I'm going to save. Let's see what we got. So there's our button. Seems to nothing have changed, nothing much, because we haven't linked these buttons in, because we're going to be, this button is going to be global, so we need to link this in here. So we're going to say we're going to be using this button globally, so I'm going to say buttons in there. So as you can see now, the button is showing nicely. Okay, so now we just need to work on the hover effect. So the hover effect is actually a shape which is like outside, and then when you hover it comes inside. So now let's work on that shape. So for that shape I'm actually gonna do a span. Okay, I'm gonna go inside the index main button. I'm gonna put a span in there. Span, what the hell, demo span. Okay, so this one I'm just gonna like create a shape based on that. Okay, so now we've done a span in the button. Let's go to the buttons and do the styles. Okay, so now let's do span. I'm gonna say last child. I'm actually might be adding a span before that, another one which is gonna do something else, so that's why I'm doing this last child. I know this is going to be the last child because I'm going to add a span before that to do something else later on. So don't worry about that. Just follow what I'm doing. Or you can give this a class name. You can actually say class btn circle or something, instead of selecting like the one using this selector like last child, or then you can just do this with the class. Okay, position, it's actually absolute, not relative, because we want to position this wherever we want. And then we're going to say top is going to be 5 pixels, and then right minus 55%, and then we're going to do height and width of 180 pixels. Okay, and then the background is going to be like an RGB, which is a white color. So 255, 255, 255 is a white with an opacity of 0.2, 0.2. So the opacity works between 0 to 1. Okay, so that's the like 20% of the opacity. So 255 is a white color. So that's the background that I want on the circle. I'm gonna say border radius. I'm gonna put that to 50%. I want it to be rounded. Okay, so I'm gonna save everything. Okay, so there's the circle. Now as you can see, so we're doing overflow of hidden, because if I remove the overflow of hidden, you're going to see the whole circle. So when I want this circle to be large and come inside the button, like, you know, I want it to translate inside the button. So I don't want to also show what's outside of this button, so that's why we're using overflow of hidden. Okay, overflow to hidden. We also need to do that to the btn. Okay, like so. So now as you can see, there it is. Okay, so I'm also want to do a transition. Actually, let's work on the hover first, and then I'll show you how to do this thing. So we're gonna say end hover when we have the main button. What do we want to happen? So when we hover, I want the class name btn circle to go to the right side. It's going to be minus 30%, not 50 anymore. Minus 30, and then when I say top minus 15 pixels. Okay, so when you have, as you can see, it's doing what we want. So now we just need to do a transition, so it transition nicely. Transition, if we do 0.4 seconds ease in and ease out, the one that we've been doing before. It looks, you know, okay, it looks good, but I don't like this. So I'm gonna show you something called cubic Bezier or cubic Bezier. I don't know how to pronounce this. I don't know how people pronounce it. I think it's Bezier or Bezier, I don't know. So that's the name, cubic Bezier. Bezier. Never mind. You can pronounce whatever you want. So this is like, you can sort of, you know, tweak around this to kind of create your own transition. So if you press go, you kind of see the transition that you want. So in this case, I want it to be fast from the start and then slow, kind of go slow at the end. Okay, so it starts fast and then goes slow. You can, you know, tweak around just to find some values that you like. Okay, so it goes like boom, like very fast, and then goes slow at the end. Okay, so so if you are ready, just copy the cubic Bezier, copy here. Okay, so once you copy that, I'm actually going to use different values. I'm just showing you how to create your own animation. Okay, but for me, I'm going to use my some values that I found that really worked for me. I'm gonna say transition, and then I'm gonna say 0.4 seconds, and then I'm gonna paste in the cubic Bezier that I'm going to be using. or you could be using a different value. It's up to you. It depends what you decide to use. I'm gonna copy that, paste, and then now let's see. So this is kind of the effect I'm going for. You can use your own effect if you want. So everything looks really similar, but something is missing. We need the active. One of these is active. Okay, so to do like the active one, I believe I gave it a class called, I think it's active button, active menu. Okay, so the first one I want it to be active by default. I'm gonna say active menu. I'm gonna give it a class of active menu. Class active menu. So the active menu is sort of like it's going to be like active by default like this. Okay, so let's work on that active menu class. Okay, so you just need to look. You know, I might as well do the active menu in the global. Okay, because it's a global one. I'm gonna go styles. I'm gonna say dot active menu. I'm gonna say background color. Actually, background is because we're going to be using a gradient. Okay, so the gradient that we've used, and then I'm gonna say border radius to 30 pixels, the one that we've used for the hover. Okay, as you can see now it's active. Alright, so now that's it for the navigation. I'm gonna see you in the next video. We're going to be work on the header content. Okay, so now let's work on the actual header content. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the index, and then I'm gonna go to the, after the navigation, I'm gonna put a class called, I'm gonna collapse this. I'm gonna say dot header content. So header content, I'm also going to be creating a utilities here, partial here. I'm gonna say utilities .scss. So just in case you want to center something, you want to put a padding on a specific element, you can do some utilities which you can use across the website. Okay, so in here I'm gonna say utility, actually dot utility. I'm gonna say padding large. I'm gonna say padding LG. You can name this utility whatever you want. So this is going to be a very large padding, so I'm gonna say utility padding large. So that's what I'm gonna name it. And then this one is gonna have a padding top and bottom of 8 rem, 12, actually 8 rem top and bottom, and then left and right is gonna be 18 rem. Okay, after that I'm gonna say also utility dot u pad. It's a utility, so it's a padding large 2. Okay, I'm gonna say padding top, padding top is gonna be 1 rem, and then padding left is gonna be 18 rem, I believe, 18, and then padding right is gonna be 18 rem, and then padding bottom is also going to be like 6 rem. Okay, I'm gonna save this. So these are the first utilities that we're going to be using for now. I'm going to import the utilities in here. Okay, I'm gonna say utilities. I'm gonna include those in here. So we've created so far 2 utilities. I'm gonna close the utilities now. I'm also gonna close the buttons, and also I might let's close the lines for now. Okay, so now with the utilities, I'm going to be using one of those utilities in the header content. Okay, I'm going to be using the padding large. So I'm going to say utility pad large, the first one. Okay, so that's the utility I'm going to be using. So it is like a large padding. Okay, so we should have like some padding here. When I inspect, when I go to the header, there is navigation and header content. As you can see, there's padding, a lot of padding. Okay, so there it is. We're using the utility. All right, so now after the utility, we're going to add the actual content. So the header content, we have the left header content and then the right header content, because we're going to do a grid. I'm going to actually collapse these lines so we don't get distracted. Collapse. Okay, so in here I'm gonna do header content, left header content, and also a right header content. Change the name from left to right. So in here I'm just gonna put an h1, and then I'm gonna put an h1. I'm gonna paste in the text in here. h1, paste in the text, and also I'm gonna surround this one Creative Digital with a span, because we want to give this these letters, actually these words, different colors from the rest of the h1. So that's why we're surrounding with a span. Okay, and then after that I'm gonna do a paragraph. You can generate this with lorem ipsum. You can do lorem 30, or it depends how many, lorem 20, and then you can lorem 20. You can generate the paragraph with lorem ipsum. I'm just gonna paste some lorem text. All right. Okay. So, and also I'm gonna say dot. Actually, it's an a dot btn. We've used this one before, and then dot main btn. So that's the main button that we've used on the navigation. Okay, and then it's also going to have a utility called cta. I'm gonna say ucta btn, like so. I'm gonna say hash. Okay, so in here this button is gonna have an icon coming from the Font Awesome library. I'm gonna say Font Awesome. I'm gonna look for a chevron. Find this chevron right. Copy this, and then you're gonna put span, and then say dot arrow. That's the class name, and then you're going to paste the chevron right in there. Okay, and then we're also going to have another span, an empty span. We're going to put something else again. So I'm gonna say span. So make sure everything is still inside the anchor tag. Okay. All right. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna copy the utility pattern here. I'm gonna go to the utilities. I'm gonna paste that there so we can, just change the text transform to uppercase, and also we want to give it a padding 1 rem, 2 rem, like so. So there is our button. So this button is going to be like this. Okay, so we just need to say, I believe it's get started, the name of the button. You can just say get started. So it's already set to transform uppercase. So there it is. Okay, so we also want to give a bit of spacing between the actual the icon and the text. Okay, so to do that, we're gonna go to the buttons again. Okay, so I'm gonna say the arrow. So the arrow, that's the one that we want to style. We want to, sort of animate the arrow also. I'm gonna go to the buttons. I'm gonna say up here, I'm gonna say dot arrow. Okay, so I'm gonna animate the arrow. I want to specifically animate the eye, which is the icon. I'm gonna say animation. I'm gonna say font size, change the font size first to 0.9 rem. Okay, I'm also going to create an animation with the keyframes. So to do animation, do it keyframes, and then identifier is the name of the animation. So I'm gonna name this move. So the animation is gonna move from left to right. So I'm gonna say move left right. Okay, at 0%, I'm going to change the transform, and then I'm gonna also translate X to 0. Okay, and then I'm gonna paste this a few more times. I'm gonna say 10 pixels. I want it to move 10 pixels at 50%, and then on 100%, I want it to come back again to 0. So it's like sort of moving on the x-axis direction. It's going 10, 10, 0, 10, 0, 10, 0. Okay, so to use that animation in here, we just have to do animation, and then we say move, the name of the animation, left, right, and then we're going to say it's going to last for 2 seconds, and then it's going to be infinite. It's going to keep looping over and over again. So as you can see, the animation is now looping. Okay, so here it's kind of spaced out a little bit. I think it's the same thing. Yep, so the animation works. Something is just not working here. It's the hover. The hover is not working because we don't have the overlay. So instead of here we did main button, we give it an overlay. Is it a class of btn circle? Instead of using the class, actually we can target the last child. Here we can just say span, just in general, and then in here we can just say span last child. Okay, everything still works. Now as you can see, the overlay is working now, because now we're just targeting the spans in general, not the specific class name. Okay, now we're targeting the last child. Okay, so now everything works. So that's it for the left content. Now we just need to work on the right side. So the right side is mainly just images. I'm gonna get rid of the utilities. So the right side, it's just images. So here just say img dot header img 3, or you can give it a different name. The source, I'm going to say img. I'm going to say agency 4, that's the name of the image. And then this one is header image, so this one is number 2. I'm going to change the image to agency number 3, that's the image name. So we have 2 images on the right side. Now we just need to tag this header content in the header. Okay, so we've done with the navigation. We just need to collapse the navigation and get started with the header content. So navigation, collapse, and then header content. So in the header content is going to be a display of grid, and then we're going to do grid template columns. We're going to do repeat to 1FR, or you can do 1FR. It does the same thing. Okay, and then grid gap is going to be 2 rem, and then after that we're going to target left header content, make sure you give this correct spelling, left header content, and then the h1 we're going to give it a font size of 4 rem, and then font weight of 800. Okay, so in there is a span, if you remember the span. So the span, I want the span to have some sort of a gradient looking color. So to do that, I'm going to give it a background color. Actually, it's not a background color, just background. So because we need to do a gradient, so we just need to say background instead of background color. So I'm going to use the gradient primary number 2. So as I save this, as you can see now, this text is nice gradient background. But I want this gradient to be on the text itself, not to be the actual background. So to do that, we're going to use something called a clip, background clip. So you need to say background clip. So what do you want to clip? We want to clip the text. Okay. I'm also going to use a prefix for that, WebKit. WebKit, so it works on supported browsers. WebKit clip, WebKit clip, background clip. I'm gonna say text, the same thing. We're going to clip the text. Now the color, it has to be transparent because we're clipping the background, so the color for the text, it must be transparent. So now we're going to be clipping the actual background. Now the color is transparent. Now we can see the background. Okay, we've clipped. Now the text looks really good. Okay, so after this, we're going to tag the P tag in there. We're going to font size 1.1 rem, and then we're going to give it a line height of 1.6 rem. I'm pretty sure that's the default line height, I don't know. Padding 2 rem, and then 0 left and right. So yeah, everything looks nice. Now we just need to work on the right side, the content. Okay, so the best way for us to see this clearly, we just need to collapse this. I'm gonna say dot left header content. Just rename this to right header content, and then now we just need to style that. So the right header content, we're going to do some hover animations. Okay, I'm gonna say position relative. We're going to position absolute some stuff, position relative, and then we're going to give a transition. I'm gonna say transition. That's the name of the variable for the transition. I've saved that transition we've been using all over as a transition variable. You can save as many transitions as you want. Okay, and then when I hover the right header content, when I hover, what do I want to happen? Well, I want the header image img2 to scale. Okay, to have a scale of 0.9, transform scale, and then dot header image 3, I believe, and then transform scale 1.1. They're going to have different scales. Okay, so that's it for the hover on that. Now let's go to the actual individual image. I'm gonna say dot header image 2. I'm gonna say position absolute. I'm gonna give it a width and a height. So width is going to be 350 pixels, and then height is going to be 400 pixels. Height 400 pixels, and then we're going to say object fit. So we don't want the image to stretch. Cover is going to nicely cover the container, whatever it is, so it doesn't like stretch out. Okay, I'm gonna say left. It's going to be left. It's going to be 15%, actually 5%, and then you can mess around with these values to find whatever values that you want. Top is going to be 15%. Okay, so don't worry, you can mess around with the values. So I want to also give border bottom right radius. Okay, so I'm gonna set that to 5 pixels, and then I'm gonna say border bottom left radius, the same thing, to 5 pixels. Okay, so border bottom left and right radius to 5 pixels. I'm also going to say border top left, border top left radius. Border top left radius is going to be 5 pixels. Actually, border bottom left radius is going to be 70 pixels. 70. And then border top right radius 5 pixels. Okay, so these are kind of weird values to set. And then I'm also going to give it a transition. So the transition is the variable transition. Okay, so now with the transition, nothing seems to be working here. Something is going on. The transition is not defined, I'm pretty sure. It's transform. It's not transform, it's transition. Yep. Also here, it's transition. All right. Oh, seems we still have an error. Let's see what's going on. Transition. Make sure your spellings are correct. Okay. So yeah, everything looks nice, but we need to do the other image. That's the image 3. We are going to paste in the styles because they're quite similar. I want to say img. Actually, it's .img3. So the styles are quite similar. Just paste in the styles that we've done up there, that we've done here. Paste them, copy, paste. Okay, well now we just need to tweak the values. So instead of left, I'm going to say right to 0. Okay. So for the border bottom right radius, I'm going to set that to 70 pixels instead. 70. And then the rest is going to be 5 pixels. Okay. And the transition is going to be the same. So there it is. Alright, so height, I'm actually going to change the height to 600 pixels, and then the width stays the same. So I wanted the image to be slightly bigger. Okay, but I think the top, I need to change the top, make sure it's not 15%, remove that. Okay, so now the images are nicely, they're looking good, like everything looks the same. Okay, so now we just need to work on the cursor icon. Okay, so the cursor icon is this one here, this one animated down here. So to work on that, I'm going to be creating a new class. So I'm gonna call it mouse. Okay, so you can actually put the mouse in the header, not in the body. So I'm gonna collapse a bunch of stuff, navigation. Okay, so in here I'm gonna say dot mouse, because we're using position relative in the header, so we can position it around anywhere in the header, wherever we want to position this mouse, and then it's gonna have a span inside. Okay, so that's the mouse. Copy the class. You know, I think this mouse is appropriate to just put it in the lines, Okay, so mouse, I'll put it in here. I think it's more appropriate to do that than creating another partial. I'm not gonna create many partials just to make this video quite short than they should be. Okay, so now I'm gonna start doing the mouse. So for starters, we're gonna say position absolute, and then I'm gonna say bottom. I want to leave like 3% of the space between the bottom. I'm gonna say bottom 3%, left. I want to center this on the horizontal. I'm gonna say left 50%, and then transform translate. So we're going to translate the x-axis. To center that in the x-axis, we're going to do minus 50%. All right, and then width and height. Width is going to be something like 30 pixels, and then height is going to be something like 45 pixels. You can play around with these values to find values that suits your need. I'm going to say border radius is going to be 30 pixels, or you can put this into a variable. Actually, we've been using this over and over. I'm going to say border. I'm going to give it a border 2 pixels. It's going to be solid, and then the color is going to be white. The color for the border, I'm going to say color white. Okay, and then pointer events, I'm going to set that to none. So pointer events, it means like I don't want the thing to be interacting with the mouse. So which is this thing? I don't want it, when I click this, the mouse to interact with it. So that's why I'm saying pointer events to none. Okay, so now there's a span inside the mouse. So now let's actually see what we got. So this is our mouse. There it is right there. But there's no animation yet. We just need to work on the span. Okay, so the span is also going to have a percent of absolute, and then we're going to do left. We're going to do 50%, and then top. Because we want to center this in the middle, 50%. And then we're going to do transform translate. So translate minus 50% to center. All right, so, and then we're going to give it a width of 6 pixels. So width and height must be equal for us to make sure this is like a perfect circle. So width and height must be the same. And then to make sure it's a circle, we do border radius, and then we set that to 50%. So it will be like a nice perfect circle, which it doesn't show at the moment because we haven't set the background color. So the background that I'm going to be using is gradient number 3, and then I'm going to do animation up, down. That's the name of the animation. I'm going to say 1 second and then infinite. Okay, so we haven't created the animation up down yet. We just need to do that. As you can see, it's not animating. There it is. We just need to animate. To do animation, do at keyframes. The identifier, we just say up, down, and then we just need to do the animation in here. Okay, so for starters, on 0%, I'm going to say transform form, and then I'm going to translate y. So on the y-axis, I'm going to say minus 13 pixels, and then I'm going to translate the x-axis. On the x, I'm going to say minus 50 pixels. I want it to be centered, and then the scale, by default, I want it to be bigger, 1.3 at the starting point. Okay, and then at 10%, I want to keep the same values, because I want, like, when this little circle goes up, I want it to stay there for a little bit and then it comes down. It goes up and then stays for a little bit and then it comes down. So as you can see here in the finished product, it goes and then stays for a bit and then it comes down, stays for a bit and then comes down. Okay, because if we don't do that, I'll show you what it looks like. And then I'm gonna do 50%, go down, change the value from 10 to 50. So at 50, I'm going to reduce the scale from 1.3 to 1. And also I'm gonna change this from 13 to 10 pixels. 10 pixels. So this is like a positive value. And then at 100, I'm gonna bring it back to default, I believe. Actually, it's minus 13 and then minus 50, and then yeah, it's like comes back to default. Actually, this is 100. Okay, so as you can see, it's playing. So now if you don't do the frame hold like this one, I'm gonna cut. It's just gonna like bounce up and down. It's not gonna hold for a bit. So this is like a frame hold. We're holding that for a little bit, for like just a little bit. Okay, and then the animation works. Okay, or you can do scale to 1 here. It's up to you. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the header. now everything looks the same. It's just the font size. This one is smaller, but you can change the font size to whatever values that you want. Yeah, that's it for the header section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be working on this section here, on the about section, and then the next one will work on the popular services. Okay, yeah, I'll see you on the next video. Okay, so the next section that we're going to be working on is the about section. Let's get started on working on that. So I'm going to go to the index. Actually, we're done with the header, so you can close this. And also we're done with the lines. You can close this also. So in the header, I'm going to collapse the actual header. I'm going to go into the main content in here. So that's where the magic is going to start happening. So I'm going to say section. We're going to have many sections. Each section, I'm going to give it a class of section. And then I'm going to say this is the section about. Section about. It's going to have a utility. So the utility for this one is going to be utility padding large. If you remember these utilities that we've done before, large 2. So this is the another utility class that we're going to be using. Okay, and also in the left about, we're going to have an h3. I'm going to say dot title, and then we're going to say about our agency. So that's the title. And then we're going just to give it a paragraph with some random lorem text. Okay, actually this title here is going to be inside the grid item. So we're going to do a grid. So we're going to have a left and a right side. We're going to do left about, and then we're going to have right about. Okay, so in here that's where we're going to do the title. So the title is in h3. Okay, so the title is gonna say about our agency, what we did before, and then below that we're gonna have a paragraph. It's the random lorem text. You can just generate some lorem text. I'm just gonna paste in some text. Okay, so after that I'm gonna create a div. This div is gonna be called about info. So I'm gonna say dot about info, like so. So this about info is just like it's going to be also a grid. I'm gonna say dot about, I'm gonna say info item, so it's a grid item. In there we have an icon, a class of icon. Okay, I'm gonna say img. So in here I'm gonna say img, and then I'm gonna say icons. I'm gonna include project management icon. Okay, so after that you can give the alt tag just in case the image doesn't exist. You can say project icon or something, whatever you decide to name this. Okay, so after that, after the name, we have the dot, we have the text container, text container, which is con stands for container. h5, you can give the h5 a title to project management. After that, I'm going to be generating another paragraph with some lorem text. I'm just gonna paste it down here, a paragraph. Okay, so that's it for now. Let's go to the styles. I'm gonna create a new partial. So this one is gonna call main. Okay, so the main is going to be responsible for the main section of the website. Also, the main is going to contain the sections, all of these sections. So we could have created different partials for each and every section, but I thought I don't want to waste your time creating all those different partials for every section. It's going to not going to look nice in the video, but you can actually do that separate. Okay, so in the main, I'm going to include this in the styles. Okay, so I'm going to say main. Okay, so now we have the main. So now let's start doing the main. All right, so I'm going to start with the section about. So that's the whole section of the main. That's what I'm going to start with. I'm going to say dot. actually I'm gonna say section about. So the code to comment is just like this. That's how you comment. I'm gonna say dot section about like so. Okay, so section about, it's a grid, obviously. Display grid, I'm gonna say grid template columns. So 1FR, or you can do repeat to 1FR. So they're going to be equal. Grid gap, I'm gonna set that to 2 rem, so it's to keep that consistent. And then padding top is going to be 10 rem, and then it's going to be important. Okay, I want to override the existing padding from before. Okay, there it is. Alright, and then I'm gonna say dot left about. So the left about, the paragraph, I want to give it a padding. I'm gonna say, what's going on here? Left about P padding. Something's broken. Padding. Top and bottom is going to be 1.5 rem. Left and right is 0. I'm gonna save this. I don't know why it's highlighting everything. Okay, so now we should have a nice padding down there. Okay, so in the left about, we have the about info dot about info. In here we have the about info item. We're going to also do a grid, display grid. So grid template columns. So the first column, I'm going to set that to 120 pixels for the width, and then the remaining I'm going to say auto for the very other grid item. It's going to occupy whatever space it has. Okay, and then margin bottom, I'm going to do 1.5 rem. I want to give it like a little bit of space at the bottom. Okay, so after that we have a paragraph in there. Paragraph is going to have a padding. Padding is going to be 0.6, 0 left and right, H5. I'm going to do font size 1.3 rem. Okay, in there we have the icon. I'm going to say background color to white. Actually it's color white. Okay, so we need to center everything with flex, display flex, align items to center, and then align items to center. And then we need to justify content to center also. Center, so everything is going to be nicely centered. And then we're going to say align self, flex, start, we're aligning it, and then margin right it's going to be 1 rem. And then we're also going to give it a padding around it, 1 rem. And then border radius is going to be 7 pixels. Let's see what we have. There it is. It looks nice. Okay, about. So now we need to also add one more item here. So we have project management, about info. I'm gonna duplicate this. Okay, it's a grid, so like this. So the other one is not project management. The other one is something else. So the other one, I'm gonna name it teamwork management. And the image is going to be team management, like so. Okay, there it is. So now we just need to do the images. So the images are in the right about. Okay, so I'm gonna collapse this. I'm gonna collapse the left about. In the right about, I'm just gonna say img with dot about img. Okay, the alt tag, you can say agency image. You can name this alt tag whatever you want, just in case the image is missing. Okay, and then the second one, actually for the source, I'm gonna say img. So this one is agency 1, and then the second one, I'm gonna say img box dot svg. So the class is box image. Okay, like so, box image. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna go to the main, collapse the about info item. Actually, the left about, we need to collapse the whole thing. I'm gonna say dot right about. So in the right about, that's where we're going to be styling the whole styles for the about section. For the right about section, position relative, because we're going to position absolute the image, display flex, and then we're going to do justify content flex and okay, and then we're going to do dot about img. So this one we're going to give it a width of 90%. So width 90%, and then we're going to do object fit to cover so it doesn't stretch. And then we're going to do height. Height is going to be 500 pixels, and then border top left radius. Top left radius is going to be 70 pixels, and then border bottom right radius. Bottom right radius is going to also be 70 pixels, and then border top right radius is going to be 3 pixels, and then border bottom left radius is going to be also 3 pixels, like so. Okay, and then we want to do a transition. Transition is going to be transition. Also, we need to include the variables so we have access to them. Import variables. Alright, so after that, when we have this image, what do we want to happen? Well, I want to, what the heck? I want to transform scale, transform and scale. So we're going to do 1.05. Alright, now let's see. Okay, so I want to also position absolute this image so it doesn't mess around with this image, because I want this image to be at the right side aligning with this content here. So we need to position absolute this image. So to do that, it's simple. We just need to go after the about image. We're gonna say dot box img, and then here we're just gonna say position of absolute, and then we're gonna say left. I'm gonna say left 3%, and then I'm gonna say top. I'm gonna do -8%, and I'm also gonna do an animation. Okay, animation, I'm gonna name it scale up, and then I'm gonna say it's gonna be like 8 seconds, infinite, and then I'm gonna do at keyframes the animation, or you can create a new partial for the animations only, and then you can include those animations, but I'm not going to be doing that. Now you have the knowledge to do anything that you want. So scale up, so at 0%, I'm just going to do transform and scale. Transform, scale 0. Okay, and then we're gonna do 50%, and and then we're going to do 100. So on 100 it's going to come back to 1, the normal state, which is also the normal state at the starting point. And then here we just need to change the from scale 1 to 1.2. Okay, so hopefully there it is. It's like animating as we want. It's scaling. We're missing something. We're missing the title. I'm pretty sure we have a title here about our agency. Yeah, the title we didn't style this title. We need to increase the font size. Let me inspect this to see what I've named it. So it has a class of title. So the title, we just need to find a way to style the title. I think it's in the, we have to do it in the main. So in the main, I'm just gonna go all the way down here. I'm just gonna say independent components. Sorry about that, just in case you don't want to create new partials. Okay, in here I'm gonna target the title class. So in here I'm gonna say font size, I'm gonna say 2.5 rem. So that's the font size. And then after that I'm gonna do font weight to 700. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Okay, see, yeah, the title is now bigger as we want. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this section, which is the about section. I'll see you on the next video where we're going to be working on our popular services. Okay, I'll see you then. This is just a quick video. We're going to be doing a custom scroll bar. Okay, as you can see here, we have a nice custom scroll bar with a half animation as well. We're going to do that in the body. So the body is inside the main. Actually, it's in this style. So to do a custom scroll bar, we just need to, I'm gonna comment here, custom scroll bar here. So to do the scroll bar, I'm gonna say body. So the custom scroll bar to be in the body. So you can actually do this custom scroll bar on any element that you want to do a scroll bar when you want to scroll. But in the body, we want to do this scroll bar. So I'm gonna say it's a prefix called WebKit. It's actually one WebKit scroll bar. Here we're just gonna change the width to 7 pixels. Okay, so when I save, we should have a width of 7 pixels. Somehow it doesn't show because we haven't finished these styles yet. Okay, I'm also gonna do a transition. Actually, transition doesn't work for this one. Now we just need to type body, and then we're gonna do WebKit scroll bar track. So the track of the scroll bar, I'm gonna say background. I'm gonna say color BG. That's the background for the track, and then the width is going to be the same, 7 pixels. The track. Okay, so after that we're going to do the thumb body. I'm going to say thumb scroll bar thumb. Okay, so for that I'm also going to give it a border radius of 10 pixels because I want the both tips, I don't know, to be rounded. Okay, I want them to be rounded, so I want the border radius to be 10 pixels, not 10%. 10 pixels. I'm also going to give it a background. So the background for this one is going to be gradient. Back pixels background is going to be gradient number, I believe it's gradient number 3 for the thumb, and then yeah, for the thumb it's background number 3. Okay, so we should be seeing custom scroll bar. There it is. But we also want to have we want to change this when we have So to change it, when we hover, we have to do on hover. So we're going to do the hover effect on the thumb. Okay, so when we hover the thumb and hover, we're just going to change this background to actually 3. This one should be 2, just to swap it around. Okay, so as you can see, when we hover, it's now different. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. We're going to be working on the services. Welcome back. So now let's keep going on the services. So this is the section we're going to be working on. So now the title is now centered. Here it's not centered, so we need to have like a container for the title to center this. So now let's create a section for the services. I'm gonna collapse this. I'm gonna say section dot section dot section, and then I'm gonna give it section services. I'm also gonna give it another class. It's a utility u pad lg2, like so. Okay, so in there I'm gonna have a title container dot title container, because this I want to center the title, so we're going to reuse the title class. Okay, if you remember, we did the title here with the class of title, and then I'm also going to put like a generate some lorem ipsum text, like so. Okay, so now this is the title container. I'm gonna save. Now we should have the about section. There it is. It's actually services section. There it is. So now we need to center this. So to center that, we need to do the title container. So the title container should be in the independent services, independent components. I'm gonna say dot title container. Okay, so in here I'm just gonna say text align to center, and then I'm just gonna give it also a width. The width is going to be 60% of the entire width, and then we're gonna do margin 0 auto to center to make sure it's nicely centered. 0 left and right, top and bottom actually, auto left and right, so it's gonna center. And then for the paragraph, I'm gonna do text align to center the paragraphs inside the title container, and then I'm gonna do padding top. It's going to be 2 rem, and then bottom padding bottom is going to be 3 rem. Okay, hopefully that should do the trick. Okay, yeah, there it is. Now it's now centered. Now let's work on the actual services content. So I'm gonna go back, and then I'm gonna create a new div. I'm gonna say dot services container. It says it's content. It doesn't matter what you decide to name it. I'm gonna collapse. Okay, so in the services container, I'm gonna have some grid items. I'm gonna say dot service item, service item. Okay, and then in the service item, I'm gonna have a class of service item container. Okay, so in there I'm gonna have an image. I'm gonna do img. We're gonna do icons. I'm gonna do 3D animation. Am I doing the right section? Let me double check. Yep, that's the correct one. 3D animation. You can put an alt tag. I'm not gonna do that in here. I'm not gonna waste the time doing the alt tags. Okay, I know the images are gonna work. Okay, so I'm gonna do H4. I'm gonna say 3D animation. Alright, and then in there I'm gonna have a paragraph with just random lorem text ipsum. You can generate your own, and then I'm gonna say a dot learn more. Okay, I'm gonna say hash. In there I'm gonna have 2 spans, say learn more, and then we're gonna have the arrow class that we've used before. I'm gonna say span dot arrow. We've used this class name before. So this arrow, it has like that arrow icon which is animated. So we want to reuse that class. So we just need to do this and put that icon which is animated. Okay, that's about it for the service item. Now we just need to style this. So to style this, it's obviously a grid. We go to the here after the section about collapse dot actually comment services section, and then here we say services container. I believe that's what we named the class. Display grid. Okay, so we want this grid to be responsive automatically. So we're going to use that grid autofill that we've used before on other videos. Auto fill. Okay, so we want it to be responsive, and then we're going to do min max. So the minimum width of the grid item, I want it to be 320 pixels, and then 1FR. All of them are going to have equal size, and then a grid gap. To keep it consistent, we're going to say 2 rem, and then padding top, we're going to put that to also 3 rem. Okay, so now we have a grid item. As I inspect this, we are going to see we have this grid item. This grid container is going to expand according to the width of the viewport. Okay, so now let's keep going. So now in there we need to tag the service item. So for the service item, I'm going to give it a background color. So this one is going to be color gray light. That's the variable color I'm using. And then I want to align, text align to center, and then I'm also going to do padding. Top and bottom is going to be 3 rem, and then left and right is going to be 1 rem. Okay, after that I'm going to do a transition, a border radius 7 pixels, and then a transition of transition. And then after that we're going to do position of relative, because we're going to absolute something. We're going to do before. We're going to do a before suit element. So the before suit element, as usual, is we're going to customize this. So we're going to put content to an empty string, and then don't forget to do position of absolute. Okay, so we want this to be the bottom to be 0, bottom 0 to be at the bottom straight away, and then left want it to be 0, and then we're going to do height. Height is going to be 0.4 rem. Okay, and then background, the background is going to be like the gradient color. So I'm just going to put a gradient primary number 2, and also don't forget the width. The width is going to be 100%. So this before pseudo element is this line here, down here. So when you hover, as you can see, this line is like nice. So that's that. So that's what we're doing there. And then transition like that. Now we're using the variable, and then we're going to do transform, and then we're going to scale it. By default we want it to be a 0, and then border top radius, border, actually it's bottom left radius is going to be 5 pixels, and right 5 pixels, the same thing. Alright, so now let's see what it looks like. Nothing fancy so far. The scale is set to 0, it's not doing anything. Okay, so and after that, when we hover this element on hover, we want to give it a box shadow. box shadow. Box shadow, I'm going to say 10 pixels for the box shadow on the x-axis, 10 pixels on the y, and then 0 pixels for the blur. So the color for this border is kind of complicated. I'm just going to paste in the value. Or actually you can put in a variable, which I didn't do. I'm actually going to do that right now. I'm just going to put it, you can put it anywhere. I'm just going to say color border. Okay, so you can copy this variable name and then come back, and then yeah, you can use the color border. Okay, so now let's see when we have now it's showing nicely. It's looking good so far. So far so good. Okay, so that's the hover of the border. We also want to transform and translate the card. Okay, translate on the Y. So how much do we want to translate this? It's -5 pixels because we want it to go up on the Y. And also I'm going to say, and before solid element, I'm going to also transform this and scale, put it back to the original state 1. Okay, like that. Okay, so everything looks really nice. After the hover, we're going to be doing the section.s item container, if you remember. So this is like where the image is, img, padding bottom. I'm going to set that to rem, and also I'm going to give this a fixed height of 100 pixels. You can give it whatever height or width, whatever you want. H4 font size, I want this to be 1.5 rem. Let's do the padding bottom 1 rem. Okay, as for the paragraph, it's going to have a different padding bottom though. Padding bottom, this one is going to be 1.5 rem. Okay, now let's save. Let's see what we got. Okay, it's looking nice. We can also sort of work on this. Actually have animation here on this button here. You can give it like a different color. It's up to you what you decide to do on hover. Okay, you can also change this font weight. It seems to be like thicker. Actually it's the same thing. Yeah, you can change the color of this have animation here. So it doesn't have a class, but you can select this using the learn more class, and then you target the span, and then you target the first child. Actually, you say span first child, and then you give this like a different color on hover. But I think it looks good like this. The rest is up to you. So now what we just need to do is now go back to the service items. We just need to now duplicate all of the service items and change the data to whatever data that suits your needs. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to collapse service item. I'm gonna copy like this and then start duplicating. So to duplicate, hold Shift Alt and then the down arrow to duplicate, and then I'm gonna save. As you can see, now we have more grid items. Okay, so now these items, we just need to swap out the data. Okay, so the first one is 3D animation. The second one is something else. I believe the second one, I've named the second one artificial intelligence. So the second one, first one, second one, I'm going to change this to artificial intelligence, and then change the text to artificial intelligence. Okay, so there it is. So now we just need to swap around everything, and then everything will work. So I'm not going to be doing that in this video. I'm just gonna collapse this first. Actually, I'm gonna collapse each item. So now we have 6 items, right? We've done 2. I'm just gonna remove these ones, and then I'm gonna paste the ones which I've already changed the data with. So the other ones I've changed the data, so I'll show you the corresponding data. So here we have artificial intelligence, game development, emergency software, global, teaching, video production. So you can just swap around the data and put the data that suits whatever look you're going for, whatever you want to do, or whatever icons you want to do. Okay, so because I didn't want to do that in this video, it's going to waste a lot of time. So yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be working on this recommendation section. Okay, so we're going to be working on the recommendation section. This section. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new section. Collapse the previous section and then put a section and another class called section, and then another class called section recommendations. Forgot the spelling of this. Recommendations, like that. So we're not going to be using the utility class because we don't want to have a padding. We want this to be filling the entire width of the website. No, we don't want a padding like this. Okay, so to do that, we're going to have 2 sections in here. So we're going to have dot left recommendation, left rec, and then image. We're going to do img agency number 2, and then we're going to have right recommendation. So in the right recommendation, we're going to have the recommendation content rec content. So in the rec content, we're going to have an h3 with a title. If you remember, the title that we've done before is called it has a class of title, and then we're going to break get personalized digital recommendations. So BR stands for break. We're going to break the line to go to the next line after this personalized digital. I'm gonna save that, and then I'm gonna put a P. I'm just gonna generate some lorem. I'm gonna say 30 lorem or 25. You can do whatever you want. I'm gonna put that to the next line. Also, I'm gonna press enter, put it in the next line. Okay, so after that, we're going to do the main button. Okay, so I'm gonna go A, it's the main button. It has a class for btn dot main btn. Okay, I also want to, I think I'm going to be using a utility class for this one because I want this to be actually I can't remember the utility that we've used earlier. I think it's utility.u. I'm gonna go to the utilities again. CTA button U CTA btn. So that's like the click to action button we're reusing. Okay, so now in the anchor tag, I'm going to be adding that chevron and another span. So we've done this before. So the chevron is going to be like an animated chevron. There it is. Okay, we've done this kind of button before. So now I just need to add the title of the button. So this one I'm going to say get started. That's the name of the button. There it is. We are also, or you can change this actually, get recommendations. I don't know. Oh, explore more. It's up to you what you decide to name this. Okay, like that. Now it's only a matter of doing the grid stuff. I'm gonna close this. I'm going to collapse also this one. I'm gonna say services. Actually, it's not services, section. This is a recommendations section. Make sure it's recommendation. I don't know if that's the correct spelling for that, but I'll keep it. Okay, so in this recommendation section, we're going to be doing a grid. So same stuff we've been doing. Display grid, grid template columns to 1FR, 1FR, or you can do repeat 1FR, 1FR, repeat 1FR, just repeat 2. We're going to have 2 columns, repeat 2 and 1FR. So in here we have 2 columns. The first one is 1FR, 1FR, so that means they're all equal. Okay, and then we're going to do grid gap. So the grid gap, just to be consistent, I'm gonna put the size to 2 rem, and then I'm gonna do a background color. So the background color is going to be color bg3, that's the name of the variable. I'm gonna do margin bottom of 6 rem. After the margin bottom, I'm also going to do a box shadow. So for this box shadow, you can put in the variable. I'm gonna do 0 on the X, 5 pixels on the Y, 18 pixels for the blur, 18 pixels, and then the color, I'm gonna paste in the color, or you can put this into a variable, but I don't think I'm going to be reusing this color, so that's why I didn't put it in a variable. Okay, so that's that. I'm gonna save. Let's see what we have. So make sure you save everything. Nothing seems to be working. Section recommendations. Okay, we have an error because let's see what's going on. Color BG3. For some reason, color BG3 doesn't exist, I think. Oh, BG, not GB, BG. Okay, so there it is. Everything looks promising. Okay, so now let's go to the left recommendation. So for the left, we're going to do overflow to hidden, overflow hidden, and then we're going to do border top radius 5 pixels. Then we're going to do the image. I believe we're going to do the same thing. Copy this, paste it down here, width 100%, cover the entire width of the grid item, and then we're going to do object fit to cover, and then we're going to do, so I want this image to be black and white. So to do that, we're going to do what are we going to do? We're going to do filter. So we're going to do filter and then grayscale. So the grayscale is going to be 100%, which is black and white. And also the height, I'm going to put the height to 100%. And then transition is going to be the transition. Okay, like that. And then we're going to do, and hover, we're going to hover. On hover, we're going to filter. The grayscale is going to be 0. We don't want the grayscale no more. I'm also going to do transform. We're going to scale the image 1.2, and then after the transform, we're also going to rotate the image -5 degrees. Like that. Now let's save. Okay, as you can see, the image is now rotating and the grayscale is being removed when you hover. So now let's work on the right side of the recommendations. So there isn't much to it on the right side. Just do .right rec. So in the right rec, it's just a display flex, and then after that we're going to do align items to center, and then we're going to do .rec content like that. And then the rec content, we're just going to do padding. So I want the padding around everything, 1 rem, rec content, and then the h3, I'm gonna give it a font size of 2.5 rem, and then padding bottom of 1 rem, and then position of relative, because we're going to do a pseudo element. position of relative. Okay, and then well, padding bottom and margin bottom of I don't know, 2rem or something. And then we're going to do an after. So you can do before or after pseudo element, it doesn't matter. Content, an empty string, position absolute, and then we're going to do bottom 0, and then we're going to do left 0. After that we're going to do width. The width of that is going to be 20%, and then height is going to be 2 pixels. You can mess around with these values. And then background color is going to be color accent. Finally, border radius is going to be something like 6 pixels, and then save everything. Let's see what we got. Okay, so the after pseudo element seems to be not showing. I'm gonna inspect H3. Yep, the after pseudo element is not showing. What did I do here? I do H4. It's supposed to be H3. Save. There it is. So now we have this line here, the after pseudo element. Okay, so after that, after this H3, we're going to target the paragraph. So this paragraph, we're going to do color. We're going to do color gray 4, and then we're going to do padding bottom 2rem, like so. That's it. Everything should look good. There you go. Everything looks good. Okay, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be working on this latest digital work. Okay, I'll see you then. Okay, so now let's continue where we left off. So the next section is going to be the latest digital work. So that's the section we're going to be working on. Okay, so I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna collapse this section. I'm going to do another section. I'm gonna say section, and then this one is gonna have a class of section latest. Section latest, like this, and then this one is going to use the utility pad actually it's pad LG 2. Okay, so that's that. And now we just need to oops, 1 second, I need to get rid of something on my keyboard, sorry. Okay, so now in this section we're going to be reusing this title container. I'm going to copy this title container. We're going to be reusing everything in there. I'm just going to paste it down here. So here we just change the title from our popular services to our latest digital work. So we just change the title. Okay, so in there we're going to say dot latest container. Okay, so it's a div, and then we're going to give do an image. So the image is going to be img latest, and then below that we're going to have a div. So this one is going to call latest text. Latest text. You can name this class whatever you want, but I advise you to name the same names as I'm doing right now, so just you don't get confused later. Okay, so I'm gonna do h4, and then it's gonna have a title class title. It's actually an h4, not h5. h4. Okay, so this title I'm just gonna say out. I'm gonna paste in the title here. Okay, our not out, it's actually our not out. Okay, so and then we have the h4 below that. I'm gonna say Android, so it's like a design. It's a design for Android. Okay, and then after the h4 we're gonna have a paragraph with some random some text. You just need to generate the text. in the paragraph. And then below that, we're going to do the button and the arrow. We've been doing that before. Okay, so here we're gonna say a.btn. So that's the class we've done for the button. And then we're going to do main btn, and then we're going to do another class. So this class is called CTA, that's the utility, CTA btn, like so. Okay, and then we're gonna say hash. It's gonna go to nowhere. I'm gonna press it down here. So we need to reuse that's arrow span, the span we've been using. Okay, I'm gonna paste in that. So the class name is arrow and the chevron right, the icon. Okay, here's the button. We just need to name this button. So in this case, the button is kind of transparent. Okay, so I'm going to give it a name. Now here we just need to change this button. So CTA button, actually the latest text. Okay, we need to target the latest text. Okay, and then that's when we're going to do this button to make it black. Okay, so now, yeah, let's go to the styles. After the section recommended, I'm going to say latest section. Okay, so below that, we're going to be selecting the classes. So the classes that we want is the latest. Okay, so it's section latest. I'm going to do a display flex, and then I'm going to justify content to center, and then I'm going to do margin top. So for the margin top, I'm going to do 2.5 rem. I'm gonna set to that 2.5. After that, I'm going to select the control, which I haven't done yet. Actually, I'm not gonna do it now. I just need to do it first. So the control I'm talking about is like some dots that are going to be down here. So these are the controls what I'm talking about. So you can sort of click and then it goes next to the next product. Okay, so we're not going to be doing the click functionality because this is not a JavaScript course. But otherwise, if we were doing JavaScript, we were actually going to make this, clickable and go to the next item. I think on my next JavaScript course, I'm going to be working on this project with JavaScript, doing some crazy animations and stuff. Okay, so yeah, that's what we'll be doing on my next JavaScript project. But for now, let's keep going with this. So we have view all work. So below that, we're going to do the controls. Okay, so the controls are going to be outside of the latest container. Okay, because the controls, we're going to give them kind of a position of absolute, I believe. Okay, so outside of the latest container, I'm going to be doing dot latest controls. Okay, latest controls. All right, actually div latest text. I'm just double checking if I did everything right. Okay, so this latest text, actually it has to be in the latest content. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this one for now. So latest container, I'll copy this, cut, and then here we're gonna have dot latest content. Okay, so this is the actual content. Okay, so and then we have the latest container. So in the latest container, that's where we have the latest content, and then after that we have the latest controls. Okay, and then in the latest controls, I'm going to say dot control. Okay, I'm going to have each control is going to have a class of control, and then I'm going to say dot control. I want to increment the control classes. Control, I'm going to increment and then multiply by 3. Okay, so I'm incrementing the class names. Okay, that's that. So now let's go to the styles. Okay, so in the section latest, so this one is actually not supposed to be here, it's supposed to be in the latest content. Dot latest content, that's when we want to do the grid stuff. Actually, not grid, is flex stuff. Okay, so in the latest content, container, I believe. Let me actually, I think it's better to double check. Latest container, yep, container, and then we have latest content. Latest content. Okay, so in the latest content, that's when we're going to be doing the grid stuff. So display, we're going to set that to grid, and then we're going to do grid template columns. So the first column, I'm going to put it to 40%. Where's the percentage sign? And then the second one is auto. It's going to automatically occupy the remaining space with whatever items we have. I'm going to do padding, top and bottom. I'm going to set that to 5 RAM. Left and right, 10 RAM. I want it to be quite big. And then in there, we're going to do grid gap. We've been using 2 RAM throughout, so we want to make that consistent. And then we're going to target the image, and then we're going to give it a width. So the width for the image, we're going to set that to 100%. 100%. Okay, so once we set the width, we also need to do border radius. We're going to set that to 7 pixels. And then we're going to do object fit, so the image doesn't stretch out. We're going to set that to cover. Okay, so once the image is done, let's save. Let's see what we got. As you can see, the image is looking, oh, that's the wrong one. As you can see, the image is looking good. Okay, so but we just need to give this a background color. The section here, so the color for that, it's actually the latest container. It's going to have a background color. It's going to be color is going to be gray, light 2. So that's the color that we're going, the background color that we're going to be using for that. And then we're going to do dot image dot latest text. Okay, so in the latest text, I'm going to do margin left. So margin left, I'm going to set that to 3 RAM, and then I'm going to do an H4. So for the H4, I'm going to do font size to 2 RAM, and then padding bottom, I'm going to set that to 1.5 RAM. So that's for the H4, for the latest text. And then in there, we have an H6, which is the design stuff. So we're going to do padding bottom, 1.6 RAM, 1.5 actually. I think 1.6, that what we done. 1.6 RAM, actually 1.5, just to keep it consistent. 1.5 RAM. And then I'm going to set the font size to 1.2, and then the color of the font, I'm going to set that to color font. Okay, so after that, I'm going to do the P. I'm going to do padding bottom. Pad bottom is going to be 1.5 RAM, just everything has to be consistent. Like so. Alright. So now, everything looks good. So now we just need to make this black. And actually we missed a border radius here. We need to give that a border radius. Latest container, border radius. So this one is going to be 7 pixels. Okay, so to target the button here, without targeting other buttons, we want this only to be black, only this button. So we're just going to target the anchor tag inside this container here. So I'm just going to target the anchor tag. I'm going to set background to transparent. Transparent means there's nothing. Okay, and then border, I'm just going to do border. I'm going to do 2 pixels. Solid. Okay, so also the other reason we're using variables for colors is that maybe in my JavaScript course, I'm going to be making this website into a light theme instead of a dark theme. So we're going to be able to switch between light and dark theme and stuff. Okay, so we have solid, and then I'm going to do color. I'm going to do gray, and then 4. Okay, and then text transform. I'm going to put it to initial because it's capital letters right now. I wanted to put initial to default font text transform. So now it's not going to be uppercase anymore. It's like normal. Okay, that's good. It looks good. We just need to fix this Android stuff. I believe this is in H6. Yep, H6. Font size 1.2. And the color is this one. I don't think I have a variable for that. Okay, so the H6 color font, or is it an H6? It's an H4. It's supposed to be an H6. So this one is an H6. H6. 6. Okay, not an H4. Okay, so everything should be perfect. Okay, everything perfect. Now everything's good. Now oh, that's the wrong page. Yeah, everything is good. Now we move on to the next. Actually, we need to do the control stuff. So for the controls, after the latest content, actually after the latest container, now we start doing the controls. Okay, so latest container, collapse that, and then I'm going to do latest controls. I believe that's the class I've given it. Latest controls. I'm sure it's double. I don't know if it's double L or single one. It doesn't matter. Okay, now we just need to do display flex. Display flex. Now we're going to align everything. Okay, so for the latest container we did display flex. We actually don't need the display flex here, and margin top should be 1.5 just to keep it consistent, and remove the display flex. The display flex was supposed to be on the controls, not here, so remove that and then save. Okay, everything looks good. So now in the controls, so we're going to do flex, justify content to center, and then we're going to do margin top 2.5 rem. Okay, so and then we're going to do dot control each individual control. We're going to give it a width of 1 rem and height of 1 rem, and then also we're going to give it a border radius 50%. Want it to be nicely rounded. I'm going to give it a margin. Top and bottom is going to be 0, and then 0.2 rem left and right. 0.2 rem. Okay, so now I'm just going to do each and every control just to give them different background colors. I'm going to do dot control 1. So this one is going to have a background color of color accent. You know what, I might as well just do this cursor to pointer, just when you have it. And then I'm going to do dot control, do control 2. I'm going to set the color, copy the color, paste, and change it to gray 9. Oh, it's not auto completing the variables. Gray 9, that's the color. And also we're going to scale this to make it a little bit smaller. I'm going to say transform. I don't know what's. I'm going to do scale. It's not a transition, it's a transform. Scale 0. I'm going to do 85. Okay, so gray 9, that's the background color. I'm going to do the same for control number 3. I'm going to say like that, but the scale I'm going to put to 0.6, just make it different. There it is. Okay, So now when we hover, there is a pointer. Okay, so that's it for the controls. Yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next one, which we're going to be working on the blog section. We're going to be working on this grid style cards here. We're going to be working on that. I'll see you on the next video. Alrighty, so now let's work on the blogs. Okay, I'm going to be collapsing this section. I'm going to say section dot section. So make sure it has a class of section. We might actually, I missed a section class here. We might want to use this class later on when we want to style some styles on every section. Okay, so I'm going to say section dot section, and then I'm going to say section blogs. And then we're going to be using the utility .u pad lg large 2. Okay, so in there we're going to still reuse the title the title container. So just go here, copy this title container here. We're using this title, we're reusing it again. Okay, so we're going to paste it down here. Okay, so this is the blog section. I'm going to create something called blogs container. So in the blogs container, it's going to be, actually it's a class. We're going to be storing all of the blog items. Okay, so it's going to be a grid, so that's why we're calling it a blog item. I'm gonna give like a class called blog item like that. So we're going to have individual item. So each blog item, let me check. Okay, so we have the image at the top, and then we have the content here, and then we have like some icons down here. All right, so this image is going to store this kind of gradient stuff. I'm gonna say give a class here .image. So the image is going to be responsible for storing the image. Okay, so the image I'm going to be using for that, I'm going to be using Figma. Okay, and then below that I'm going to say dot image. I'm going to say image content. So the image content is actually this gradient here and the icons. Okay, so the icons are going to be reusing the same icons all over for every blog item, but the text is going to change. So don't worry about the icons. We just need this icon is called a tag. So if you go to Font Awesome, search for tag, and then we're going to copy the tag icon, and then we're going to come and paste it here. And this one is called duration, I believe. So here in the image content, we're going to have the left side and then the right side. Okay, we're going to do dot left. Okay, so this one I'm just going to call it bottom container, and then we're going to have an image, actually an icon and a span. Okay, so the span is named Figma, and an icon of a tag. Okay, and then so this is actually not bottom, it's blog container, left blog container, and then we have the same thing but right blog container. It's actually B. Okay, so in there we have a span of a clock, actually not span, icon of a clock, and a span of the time duration, actually the date. Okay, so that's it for the image. After that, we're going to do blog text. So in the blog text, we're going to have an H5, and I'm just going to put in some random text. You can put in any text that you want. H5. Okay, and then after that, we're going to have a paragraph with some lorem ipsum. You can generate any text that you want for that. And then at the bottom, remember we have icons, blog icons. That's what I'm going to name it. Blog icons, you can name it whatever you want. So it's actually going to be a paragraph. I'm going to say share, that's the text. And then in there, I'm going to have like a bunch of icons. You can put any icons that you want. In here, I'm just going to put Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, GitHub. Okay, so the paragraphs are inside the icons are inside the paragraph. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna save this. So this is the icons here at the bottom. It says share, and the icons and the text and the title. Okay, and this is the, I forgot the name of the class. I'm gonna inspect it again. Image content. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start doing the work. So this is the grid item. We just need to style this. So for this grid, I'm going to be making it automatically responsive. If you remember how to make it do that, so we have to use the min-max property to make it automatically responsive. So I'm going to collapse the section latest. I'm going to say section blogs. So here I'm going to go ahead and select the name of the section blogs. Okay, and then I'm going to start doing the blogs content. So we're going to start with the .blogs container. That's what we're going to start with. Okay, so display grid as usual, and then we're going to do grid template columns. We're going to do repeat, and then we're going to use the min-max property. We're going to do auto fill, so it's going to be responsive, and then min max, it's going to have at least a width of 320 pixels. So that's why we're using the min-max. We're going to do 320 pixels for the width and 1 FR. They're all going to be equal. Okay, so we have also we have to do a grid gap. We have to keep it consistent to rem. We've been using 2rem all over, so we have to make sure it's consistent. And then we're going to do padding top. So padding top, I'm going to do 3rem, and then yeah, save. Nothing much happens. We haven't started the blog items. If I inspect here, if we were to check the grid, as you can see, we have 2 columns because it's automatically responsive. When I go a little bit bigger, it should be 3 items. Nope, not enough. Actually, it's 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. So now we just need to do the blog item. So .blog item. We just need to do that. So in the blog item, I'm going to set the background color. The background color is going to be color. I'm going to do gray. I'm going to do light, color gray light. Okay, and then I'm going to do border radius. The border radius, I'm going to set that to 7 pixels. And then the font size, I'm going to set that to 1rem. Font size 1rem. And then I'm going to do border. I'm going to do 2 pixels solid. And then I'm going to give it a color of gray 9. Color gray 9. Okay, and then I'm going to do transition. I'm going to do transition. Okay, so nothing happens because we haven't styled the images yet. Okay, so well, let's keep going. Cursor to pointer, and have on hover. When we have this blog item, we're going to reuse the box shadow. Background, actually box shadow. Okay, I think we've used this box shadow before. 10 pixels on the X, 10 pixels on the Y, and then 0 pixels for the blur. We've used this before. I can't remember the color that I've given for the box shadow, but I'm just going to paste in the value here. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure we've done a variable for this color, but I can't remember the name. I'm just going to paste in the variable name. Okay, I don't know why the image is getting the border for some reason. On hover, the blog item, that's where I want the border to be applied. Okay, so we're going to also do transform. We're going to do translate Y. I'm going to do minus 5 pixels. Okay, but it seems like the transition is not working also. We just need to do the image for now. After the in the blog item, I'm going to do image, I'm gonna do position of relative, then I'm gonna do img, I'm gonna do width 100%, object fit to cover, and then I'm going to do height 220 pixels, and then I'm going to do border top radius, top right radius, I'm going to do 7 pixels, border top left radius 7 pixels. Something is going on here. I believe I've messed up the class names or something. Blocks container, container, okay, so we have blocks container, and then we have blog item, and then with the image, blog item image. Okay, let me see what's going on. It's weird out, it's weirding out. So section blogs, that's strange. Section blogs, okay, check. I'm going to inspect to really check what's going on. Block text, okay, image, img, height 20 pixels. I meant to do 220 pixels. 220 pixels. Okay. And also, for some reason, this image is showing a border. It's actually end hover. I didn't notice that. It's end hover. Okay, there you go. So make sure you really do the correct syntax. So after that, after the image, I'm gonna say dot image content, which is the gradient container. I want to say position of absolute, and then I'm gonna say bottom. You can mess around with these values, so it's up to you. Minus 13 pixels, that's what I found worked for me. I'm gonna do left, I'm gonna say 50%, and then width, left of 50%, and then we're going to set the width to width 90%. Okay, so with 90%, and then we're going to do transform, and then we're going to translate x. We're going to center that on the x-axis minus 50% to center that. It's there now. It's now centered, but you don't really see it because we haven't given it a background color. So background, we're going to use a gradient. So don't do background color, just do background for gradients, because we can't use gradients on normal background color. So I'm going to use the gradient by primary number 3. So there it is. Okay, so we're also going to do display flex, and then we're going to do justify content to space them between, and then we're going to align items to center, and then we're going to give it a padding, top and bottom. It's going to be 0.5 rem, and then left and right is going to be 1 rem. All right. So after that, we're going to do border radius. We're going to set that to 30 pixels. So we want it to be rounded nicely like this. Okay, as you can see, it's now rounded. Okay, so now after the image, we're going to do the text, the actual block text. So I'm going to collapse the image. I'm going to say dot blog text. The block text, I'm going to give it padding left. Pad left. So for the padding left, I'm going to say 2 rem, and padding right, I'm going to say 2 rem. Padding top for padding top, I'm going to say 3 RAM. Okay, and then padding bottom, I'm going to say 2 RAM. Okay, I'm just simplifying this, but you can do this in a single line. It's more confusing than doing this. So again, I'm going to do H5, and then I'm going to do font size. I'm going to set that to 1.5 RAM for the H5, and then I'm going to do padding bottom. For the padding bottom, I'm going to do 1.5 RAM also, and then I'm going to do a color. I'm going to say color font, and then I'm going to do cursor to pointer, and then transition to transition, like so. Okay, so now we're going to do a hover. We're going to do a hover, and then we're going to give it a color, the accent color. We're going to say accent color accent. Okay, so now when we hover, it should look nicer. So oops, nothing happens because I messed up something. Color accent. Let me see, what did I mess up again? So transition doesn't exist because the spelling is incorrect. All right. So now, as you can see, we have a nice transition right there. So now let's work on the paragraph. After that, I'm going to say P. I'm going to give it a padding of 1.5 RAM, padding bottom, and font size of 1.2. Okay, so that's it for the paragraph. I'm going to do blog icons. Blog icons. So for that, I'm going to do display flex. I want them to be side by side using flex. They're side by side, but I want to do that using flex. I want to align them center, and then I'm going to do padding top. I'm going to set that to 1.5 RAM, and then I'm going to do border top. So border top, I'm going to set that to 1 pixel solid, and then I'm going to do color. For that one, I'm going to do gray 9. Okay, so that's it for the icons. I actually need to style a little bit of the actual icon itself. I'm going to do margin. Top and bottom is going to be 0, and then 0.3 RAM, 0.3 left and right. Okay, and then I'm also going to change a little bit the font size to 1.2 RAM. And also I'm going to set the cursor to pointer. So when we have the cursor is going to be pointer. Okay, as you can see now, we have the grid item. The only thing that is left to do is to populate the grid item with the data that we want to do. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to be duplicating the grid item. You can duplicate it as many times as you want. Okay, so you just need to replace it with the data that makes sense for you. So in this case, this is the data that I'm using. Okay, so here, down here, so this is the grid item, blog item. We need to duplicate this as many times as you want. So in this case, I'm going to say maybe I'm going to keep duplicating. Actually, I'm going to Control Z that. I think I've duplicated so many times. Control Z. Okay, so to duplicate, I need to Control Z again. Control Z. I believe Control Z. Okay, so yeah, to duplicate, highlight and then hold Shift Alt and then down arrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, you can put as many as you want and then save. So now we should have 6 blog items. Actually, I did 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Yeah, I did 7. You can do as many as you want, and then you can change the data to match whatever data that you want to use. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to be changing the images and also changing the text to whatever text that I want. So I'm going to paste some grid items here. with new data. It's just the image and the title that I've changed. Okay, but you can change the paragraphs, icons. You can make them go to any website that you want when you click them. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the blog section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be work on the let me see for the next section what we have. So yeah, we have this video here playing. So this is an interesting section. You're going to know how to do the video background. I'll see you in the next video. For this section, we're going to be doing a background video. As you can see here, there's a video playing in the background. We're going to be doing that in this video. Let's get in. We're going to be creating a new section, and then we're going to give it a class of section, and then another class. So this class is going to be the section video. That's the class. In this case, we're not going to be using the utility padding class because we don't want the padding. Okay, so to do a video in HTML, you just need to type video like this, and then the source, you need to provide where your video is and which video it is. So I'm going to say it's in the images folder, and then the video that I'm going to be using is called business video.mp4. So as I save, you're going to see the video playing right here, but it's not playing actually, but it's too large and it's not playing as well. So we want this video to start playing as soon as we run the website. So to do that, it's very easy. We're just gonna, after the source, we're gonna say auto play. It's going to be playing automatically when we run the website. As you can see now, the video is playing automatically. I also want this video to keep looping over and over again so it doesn't stop. So we're going to say loop. It's going to keep looping over and over again, and then we're also going to make sure it's muted, so just put muted after that. Okay, so it's going to keep playing and looping, and it's going to be muted as well. Okay, so after the video, we're going to have some sections. So actually, I'm gonna say dot video content. So the video content is going to be to have like left section, left video vid. I'm gonna say container, so it's the left video container, and then we're going to have the right video container. So in the left is going to have some text. It's just an h4 with the class of title that we've done before. So you just need to put an h4 and then a class. But we've done it before, this class. So in the right feed container, we're going to have a class, a div. It's going to be called dot input control, like so. So in the input control, we're going to have an input. To then input, just type input, and then the type of that input is going to be email, not text. And then we're going to do a placeholder. It's going to be like the text inside the input. I'm just going to say enter your email. So that's going to be our main placeholder. And then here I'm just going to do, if you want to do comments in HTML, you have to do like this. Okay, so here I'm going to say main btn. So that's going to be the main button here. I'm going to say a.btn, if you remember the class name of the button that we've done, dot main btn dot u utility class cta btn, like so. And then it's going to go to nowhere. You can make this button go to wherever you want. I'm also going to use that chevron class and the span that we've done before. I'm just going to paste in the arrow. So that if you remember the arrow that we've done before, and we animated the arrow. Okay, so I'm going to paste in that span here. So the arrow that we've animated, and then the icon that I'm using is called chevron. Okay, so if you remember, the class name arrow is inside the buttons. Okay, so there it is. So now what we're going to do is just we're going to do the styles just to make sure everything looks okay. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to say section video. Okay, so for the section video, I'm going to say dot section video, I believe. So in this section video, I'm going to say position of relative, and then I'm going to do height. So the height, I just want it to be a fixed height of 60 VH. So 60 VH is the 60% of the viewport height. Okay, and then the box shadow, I'm going to do box shadow. I'm going to do 0 for the x-axis, 5 pixels on the y, 18 pixels for the blur. And then the color that I'm going to be using, I'm just going to paste it in rather than typing it out. Okay, so that's the color. You can put that color into a variable if you decide to make some changes on the color. I'm going to say video. I'm going to tag the video tag. I'm going to say width. It's going to be 100% width, and then it's going to do object fit to cover. I don't want the video to stretch as well. I want it to cover the entire container nicely without stretching. And then I'm going to do the height of to 100%. So the height is going to cover the entire container. So as you can see now, the video is nicely covering the entire container. Okay, so we're going to do video content dot video content. We're going to put that to position of absolute. Oops, what am I doing? I'm getting too excited here. Position of absolute, and then I'm going to do top 50%, and then we're going to do left also 50%. Alright, so I'm going to do transform, and then I'm going to translate this. Minus 50, minus 50, it means we're going to center in the container. Alright, as you can see, it's now centered right there. We're also going to do width and the padding, width 100%, so padding also. The padding, I'm going to do top and bottom 5 rem, then left and right, I'm going to do 18 rem for the content, not for the actual container. For the content, I wanted to match here, so that's the padding we've used for that. Okay, so that's the padding. I'm going to do border radius. I'm going to set that to 7 pixels. 7 pixels. And then I'm going to do Z index. I'm going to set that to 5, a higher value. And then I'm going to do display grid. Display grid. And then I'm going to create template columns. I'm going to do 1FR, 1FR. I'm going to have 2 columns. And then I'm going to do grid gap. So this one, you can make this one bigger because we don't want it to be 2 rem. Okay, that's that. And then we're going to do dot left vid container. Vidcon. So the left vid container, I'm going to do display to flex. I'm going to do that. Display flex, align items to center. Okay, so and then we're going to do H4, and then we're going to do padding top. Padding top, and then we're going to set that to 0.6 rem. After that, we're going to do position of relative because we want to do a before pseudo element. We're going to do before pseudo element, and then in the content to an empty string as usual. And then we're going to do position of absolute top to 0, and then I'm going to do left to 0, and then I'm going to do width 100%, and then I'm going to do height. I'm also going to give the height something like actually 3 pixels. 3 pixels for the height, and then I'm going to do background. It's a gradient, so we're going to be using that gradient. And then I'm going to do border radius. I'm going to set that to 7 pixels. Okay, I'm going to save. Let's see what we got. Oh, seems like we have an error somewhere. What is not defined right here? Invalid. What's invalid? Expected content. H4 container. What? Main. On line 380. Where is that? Invalid CSS after the... I can't see it yet. Hold on a second. Still an error. I'm gonna collapse this. That's the most annoying bit. Collapse. There's still an error. Okay. On line 380. Main. I've messed up one of these. I think I need to add one more somewhere here. Let's save. Okay, yeah. One of them was missing one of these curly braces. I don't know which one. But yeah. Now everything works. Okay. So H4. After the H4, I'm going to do the input control. Actually, the input control is not in the left, so it's actually in the right vidcon. Okay, so we can just do that even without doing the right vidcon. We can just say dot input control because we have a class. We can target that like this: input control, display, flex, align items to center, and then we're going to do position of relative. Okay, like so. There it is. And then we're going to target the actual input. Oh, we still have an error somewhere. Oh, because of this. Input. So for the input, I'm going to do width 100%. And then padding, I'm going to do 1 rem. And then 1.5 rem left and right. Okay, and then I'm going to do border radius. I'm going to do 30 pixels. And then border. I'm going to do 2 pixels solid. And then I'm going to do the color line. Color gray 9. Okay, so I'm also going to do font size. I'm going to do 1.2 rem. And then I'm going to do outline to none. So the outline is like some sort of a border. And then transition to the transition variable like this. Make sure it's correct. Oh, it's correct. Okay, so now with the transition, we're going to do the box shadow. We're going to do 0 on the Y, on the X, and then 7 pixels on the Y, 18 pixels for the blur. I'm also going to paste in the color. It's a weird color. Okay, there it is. And then I'm gonna save. Alright, so everything looks good. So when I focus, when I click this input, I want the border to be sort of the color accent, the primary one. Okay, so when I focus, we're going to use a pseudo called focus, pseudo element. I'm going to say pseudo selector, it's called, I'm going to do a border, 2 pixels solid. And then I'm going to do color accent. So that's what I want to happen when I focus. When I click, it's going to do that accent color there. So as you can see, when I click here, it's going to do accent color. Okay, so everything looks good. Alright, so now after the input, we have the anchor tag, which is the button. So I'm going to say position of absolute, and then I'm going to do right. I'm going to set that to 1 pixel. I want to leave 1 pixel space on the right side, and then I'm going to say text transform. I'm going to say to initial, like so. So we just need to add the text, which is subscribe now. I'm going to say subscribe now, like so. So as you can see, we have the text subscribe now. When I click, the input is active. Okay, but this video is kind of too bright, which I don't want. I want to make this video a little bit, not too bright. So to do that, I'm going to create a div, which is going to be like an overlay of the video. So after the video container, actually outside of the video content, that's where I want to do the overlay. Okay, so outside of the video content, I'm going to say dot overlay. So this is just a div, an empty div. We're going to do a position of absolute in the section. I'm going to collapse video content. After that, I'm going to select the overlay. I'm just going to do position absolute, left 0, just the usual, top 0, width and height to 100%, height 100%, and then we're going to do a background color. We're going to do color BG. So that's the background color that we're going to give it. And then Z index. Actually, I'll show you before I do the Z index. I'm going to say opacity. I'm going to say 0.7 or 0.9. So this one is 100%. Okay, so the video, as you can see now, it's covered with a black color with an opacity of 0.9. If I put the opacity to 1, it's going to cover the whole video. Okay, as you can see, that's the overlay that we're going to be using. So in this case, we want the opacity to be 0.7. Okay, there you go. So now the video is no longer too light. Now it's like sort of darker. So yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be working on this gallery. Okay, so this is like a nice grid. We're going to be working on this on the next video. I'll see you then. Now it's time to work on this gallery section. We are going to be reusing this title, the title component, and then we'll make the gallery grid. So let's get going. I'm going to collapse the video. I'm going to comment. I'm pretty sure this is section gallery, and then I'm going to go back, and then I'm going to collapse this section, and then we're going to create a new section which is going to have a class of section, and then another class of section. So this is for the gallery, so it's going to have a class of section gallery, like so. We're also going to be reusing the title component. Go back in here, copy the title container, and change the title to our team. It's actually our team, but it's a gallery, but the title is the team. Okay, but you can actually put your own title there if you want to. So there it is. So we don't have the padding yet because we're not using the utility. As you can see, everything is kind of messed up. We need to use the utility class, which we've created at the beginning. pad2 large number 2. So that's the padding that we're going to be using for that. I'm going to save. Okay, so there it is. For some reason, I'm going to inspect this. Utility padding large 2. Okay, it's applied. We just need to keep styling. div title container. Okay, so that's it for the title. Now let's work on the actual gallery container. So for the gallery container, we're going to have dot gallery container. So this is going to be a grid. It's a custom grid, so we need to mess around with things. I'm gonna say dot grid, actually grid image, and then I'm gonna say dot grid img1. So that's a grid image. I'm gonna say img. So this is going to be team 1. Okay, I'm going to copy this 1, 2, 3 more times. Just change the class name 1, increment this 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the images, you can mix around these images. So team 2, increment the images. So I've named this to make it easier, just to select these images, just to make it very easier. You can use your own custom images if you want, but to make these videos shorter, I had to do this. Okay, so grid image, all of the grid items have a class of grid image and a different class name for each individual image. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with that section. I'm going to as you can see, we have a comment already, so now we just need to start doing the styling. I'm going to say dot section gallery. So in the section gallery, I'm going to do padding top 6 rem, and it's going to be important. We're going to override the old one. Okay, so as you can see, now we have padding. Okay, so we're also going to start doing the gallery container. It's going to be a grid, the ones we've been using, the same stuff. Padding top 3 rem, and then display grid, you know the drill, grid, and then grid gap, you know the drill, 2 rem, just keep it consistent. Grid template columns, you know the drill. So for this one, we're going to have 3 columns. I want to say repeat 3, then 1fr. That's the column for the columns. And then for the rows, we're going to say grid template rows. Because this is a custom grid, we need to specify the grid items. We need to tell them where to go. I'm going to say we're going to have 2 rows. Each row is going to have a height of 400 pixels. Okay, so 2 rows, 400 pixels for the height. Actually, we need to do the repeat and do that in there. Okay, so that's that. So now we just need to target the grid image. So down here, I'm going to say grid GD. So it's a shortcut for grid img. I couldn't think of a better class to name this. Okay, width 100%, height 100%, and then I'm going to say overflow to hidden, because we're going to be scaling these images. And then transition to transition, like that. Okay, and then on hover, when we hover this image, what do we want to happen? Well, I want to scale, transform, scale. I'm gonna scale to make it smaller. When as 994, it depends what size you want to scale down with. And then we're going to also do the transition in here. I'm gonna paste it down here, and then I'm gonna do border radius. I'm gonna set that to 7 pixels. We've been using this. You could have put that in a variable. Okay, so scroll down on hover, it gets smaller, as you can see. Okay, so that's that. So after that, I'm gonna do the actual img width and height 100%, and then the same transition we've been doing. I'm just gonna paste in that transition. We're gonna do border left 7 pixels and border right 2 pixels, like so. I'm just going to paste it. We've done this before. So border top right radius 2 pixels and border bottom right radius 2 pixels, like that. Okay, so smaller border radius and the other one is bigger. That's what we're doing. Okay, and then on hover, I'm going to do transform. We're going to be scaling this up 1.2, and then border radius is going to be 7 pixels. 7 pixels when using this border radius. Okay, so yeah, now the moment of truth. Now we need to position this grid in a custom way. So we want this image, the first one, to occupy only the first column, and then the second one to occupy 2 columns. Okay, so to do that, we're going to be selecting grid image. After the grid image, I'm going to say dot grid image to grid GDIMG number 2. Okay, I want to say grid column. I want to start from position number 2 all the way to number 4. So it's going to cover 2. I'm going to save. Okay, so I'm going to inspect. This is the grid. So grid number 2, which is this image, I wanted to cover these 2 spaces here. Okay, I said grid column G image is actually G, not GD. It's grid image, no, it's actually G image, grid image. Okay, so grid image number 2, it's going to cover 2 columns. So I said, okay, grid column number 2. So grid column, this grid image is going to start from number 2 from here. So if I turn on the grid, it says here number 2 all the way to 4. Okay, or instead of doing from 2 to 4, you can do 2 to -1 to cover the entire whatever grid items in that. So -1, it means go all the way to the end. So at the end is the end is actually 4. So it's, if I do -1, it's going to start from 2, and then it's going to go -1 all the way to the end. Okay, so if I had like 4 columns, it's going to go all the way to whatever columns, how many columns you have. So you can do -1 instead of 4. It's up to you what you decide to do. Okay, so now that's that. So that's the image we're going to target. So we also want to target this image, which is image number 3. So grid image number 3. So we can do it here in the browser, grid image number 3. We're going to say, actually, to make it easier, we can just say grid column, grid column. To make it easier, we can just say span 2. We only want to cover 2 columns. So if I say span 2, it's gonna span 2 columns, covering 2 columns. That's easy peasy squeezy. Now with the custom gallery, it's doing what we want. It's same as this one. Okay, it's working. So now I'm gonna say GIMG, I believe it's 3. Okay, so we're gonna span 2. Okay, so easy peasy squeezy. Now it's working as we expect. Now we just need to add the text and the button down here, which we have in the original project. So I'm just gonna go down here. After the gallery container, I'm gonna say dot. I'm gonna do p dot gallery paragraph. That's the class I've decided to give it. You can generate a bunch of lorem text in here. I'm gonna put some lorem, and then I'm gonna say dot c btn con. Okay, so here I'm just going to reuse the button that we've done before. I'm gonna say a dot learn more. We've used the learn more, and then I'm gonna do span Oh, what is this? Hash is gonna go to nowhere, or you can make it go to somewhere else. It's up to you. I'm gonna do span, view more, and then here we're gonna do span dot arrow. We've done this before. Arrow, we've done the arrow before, and then here I'm just gonna put the arrow icon that we've animated. I'm gonna put it here. It's a chevron. All right, I'm going to save that, and then there it is. Now we just need to style it a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the footer, not footer. I'm gonna go to the main. After the gallery, I'm gonna start doing the paragraph. I'm gonna say dot gallery para, and then in here I'm gonna do padding. Top and bottom is gonna be 2 rem. Left and right is gonna be 0, and then text align to center. So now we just need to do the the button container. Okay, so this button container here, so it's called C button container. Okay, C button container. So here in the independent components, we're gonna say dot C. We're gonna say btn container. Okay, so it's we're going to copy the text align to center, and then we're going to do margin top. So margin top is going to be 1 rem, and then we're going to target the anchor tag in there. We're going to style it different. We're going to border. We're going to do 2 pixels, solid, and then the color is going to be the gray color gray number 4. So color gray 4, and then padding we're going to do 1 rem, and then left and right we're going to do 1.5. Okay, so we're going to also do border radius to 30 pixels, then color to color accent, and then transition. If you remember the name, transition, I always spell this wrong for some reason. Okay, like that. And then on hover, when we have this button, we're going to also put the color to white, and the background to accent, background to this, and then color to color white, like so. Okay, and then we're going to transform, actually translate y-axis -5 pixels. Okay, I'm going to save that. Oh, nothing happens because the cbtn class name is wrong. cbtn. Okay, so as you can see now we have the button. Everything works. Okay, that's it for this gallery section. The next section is going to be finally the footer section, and then that will be it for this website. And then after that we're going to do some media queries. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Finally, so this is the final section of our video series. It's not actually the final section because we're going to be doing media queries after this, but this is the actual final section on doing the actual stuff on the website. Okay, so now we're going to be going out of the main section now, because we're in the footer. So the footer, it has to be in the actual body. Okay, so the footer, I'm going to say after the main, I'm going to say footer. I'm going to give it a class of dot footer, and also dot utility pad LG2. Okay, so that's for the footer. Okay, so the footer is going to have a bottom navigation. I'm going to say nav.navigation. Actually, it's bottom navigation. Bottom navigation. Okay, so we're going to have a bunch of unordered lists. So the first unordered list is the logo container. I'm going to say UL logo container. In this logo container, we're going to have a logo itself, and then we're going to have an H1. We're going to do logo as we did last time. And then after that, after the logo, we're just going to have like a paragraph with lorem ipsum text. And then after that, we're going to have a B, bottom navigation, bottom nav, and then icons. Okay, so in there, we're going to paste in a bunch of icons. You can go to Font Awesome and then paste in these, copy the icons that you want to use for that. In this case, I'm going to be using Facebook, or you can change this to FA something. You can say maybe GitHub, and then it will autocomplete you with autocomplete. Or if you want Twitter, you can change it to Twitch, Twitter, whatever. It's up to you what you decide to use. So in this case, these are the icons that I'm going to be using. Okay, so that's that. So after this UL, I'm going to do another UL again. So I'm going to say UL dot. So this one is going to be nav bottom, and then dot nav bottom contact, I believe. Okay, so we're going to have the H4 we've been using for the title, with the class of title. This one is nav title, and then we're going to do li dot nav item. So in the nav item, we're going to have an icon. So here we're going to say dot first font awesome dot fa envelope. So that's the icon we're going to be using. It's actually an icon, it's an eye. Okay, so after that, we're going to have footer text. I'm going to say dot f text. Okay, I'm going to have an H6 in here. I'm going to say email. I'm going to do a span down here. Span Maclean's universal at gmail.com. Okay, so that's the first nav item. I'm gonna copy this nav item once more. Copy this. Now we just need to change this icon from envelope to phone out, like that. So that's the one we want to use. And then in the span, I'm just going to put the random phone number. We just need to type phone. Okay, so this nav item, I'm going to paste it again. I'm going to put more data. So this one, I'm just going to paste in some data. You can change it with the data that you want. So here we're going to be doing location, and then with the location icon. So below that, we're going to do another. So this is a company. We're going to do li. Actually, it's a ul. We're going to do ul dot nav bottom, and then we're going to do an h4, which we've done up there. Copy the h4 and then paste it here, and then we're going to do li dot nav item, like so. And here we're just going to do h and a, an anchor tag, and then we're going to do contact. Okay, and then we just need to duplicate this multiple times and change the data. Okay, so I'm not going to change the data in the video. I've done that off camera. I'm just going to paste in the data. So it's just a bunch of link tags. You just need to replace this with your own data. And then finally, we're going to have a section which is going to have like some Instagram images. So I'm going to do UL dot, and then I'm going to say IG, and then another class nav bottom. So each UL is going to have a class of nav bottom, and then it's also going to have this title here. I'm going to copy. Oops, I'm not cut. I want to copy that. Control C to copy. Control V to paste. Okay, so here I'm going to change this to Instagram. Okay, so actually I don't need the nav item. I need a div called dot IG images. You can make these images links. You can use an anchor tag as I showed you, and then you can direct to www.instagram.com when you click this link, and then you put an image in here. But I'm not going to be doing that because I don't want this link to go. I don't want a link. I'm just going to do a regular image. But you can put a link if you want. That's up to you, of course. I'm going to do team1. Okay, I'm just going to duplicate this multiple times. 2, 4, 6. 2. I'm going to say CSS. You know what, instead of doing this manually, I'm just gonna paste in the images that I've done already. So just mix around these images. Okay, so yeah, that's it for now. Actually, we need to do this section here. So after the UL, after the nav, I'm gonna do dot footer copy right, yeah, something like that. And then I'm going to do P paragraph. P is going to have a copyright at 2022 in the span surrounding the name. Okay, so copyright 2022 span surrounding the name or whatever name you're using for the website. Okay, and then save. So now we should have the data, the HTML markup, but it's not styled. That's what we're going to be doing now. We're going to be doing the footer styles. Okay, so you know there is quite a few styles, but yeah, let's get started with the footer section gallery. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna say footer dot footer, or you can, because we're not using this footer, or you can do it like this. Okay, instead of a class, I'm gonna say padding top. I'm gonna set it to 6 rem. I'm gonna override the default padding, and then I'm gonna do background color to color PG. Actually, it's PG number 3, I believe. PG, and then I'm gonna do color. The default color, I'm gonna do color font, and then I'm gonna do padding bottom. Padding bottom, I'm gonna set that to 3 rem. Important. Okay, so I'm gonna target the H6 in there. All of the H6s, I want them to have font size of 1.2 rem. We could have done this with a variable, you know, it could have saved us a lot of time. But now you know the process. You can put everything into a variable. This is for me just to show you how to do stuff. H4 font size, we're going to do 1.2 rem also, actually 1.5. And then a color. The color is going to be color gray 4. Color gray 4. Okay, so that's for the H4. Now I'm going to also target the anchor tag. So by default, the anchor tag doesn't inherit the font color. Okay, I'm gonna put the color here. Then a transition make sure it's correct. I always butcher the spelling all the time. Okay, so hover. We're going to do color. We're gonna put that to accent. So this is the secondary accent color, and then we're going to put that, make sure the variable name is correct. And then I'm going to set the text decoration to underline when you hover. We're going to underline that, so to show that we are hovering the nav item, but we don't see it now because the images are too huge. So we just need to keep going with the styles. And then after that, I'm going to target the eye for the icons. Font size, I'm going to set that to 1.3 rem. I want to make it bigger than the initial font size. Okay, so that's for the eye. And then we're also going to do the transition. Transition, and also we're also going to be doing the hover with the color accent. Okay, and then I'm going to get rid of the underline. Okay, so I'm also going to target the H1, which is the logo, I believe. And then we're going to do color. We're going to set that to color white, and then margin bottom, we're going to give it 1 rem. Okay, so that's that. And then I'm going to say dot bottom navigation. In here we're going to say display flex, and then we're going to say flex wrap. Flex wrap, it means like we want the flex items to go on to the next line if there isn't enough space. Okay, so we're going to say flex wrap to wrap. It means it's going to go to the next line. So when there isn't enough space, they're going to keep like shrinking, going to the next line. It's like a grid. So for example, this grid item here, when I hover, so flex wrap basically means these grid items will go to the next line if it doesn't fit the minimum width. So that's sort of what we're doing here, right here, but instead we're using flex to do that. Okay, so let's keep going, and then we're going to do padding bottom. We're going to give it 3 rem. Okay, so in there we're going to say dot nav title, and then we're going to do padding bottom to 1.5 rem. Okay, and then we're going to do nav bottom, nav b margin 0, 1.5 rem. Okay, and then we're going to do dot nav item. So nav item margin bottom, we're going to do 1 rem. Okay, so nav b, and then we're going to do nav bottom contact. Here in the nav bottom contact, we're going to target the nav item in there. We're going to do display grid. What the hell? Grid. Display grid, and then grid template columns. We're going to do 30 pixels for the first column, and then auto for the remaining items. Okay, so after the contact, we're going to say dot logo container. I'm just selecting these classes at random anyway, as long as they're inside the bottom navigation. Okay, so logo container, we're going to say flex. We're going to give it a bigger width than the rest. We're going to say flex to 5. Okay, so now I'm going to target the icons. I'm going to say b dot, actually I'm going to say dot b nav icons. Okay, so in the nav icons, I'm going to say display flex. I'm also going to do margin top. I'm going to do 2 rem, and then I'm going to do fa Facebook I'm gonna do margin right. I believe I'm using Facebook in there. Margin right. Margin right. For that, I'm gonna do 0.3 rem. Okay, so after that, in the nav items, I'm gonna target the I itself, and then not, actually I, and then not. I want to use the not pseudo selector, not the first child. I don't want to do these tiles on the first child. Okay, I'm gonna say first child. I don't want to do this tile in the first child. Okay, so that's why I'm doing not margin 0.5 rem. Okay, cursor to pointer. Okay, so now after the icons, we can do the IG. Okay, IG, which is those little images. .ig. So let me show you what I mean by that. So the IG is these little images here, these small images. Okay, so I'm gonna do .ig images. I'm gonna do display, set that to grid. Okay, so grid template columns. I'm going to do repeat. We're going to have 3 columns, and then the width is going to be 90 pixels each of them. They're going to be 90 pixels. Okay, and then grid template rows, and then we're going to repeat. We're going to have 2 rows, and then the height is going to also be 90 pixels. Okay, so because we want this to be equal, and then we're going to do grid gap. We're going to do 0.5 rem, and then the image, we're just going to put the width and object cover and width and height to 100%, object cover to make sure it doesn't stretch, and then the cursor to pointer. I'm going to save that. There you go. As you can see, the images are now there. Okay, so when you hover, everything is fine. Now let's do this section here, the copyright section. Okay, so to do the copyright section, it's not in the bottom navigation. I'm going to collapse this. I'm going to say dot footer copyright. Okay, so in the footer copyright, it's just doing padding top to 3 rem, and then we're going to do text align to center. We're going to center that, and then border top, we're going to do 1 pixel to solid, and then we're going to do color gray 9. Okay, like that. And then we are going to target the span inside the footer copyright, and then color. So this is going to be color gray 4. Okay, so for that, we're going to do a cursor to pointer as well. We're going to do a hover and then change the color to the accent color. Okay, so when you hover, we're going to change the color to accent, and then we're going to do a transition again. We're going to do transition, and then let's save that. Okay, so there's our footer. When we hover, everything is fine. Okay, so everything is the same now from the original. Nothing is different. Look how crispy everything is. Okay, yeah, that's it for this footer section, and that's it for this video. I'm going to be seeing you on the next couple of videos where we're going to be doing the media queries. I think I'm going to do like 2 or 3 videos for the media queries. Okay, I'll see you then in the next video. Okay, so now let's start doing the media queries. As you can see, this website is not responsive, so we want to be able to make it responsive. Okay, so let's try to find, so you can press F12 shortcut to inspect element. Okay, so you can try to find a size which the website starts to break. So in this case, I'm gonna look at here and find the size which size is going to start to break. So in this case, I'm gonna say at 1300 pixels. That's when the website starts to break. So it's especially this navigation. I want to be able to hide these nav items at 1300 pixels. So I'm going to create a new file in here, and it's called media. So for the media queries, it's a partial media.css css. Okay, so we're going to do at media screen, and make sure you space everything like I'm doing. So if you do like this next to each other, it's not going to work. So make sure you space it like this, and then it's going to be max width. So the max width is 1300 pixels. That's the maximum width. Okay, so what do we want to happen on this size? Actually, we need to include this media query. So we cannot import the media up here, because the media queries must always be at the bottom of all of these tiles, because everything is executed line by line. So the media queries must always be at the bottom. So we need to import the media here. So you just type at import media. Okay, like we've been doing. Make sure it's not at the top like this. It should be at the bottom of everything, and then you save. So hopefully, so let's inspect actually. So we need to apply media query on these nav items. We want to get rid of them at 1300 pixels. So to do that, we're going to be using display of none. So we need to copy this selector right here. So this is the thing we want to get rid of. Okay, so click the nav items. So we want to get rid of this. So this is the selector that we want to use. So it's header like this. Copy the selector. Okay, and then go to the media query, and then press the selector, and then here want to get display, want to set to none. It's actually items. Okay, so now it's disappeared, but the button is now next to the logo. So inspect again. We want a way to keep the button where it was. So the button, nav buttons, align items to center. We're gonna say justify content, flex end. Okay, so the button is gonna be at the end. Okay, so this is the selector here. Copy this selector. Okay, we're going to say justify content, flex end. Okay, it seems to be not working. Navigation. Nav item. Oh, that's the wrong selector thing. So this is the selector that I want. Copy the selector, and then I'm gonna paste it. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good. Okay, so now let's work on the home. So in the home, I'm actually going to manage the padding around the whole website. So I'm going to inspect. So with view padding large, so it's a utility class that we've been using. So I'm going to be adjusting the padding from that utility class. So somewhere like, I don't know, I'll say, you know, about the same size, 1300 pixels. I'm going to, I think, reduce the padding left and right to something like, I don't know, 8 rem, like that. Okay, so this size is 13. I'll do 1380. Okay, so we need to create a new media with a new size. So we're going to do 1380. So it's a utility class. So I'll show you another way to also do the media query. So I'll copy this media query, right? I'll go to the utilities. In here, the padding large that we want to reduce, I can always do this in here. Because we're using SAS, we can nest. So we can do the media query inside of the actual component that we want to do the media query. So here we can sort of reduce the padding. Okay, we can do 8, or we can do just padding 8 rem around everything. Or you can do both 8 rem, 8 rem. It's fine. Okay. So now everything works, as you can see. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's see what's going to break first. Okay. So okay, so at this size, somewhere like you can also try to resize the images. So somewhere like 1080. I want this text to be smaller. H1. Font size, I'm gonna change that to 3 rem. Okay, so you can also select this, or you can go to each individual component and do it in there. But in this case, I'm just going to select the name, this selector here. Copy selector. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the media. What was it again? I think it was 30. Oh, let me double check. 1080. So we're going to do 1080. Put the selector, and then the font size. Put that to 3 rem. Okay, so there it is. You can mess around with the image as well. Okay, so 905. I'm gonna do 905 pixels. I'm going to also mess around with the copy this 905. Let's go to the utility down here. I'm gonna reduce the padding. I'm gonna put this to 4 rem. Okay, so I'll leave it like that for now. Now we can mess around with the images actually. Let's try to make them better. Okay, so I think at 840 I'm going to do instead of one FR, we're just going to have one column. Okay, so one column. Okay, so we're going to have repeat. So header content, I'm gonna copy this. So what size is this? I'm gonna say oops. So it's 8. I'll do 840 pixels. I'll go main media here. I'm going to duplicate. I'm going to do 840 pixels, 840, and then I'm going to paste in the selector. I'm going to do display. Actually, no, not display. We were using the grid already, so we're going to template columns. That's what we want to change. I'm going to do 1 1FR like that. Okay, I'm gonna refresh, as you can see now. So if you want the image, I'm gonna inspect the images. I'm gonna get rid of one of these images. Write content. Left, right. So left 0, and the width, I think I'm gonna increase this width to 100%, and height, I'm gonna increase the height to, I don't know, 500 pixels. Okay, I'm gonna select this, and then I'm gonna go down, put the selector, width 100 pixels, 100%, height is gonna be, let's try 500 pixels for now. We can change it later. Okay, there it is. We're going to do left 0, and then we need to hide the other image, this one. So this is the selector here. We're going to copy this selector, paste it down. We're going to do display to none, or you can go to the CSS style, to where you've done the styles for that image. You can go and put a media query in there, or you can do it like this. Okay, it's up to you what you decide to do. Okay, it's gone. Okay, there's that. So now let's work on this section, the about. So the about, this is what it looks like. Or we can also hide this mouse at a certain size. Okay, I'm gonna do the about. So this one is using padding LG2. Okay, so go to the utilities. You just need to copy this same thing and put it into the LG2. So here we just need to find a way to do the paddings. So the first one, so for this one, for the 1380, the padding left and right is 8 rem. So left and right, copy this, paste. Left and right, we're gonna set that to 8 rem for both of these. Okay, and then we didn't change top and bottom, so don't worry about that. So this one, left and right, is 4 rem. Okay, so we just need to change 4 rem to 4 rem. Okay, save. Okay, so we also want to actually do the same thing for the grid item here. If you want to, let's do the image here and the grid here. So let's check the size that we've done that on. I think if I go to the media, okay, so here it's 840. So we need to do the same thing. Copy there, inspect, I mean. Okay, select the we need to look for the selector where the grid is. So this is the selector. Section about. This is the selector here. Just section about. Okay. So paste it. Oops. To a section about. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing here. Copy this and put in the section about. Okay, so when I decrease, okay, so there it is. We just need to get rid of the mouse, this one. So oops, it's actually called mouse. I think I remember the class name. I'm just gonna say dot mouse display to none. Okay, like that. So I might also I'm gonna inspect this image, actually the other one, this one. I'm gonna say border radius, I'm trying to see width 90%. Okay, so I'm gonna, let's try left 0. No, it's not working. Okay, so right about, flex, justify content. Okay, so right about, justify content, copy the selector. This one, justify content, flex start, want it to be at the left side. Okay, like that. We also want this image to have a width of 100%. So dot about image, this one, copy the name, dot about image, width 100%. I want to do that. Okay, now save. Okay, so now the width is now 100%. Okay, so now we modified the utility. So as you can see, this grid was automatically responsive because we've used the min-max property. It will be automatically responsive. We don't need to do any media queries for that. So that's the powerful ways of using a grid. Okay, so now for this section, we just need to inspect here, and the title container, we just need to increase the width size to something like, I don't know, 80% maybe. Okay, so I'm gonna say dot title container, here, width 80%. So make sure you're still in the correct media query. Okay, so 840, that's where I'm changing these properties. Okay, so everything looks good. Scrolling down, so this one we want to do, inspect the recommendation section. So we're gonna have just one column. Okay, we just wanna do one FR for that. Okay, so now as you can see, the content is looking great. So select the section recommendations. Okay, down here, dot section recommendations display, actually grid template columns 1FR, like that, or you can do repeat, it doesn't matter. Okay, like that. So I'm gonna refresh. Everything looks good. Okay, so now let's mess around with this one right here. So this one, let's see what size is going to start breaking. So this one is gonna, let's see. So this one starts to break somewhere here. We just want to inspect, and padding left and right, we need to reduce that, I guess, like this, and then here a little bit. Yeah, I'll copy this padding. Okay, so at what size this is? So this is it. Let's say 1485. So the section, I'm just gonna go to the actual component. So I'm gonna go to the main. So this section is recommendation. Okay, so recommendations, where's that padding? Actually, it's not a recommendation, it's let me double check this section again. Latest. So in the latest, I'm going to find the latest here. I'm going to do at media screen, I'm going to do, and I'm going to do max width, I believe it was 1485, and then I'm going to do those properties. Oh, what the hell? I don't know what's going on here. 4 RAM and 2 RAM, I think. Like this. I'm gonna save. I don't know if it worked or not. Okay. $14. Okay, it worked. I don't think it did work. No, the media query doesn't show here. So we copy this media selector here. Actually, latest content, padding, 10 RAM. Oh, this one should be pixels, so make sure you put pixels here. So if you don't do that, it's not gonna work. Okay, so now everything works. The media query is applied now. There it is. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going. So at roughly, where is it? Roughly at 8 something, I want to do the same thing with the grid here. I'm gonna do 1FR. So I'm gonna do this. I believe the one that we did was 840 or 804, 840 pixels. You can do the size you want to do. So this one, well, actually I'll do 8. I'll do 830. I'll do 830. So 830. 830. Cut this. So this one is actually, we want to actually put there. I'm gonna take this, copy this, put in the 830, paste it here. I'm just gonna say 1FR. Okay, so there it is. So we also want to get rid of the padding left here. In the content, latest text, padding left, margin left actually, margin left. So you can take the selector here, or actually we're in there, so you can just do like this, dot latest text, because we're in the actual component, so we can do like that. We can select it in there, and then we're going to say margin left gonna set that to 0. Okay, so that didn't work because latest content, latest text. That's odd. Okay, you can remove this. You can just copy this and go into the latest text itself, and then I'm going to do margin left 0, like that. So there it is. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good so far. Let's keep going. Let's see what we need to do. Also this one, I'm just going to say gallery container. I'm just gonna do repeat 1 like this, and then we're gonna have them in a single file. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this at media here. Let me see when it actually starts to break. Okay, so I'm gonna inspect. Create item. Okay, so actually I'm also gonna reduce the width at a certain size. So somewhere like here, I'm just gonna reduce container, inspect again. Oops, there it is. I'm gonna reduce this to, oh, it's the rows that I'm reducing. It's the row size. Okay, so I'm gonna also reduce the row size to 274 pixels. I think it's okay because the screen is going to be smaller. So gallery container, gallery, it's in the main, I believe. Gallery container here at media, screen. So the size is going to be 975 pixels. And max width, I want to do 975. Actually 980 pixels. Okay, like so. Okay, so paste this one here. Okay, that should be it. And then somewhere like this size, 700 pixels. 700 pixels. Copy this. Paste it here. Just replace 3 with 1. Okay, so this should be 700 pixels. Okay, it doesn't seem to be working. Oh, it is working, but I just need to get rid of the styles I put in the grid item number. I believe it is number 2. Grid item number 2. I just need to get rid of this. Okay, and then this one, I also need to get rid of this one. And I also need to get rid of the rows. Grid template, columns, rows. I'm gonna do 1 row like this. Okay, so we have 1 row. So now let's get rid of the styles. So I'm gonna look for this one. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna say initial to put it back to the starting point. Initial. Okay, save. Okay, we've got 1 more image to do. Is it Which one is it? This one. We're also gonna put initial, and then save. Okay, so nothing doesn't seem to be working. I'm gonna inspect gallery container. Oh, the rows, we don't need to put one rows. Actually, we don't need to put one. Columns, we need one column, but we don't need one row. So the rows, we want them to be automatic. And I don't know why still. We don't want this. And we don't want this. Okay, somehow it didn't work, so I'm just gonna do to the selector. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this, copy selector. I'm gonna go to the media. So this one is 700 pixels. Put it to 700 pixels. I'm gonna paste in the selector. Grid, row, initial, I believe, any grid column, initial, like so. I also want to target the gallery image container. Pre-template rows, automatic. Okay. Something's weird happening. Image number. Okay. Image number 3. Okay, so now we just need to select this image number 3. Copy selector. I'm gonna say grid column, initial. We're gonna put it back to its original state, initial state. Okay, so yeah, now everything works fine. Or you can reduce this grid gap to a smaller value, or 1.5 if you so choose to do that. So I'm gonna dot gallery container grid gap 1.5 RAM. I believe that's the container, that's the class for that. Gallery container. I think I need to select with the actual selector. Copy selector. I'm gonna paste it like this. Grid gap. I'm gonna do 1.5 RAM. Okay. So yeah, that's it for this for these media queries. For the first part, I'll see you on the next part where we're going to be doing some fonts and other remaining stuff. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome back. So now let's continue where we left off. Let's keep going. Now let's do this footer here. So this footer is using flex. So we're using flex wrap to go to the next line. Okay, so that means this footer is automatically responsive. Okay, so what I'm going to do, though, I'm going to get rid of the bottom navigation, logo container, nav B. I'm gonna get rid of this, actually this specific item. This one right here, I'm gonna get rid of margin left and right on one specific item. So this one, I'm gonna give it a class. So not only this, okay, so, and actually also Instagram. So we start with the company. I'm gonna give it a class. I'm gonna go find company. So this one, I'm gonna say company. Okay, so I'm going to inspect. Okay, so I'm gonna select this selector, copy selector. I'm gonna go at this 710 pixels. At media, I'm going to create another one for 710 pixels. 710. So this one is going to be company. Margin left, it's going to be 0. Is it margin or padding? Let me double check again. Company. Okay, so I think I'll just do like this. Margin, I'm going to set that to 0. And then I'm going to save also the HTML file. Oops, nothing seems to be working here. Company. For some reason, the company class you know what, I'll copy this, I'll cut. I'm gonna go to the main. I'm gonna look for nav b. There it is. Dot company. I believe. Yep, that's the name. Margin. I'm gonna say margin 0. I'm just testing to see if it's gonna affect. Okay, yeah, it's affecting the company. Margin is 0 now. So I'm going to do that in media query. This media query here, I'm going to say margin, top and bottom. I'm going to set that 1 rem. Left and right, I'm going to set that to 0. Okay, so there it is. It's working. So we also need to do the same thing for the IG stuff. IG. Okay. So it for now IG only wants margin top. Okay, so I'm gonna go and look for the IG section. So it's IG. Go back to the main. Look for IG. Copy the media. IG. I'm gonna say margin top 1 rem. Okay, to match up with the company. So now, yeah, everything looks good. Okay, so now at 665, I'll do 660. I want the margin left here to be 0. So I'm gonna copy this and duplicate. 665 pixels, margin left. We're gonna set that to 0. Oh, let's double check. I think it's not, it's actually 660. Oops, 660. It's being weird. Let's try 640. Okay, let's go back to 660. I don't know why it's being weird. Okay, yeah, let's do a 660, and then I'm gonna inspect it here. For the contact, inspect nav B contact. So at 665, nav B contact. Okay, margin left 0. And margin top 1 rem. Okay, so like that, or you can put more to distinguish between these icons. Okay, let's do 2 rem to leave some sort of big gap between the icons and the rest of the footer. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good. Now we just need to do some bits. This bit here. So when is this gonna start breaking? Oops, there it is. So it's gonna start breaking at okay, I think okay, I'm gonna inspect this one. So video content, it has a padding of 18 rem. Video content. I'm gonna select the selector here. Select. I'm gonna go to the utilities. I'm gonna do it like here. This one, video content. I'm gonna copy the same thing here, padding left and right. Actually, not this one. In here. So in down here below, I'm gonna copy this media query, paste it down here, and let's do the selector. Copy the selector here, this video content, copy selector, paste it down here. So the reason why I'm doing it is I just want to copy this padding here, and so I know the values that I'm using. So I'm going to copy also this. So I want to know the values I'm using for each size. Copy this, cut this, and replace. Okay, and then we can cut this back. We can cut this back to the rest of the media queries. Here, we can put it anywhere you like, and then I'm gonna save. Okay, so yeah, there is this section. Now we can decrease even more. Okay, so I think at 11:30 media 1130, 1130 pixels. What do I want to do? Grid. So I'm gonna, where's the grid property? Just do 1FR. Okay, so I'm gonna go grid template column 1FR. So we just want one column. Okay, so yeah, there it is. I'm gonna inspect this one, the title, left vidcon, I think I need to set the width to 100% on that one, and then the H4, okay, so yeah, so the H4 display inline block. Okay, it doesn't matter. Refresh this. We just need to worry about the font size. Keep going. Let's see what's going to break first. Okay, so now let's do 600 pixels. So everything looks good. We can still reduce this font size here. We can also get rid of this button if you want to, and then we can put something else. Okay. So yeah. So now we can sort of get rid of the buttons, reduce the font size. So let's start at 6. Actually, let's go down a bit. Go down a bit. Go down a bit. Okay, so I'm also want to reduce the padding actually. So at 450 pixels, utilities, 450, 450, I'll do 1.5. RAM, okay, and then we do the same here, duplicate, we do 450, 450, we do 1.5 and 1.5. Okay, so we're gonna leave. So this image right here, we want to sort of give padding bottom actually. Okay, I'll copy this. I'll go to the body, to the style, color font. I think in the body here, I'm gonna say font size. I'm gonna set that to 1.1 RAM. Okay, to make it smaller a little bit. Okay. I also need the I'm gonna go to the, I think before the body, I'm gonna do HTML. I'll do this, and then I think I'll just do something like this, font size. Let's say 70%. Let's see if this is gonna work. I'm just testing out. Okay, so it's gonna affect like all of the font. Okay, so I'm gonna put this to 90% to see what value is gonna work best. Okay, I think 90% is good. Okay, so it's gonna reduce every font size in this website. So 90% works fine. We can mess around with this button. Okay, so now let's see. We need to mess around with this one here, header content. So for the header content, we seem to have like a big padding top. So here, yeah, so padding top. Actually, I want to also only change the header content. So I'm gonna copy this selector, I'm just gonna target the header content, not in here. Go to the utility, actually the main, or here, it doesn't matter. So let me double check the media again. It's okay, from this size, 831. Header content 840. I'm gonna say padding top. I'm gonna reduce this to 4 rem. Okay, so yeah, it looks good, looks better. Okay, yeah, it looks better. For these ones as well, these are grid items. You can make them go one after another, but I don't think that will look good. But I think this looks better. So yeah, everything looks good. You can even go deeper by changing each component one by one. Okay, we can even do 415. Copy this, copy, duplicate, and then this one is going to be 415, and then I'm going to paste this one, and then I'm going to change this to 2 rem. Okay, I remove this. You don't need this grids and stuff. Even there, we don't need it. Where did we do it? Here, you don't need this one as well. Oh, seems like we do need it. Header content. Oh, that's the wrong one. So okay, so yeah, there it is. So you can go as lower as you can. Let me try to see this one as well. So this one, I'm gonna inspect. So this one is a padding for left and right 4 rem. I'm gonna reduce. Oops, I'm reducing the wrong one. Left and right. I need this to be 1.5. So this size is roughly 400 something. So this one should be, was it in the main? I'm gonna say video. Oops, video. I can't remember where I did the styles for the video. Video, main, video. It's not here. Media, video. Okay, there it is. So this one is going to be, let's say 420 or 450 pixels. I'm going to do 1.5 rem, and then I might as well reduce this one to 6 rem. Let's see what that looks like. Refresh. 450 pixels video content. Section video content. For some reason it didn't apply the padding. RAM, override this by doing important 1.5 RAM, just override the existing one. Okay, so I think everything looks good. We can also go deeper by changing the title here, the size. I think it looks good to me. Okay, so let's see what else we need to change here. This size here, I think it looks good to me as well. You can change the size as well to a smaller font if you want to, but I think it looks good to me. So actually here, inspect the about. So left about, let's do the whole section, shall we? Margin top. Actually, I'm doing the wrong thing. I need to do the section latest. Okay, so this size, I say dot section latest. I'm pretty sure it's not section latest. Let me double check. It's about section about. Margin top. I'm gonna say 5 rem just to test out if it's working. Okay, yeah, that works. I mean, I'm gonna set that to 3 rem or 4 rem, just to leave spacing between the image. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think it looks really good now. If you really want to change anything, it's up to you. You can try to see what kind of stuff you want to change. Okay, so if you want to do like a smaller device, like a smaller width, you can go to that device and start tweaking the styles according to that device. Okay, but for this case, I think this one looks good for this one, for these devices. So this is the minimum here for this device. I think everything looks good. You can go deeper as much as you want. So the rest is up to you. That's it for this project, and that's it for this media query section. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so welcome back. So this video is optional. We're going to be making some animations on this home page. Okay, so let's go to the styles. Let's go to main. Actually, header. In the header, so for the navigation, I want to animate the navigation. I'm going to say at keyframes. Oops. At keyframes. I'm going to watch SAS. So here I'm going to say nav hide. So that's the name of the animation. And then we're going to say at 0%. We're going to translate. We're going to translate on the y-axis. I'm going to set that to -100%. -100%. And then on 100%, it's going to be 0. 100%. We're going to put that to 0. Okay. And then let's use the animation. Animation, I'm going to say, what's good? Nav hide. And then we're going to say it's going to take a duration of 1 second maybe. And then we're going to do ease in and ease out, and then let's save. Okay, so there's the animation. That's the navigation. So it's taking 1 second to come in. So after that, after the navigation, we're going to do the nav content. So I'm going to copy this animation here, keyframes. I think is it the nav items. I'm going to inspect, navigation, so refresh. Okay, I think I'm also going to do the nav items. So the nav items, save. So for the nav items, I think I will do the opacity. Okay, so I'm going to set opacity, I'm going to set that to 0. And then at 100%, I want to say opacity, I'm going to set that to 1. So I'm going to say nav height 2. Okay, I'm going to do animation, nav height 2. This one is going to be 1 second, ease in and ease out again. Okay, so we're animating the opacity. Doesn't seem to animate the opacity. Nav items, nav height 2, opacity. Okay, so refresh, inspect this, nav items, animation, nav height 2. Let's refresh again. Okay, so let's try to put this to 3 seconds. I just want to double check the opacity. Okay, so the opacity is working. Okay, yeah, so let's do a delay actually. So we can do a delay. So we can put this to 2 seconds maybe. So when this comes, and then this one is going to come after. Like that, or we can do 3 seconds. 3 seconds, or we can do a delay for that. So I think 3 seconds is good. Okay, or we can do a delay. So I'm going to copy this whole thing. I'm also going to apply this into the logo. Okay, so the logo is going to do the same. The logo and the button. Nav items, nav item, collapse. Nav items. I'm looking for that button there. So I'm going to give the button a class. Go back to the index. Nav btns. Ctrl F. Nav btns. Nav items. I'm going to say dot nav btns container. Okay, I'm going to add the animation in there. Okay, so yeah, everything just comes down slowly, and then it's animating the opacity. It's going to take 3 seconds to animate the opacity. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good. And then let's do here, this section here. So this is the left header content. So let's target the left header content. So header content. Okay, so there it is. So we can actually create a separate file for the animations if you want to do that, and then we can reuse those animations over and over again. So it's up to you what you decide to do. But in this case, I'm just showing you how to do those animations. You can create a separate file and then import those animations, and then just use the name here. Okay, so here I'm going to do it keyframes. I'm going to paste the value that I have actually, and then I'm going to animate this differently. So we're starting with opacity, and then transform. We're going to translate X. We're going to say content hide. Okay, so this one is going to take 1 second. We're going to start at -120% away. Okay, so 120%, and then we're going to go back to 0. Okay, so 0, like this, save. Okay, so there it is. But this one is quite slow actually. I'm going to reduce the delay for that. The animation duration, I'm going to put this to 1.5. Okay, so like that. Makes sense. So we can animate the title separately as well. So as you can see, it's animating in. I think we can also do scale if we want to. So let's see. We can content height. We can do scale. We can scale this in the Y, on the Y axis. So let's do 0. And then we can do 1 here. So it's gonna scale like that. It's gonna come in scaling. Okay, so we're scaling the Y axis here, as you can see. Or we can try to do that on the X axis. Let's see what kind of effect we're gonna get. Save. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna go like this. I think the X effect is actually good. We can do the Y on the images. Okay, so yeah, I kind of like the effect that I'm getting. Let's do the images, the right. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste that to the right content. Okay, so this one, we're going to translate Y actually. Y is going to be like so far away. Okay, let's try that. Animation. Oh, we're going to do animation. And then we're going to do, let's do this one. Content height 2, that's the name of the animation. The duration is going to be 1 second. Okay, and then it's going to do ease in and ease out. Okay, so it's okay, so let's don't forget to ease in and ease out. Ease in and ease out. So it's not animating. Wrong animation name. Okay, so there it is. So it's coming from the Y. So we can actually put a delay to that. So we can say animation delay. So we can say I want to delay this by 0.5 seconds. Okay. So it's actually visible first. So we need to set the visibility to none, I believe. None. And then I believe we need to set, wait, visibility, and then here none, and then I think we need to do something like visible, I believe. Let's save, let's see what we get. Nope, it's not working. Visibility, no. You know what, let's mess around with opacity. Let's do opacity. We're going to set that to 0, I think. But it's going back to the default state. Let's see. CSS. Keep animation end state. So how do we keep the end state? I forgot. I remember I've done that. I've done it before. For some reason. What's going on? Animation state. Okay, so retain the style values from. Okay, so yeah. So we have to say animation fill mode. I think is it forwards. I believe that's what they said. Okay, so refresh. Yeah, so now it's working as it should be. Okay, but it's doing that little glitch there. I don't know what it is. I don't know what that little glitch is, so you can try maybe to change this animation. Actually, it's fine now. Okay, so like that. There's a bit of a delay, and then the images appear like that. Okay, so everything looks good. Okay, so we can also animate this button so it comes from this direction here. Okay, so it comes like from up here instead of coming from this side. So yeah, that's how you can do some of the animations on the page. You can go to detail by animating every element one by one. Maybe these images, you can take one of these images, it comes from off screen, and then it comes to this position. When it comes up, this one comes from up, this one comes from down, and try to make them animate like that. So yeah, that's it for this video. So this video was actually optional. So yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so for this video series, I'm going to be using VS Code as my primary text editor. You can use any text editor that you want to. You can use brackets or any other text editor. Okay, so in this case, once you open VS Code or any text editor you're using, go to open a new folder. So select a folder where you want to save your project. In this case, I'm going to the CSS folder, and then that's where I'm going to be saving my project. Okay, so if I go to, actually, yeah, my project is also already here. So just create a new folder here. Let's say portfolio, and then just name your folder in here, and then you select the folder, and then you open the folder. So now we're in the portfolio folder. So in the portfolio folder, we need a few things. So first, create a new file. So the first one is going to be index.html. Okay, and then the second one is going to be a folder. So this folder is going to be storing all of our styles. Let's name it styles. Okay, so in the styles, we're going to create a new file. So this file is going to be called style.css. So this style.css is going to be responsible to style our page. Okay, so for HTML, we need to start with the HTML boilerplate. So you click this less than sign here, and then you click like this doc type to open, and then you're going to start with the header. Okay, so it's not header, it's actually head. So that's the head tag. So in the head, we're going to have a few things. You know what? This boilerplate, you don't need to remember this. So let's go online, and then let's just search for HTML boilerplate. We can just copy, this boilerplate instead of writing it down one by one. Okay, so copy this boilerplate and then paste. Okay, so now we have the boilerplate. Change the title for this boilerplate and remove this link here. Okay, so boilerplate, now name it whatever you decide to name your portfolio. So I'm gonna say Julius Caesar. I think that's the spelling. Okay, so for this boilerplate, remove this. How do we know it's working? So we can open this. So if we open this Review in Explorer, when you open right here, when you double click this index, it's going to open. So now it says, well, let's see that that's the title of our page. So that means it's working. But when we make some changes, it's not going to update this view. So to do that, we're going to download an extension which is going to show us changes in real time. So go to the extensions here, search for live server. Okay, so this is the extension live server. So just install that. Once you install that, go back to the HTML file, right click, and then open with live server, and then it's going to open with live server. So there it is. So now when we make any kind of change, it's going to update accordingly. So let's say if I put any random text here, when I save, it's going to change accordingly. Okay, so I'm gonna press Ctrl Z to undo whatever I did. Okay, so now we have that. So now let's try to connect our style. So we do link to connect our style sheet, and then it's in styles, and then it's called style.css. So now we've connected our style sheet. Let's see if it's working. So in here, I'm going to select body, and then give it a background color. Let's say red, just to see. Ctrl S to save, and then as you can see, it's working. Our style sheet is working. So now we need to get a font. So let me go to the finished version. So we're using this font here. It's called Poppins. So that's the font that we need to get. So to get the font, go to Google Fonts, and then we're going to look for Poppins. I'm going to remove these previous fonts. Okay, so now search for Poppins. That's the font we're looking for. So, oops, Poppins. What did I select? Poppins. There it is. So now, yeah, scroll down. Start from 400. Select regular 400, and then medium 500, and then semi bold 600, and then bold 700, and finally extra bold 800. So now we copied this. Here it says link. You can choose the import option to import, but we can choose the link, copy this link, copy, Control C, and then go to index below the link here. Just paste whatever you copied there. Okay, so also copy the font family name here, copy this, and then go to the style sheet in the body, and then you paste that in. Okay, so now we are using font family of Poppins. If it doesn't exist, we're going to use sans serif. Okay, so now we also, what do we need? Okay, so now that's what we need for now. Okay, so now let's select everything, or selector. So this time in select everything, I'm going to remove the margin. I'm going to set by 0. I'm going to reset. By default, there's going to be like a margin. Okay, and then padding, I'm going to reset that to 0, and then box sizing, I'm going to set that to border box, and then I'm going to set list style to none. So list style is when I use a link tag, it's going to have like a, a bullet point. Let me show you. Li tag. So this li tag is going to have like this circle here. So I don't want that circle, so that's the list style. So that's what I put to none. I want to get rid of it. Okay, so now it's this is the basic page resetting. I'm also going to set text decoration to none by default. Okay, so now everything works fine. Now we also actually need to get some icons. So font awesome CDN. Okay, search for font awesome CDN, and then we're going to go to font awesome CDN. You might be on a different version, but on this version I'm on version 6. So I'm going to copy the link tag, copy this, copied, and then below the connect, and then I'm going to paste the font awesome icons there. Okay, so to see if the icons are working, let's go to Font Awesome website, Font Awesome, and then go to icons. So here, just select any icon that you want. So icons, go down, let's search for, let's say, bus. Okay, so now let's select this bus, click this here, click to copy the icon, and then just paste it in the body to see if it's working inside the body. Paste it in there, and then go to the website. As you can see, we have a small bus here. That means Font Awesome is working. It's installed successfully. Okay, so now I think we have everything we need so far. If we need anything else, we'll do later. Okay, so now let's start with the let's go back to the finish. Let's start with the sidebar here. So this is the sidebar, the main sidebar. We can navigate pages through the sidebar. So I'm going to create a section for that sidebar. I'm going to say section. I'm going to give it a class. The class we're going to use the class for selection to target this section. I'm going to give it a class of section, actually sidebar. Sidebar. So that's the class. So we can target the sidebar using this class name. Okay, so in the sidebar, we're going to have a nav with the class of navigation. Okay, so in the navigation, we're going to have another class of logo. So this is going to be a div of logo. So this is going to contain like a logo. Okay, so the logo is going to be an A tag. It's going to be a link. So this link is going to lead us to the main page. Okay, so to the index.html, that's the main page. When we click the logo, it's going to refresh the page and lead us back to this main page. Okay, so after that, after this logo, we're going to do UL, unordered list. Okay, with the class of nav items. Okay, and then we're going to have an li. Remember, we did remove the text, the list style for this li to none. So li, and then with the class of nav item. Okay, so in here we're going to have an anchor tag. So when I put hash, that means it's not going to go anywhere. Okay, so but in this case, I want this link. It's going to be the home page. I want it to lead at the home. Okay, so when I click, as you can see here, it's going to home. Let's say I'm down here, when I click home, it's going to go up to home. So okay, so it's going to lead us to home. Okay, I'm going to show you why I'm putting home here. Okay, so now we're going to duplicate this link 5 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now we just need to change the text. So we're going to do about. We're going to change this href later on. So now let's just focus on changing the text. Okay, so we'll change the link later. So let's just change the text for now. And then services, and then I believe this is blogs, and then contact. Okay, so now we should have a list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 links. Okay, that's correct. So now we have the links. Let's do the footer. We need a footer after the UL. Let's do footer, and then we're going to do a paragraph. We need to get the copyright sign, so we're going to use something called HTML entity. So write end and then copy. So it's going to give us a copyright sign, the sign, and then let's do 2022. 2022, and then Julius Caesar. Caesar. Okay, so now we should have our text. So now that's the whole sidebar. So now it's a matter of styling this sidebar. Okay, so to make our styles quicker, instead of us, let's say if I want to select this anchor tag here, I would have to like say navigation like this, target the navigation, the class navigation, and then after I tag the navigation, I'm going to say nav item like this, navigation.nav item, and then a. That's how I would select the anchor tag. But in this case, if I want to be quick, we're going to use a different form of styling called Sass, but it's the same thing. It's still CSS, but Sass is going to make the styling quicker. So create a new file here, call it style.scss. So different file extension, but it's still CSS. So copy this, and then put it into the CSS. Okay, in here, into the SCSS, I mean. Okay, so now what we're going to do is let's go to the extensions, look for Sass. Okay, so Sass, install Sass here, just install this extension, and then we're also going to install live Sass compiler. Yeah, install live Sass compiler. I don't think this is working anymore, but I think this is the only Sass extension that we're going to be using. Okay, so once you install that, go back to the Sass file and then click watch Sass here. When you click that, it's going to generate a style.css file. There it is in here. So this style, if I remove this style right here, when I save, right? When I resave this, it's going to generate the styles again into this new CSS file. Okay, so let me watch Sass again. It's taking ages to generate. I don't know why. Watch Sass. Do overwrite. Let's try to regenerate again for some reason. Okay, now yeah, there it is. So now it generated the styles. So you don't want to touch this CSS file now. You don't touch it. All you touch is this style.scss. That's all you do all your styles in. So with Sass, we can nest. For example, I can select the navigation. I can select the navigation in here, navigation in here in the body, and then I can select the nav item in here. I can nest elements that I want to select within a code block. Okay, so I can nest as long as it's in the same code block. Okay, so now that's it for Sass. So now let's begin styling the sidebar. Okay, so first in the body, I'm going to do a background color. I'm going to say F8. It's actually hash. That's the color. Hash F8. Okay, so that's background color. So now let's begin with the sidebar. So now I'm going to say sidebar. That's the class name. We're targeting the sidebar. Remember, the class name we give is sidebar. Okay, so the background color. Background color. I'm going to say white for the background color, and then I'm going to say height 100 VH. So that's the height, and then width. I'm going to give it a 390 pixels for the width of the sidebar, and then position is going to be fixed. And then I'm going to give it a border right. It's like a small line, border right. I'm going to do 1 pixel. I'm going to do solid. Let's do red for now, just to see the border. 1 pixel solid red. Okay. So now, yeah, that's it for the sidebar. Now let's save. Let's see what we have. There it is. So now we have a sidebar in the border. But this way of doing things, the colors, we want to put them in variables just in case we want to change them later. Because imagine if you put the colors on each element, and then you have to go through every element changing the color. So now let's create a few variables which we're going to reuse. If we need to change anything, we can change the variables, and then everything will change across the page. Okay, so to do the variables, let's define the root. So in the root, we're going to define a few variables. So to do a variable, we do dash dash, and then you do color, the name of the variable. So I'm going to name this background, color background, and then I'm going to do hash fb, fb again, and then I'm going to do fd. So that's the background color. So to utilize this background color, let's go to the body. To use this background color, we'll do var, and then we do color background. So now the body is utilizing the variable. So to see if it's working, imagine if we change this variable, let's say to green, everything that is using this variable across the page is going to change to green. Okay, so that means our page is utilizing the variable. Okay, so I'm going to have a few variables. I don't waste your time typing these variables one by one, which is going to, to be time consuming to do this on video. So I'm just going to paste in the values. You can get these values from the starter project, okay? So that I don't waste your time doing this one by one. I'm just going to, format this, reformat. Okay. So now we have the variables. So these are the variables that we're going to be using. So we can mess around the variables. You can change them later on if you want to. It's up to you. And also in the body, I'm going to define a font size. So the font size, I'm going to put it to 17 pixels. And then for the default color of the page, it's going to have a default color of var. So each font, the font is going to have a color of gray 4. Okay, so that's the variable, gray number 4. Okay, so in the sidebar now, we can utilize the variable for the border. So let's change it from red to gray number, I believe it's gray 1. So now it should be gray 1. So if you look at the original version, it looks similar now. Okay, so now we have gray 1. For the background, I believe it's color white. So let's do var. Let's do the variable color white. Okay, so now with the white color, we also want a transition. We're going to do some animations. Transition, we're going to do var, and then we're going to select the trans variable. So that's the transition variable. So the trans variable is just a transition of ease in and ease out. So that's the transition. And then in the sidebar, we're going to target the navigation. Navigation. So in the navigation, we're just going to give it a height of 100%. 100%, and then we're going to give it a padding. Padding is just spacing left and right. So this is top and bottom, 15 rem top and bottom, and then 5 rem left and right. So just leaving space. Okay, and then we're going to do display flex side by side. So if I do display flex, everything is going to be side by side, but I want everything to be one after another. So I'm going to say flex direction to column because I want everything to be one after another. And then we're going to do justify content space between. Okay. So now let's save. Let's see what we have. So there is our content. So something is missing. I think our logo is missing here. Put text holiest like this. So now we have the so now we have the logo now. Okay, so now that's the navigation. In the navigation, we're going to target the logo. So for the logo, we're going to do transition. Let's do 0.4 seconds ease in and ease out. You can use the variable, transition variable if you want to. And then in the logo, I'm going to target the anchor tag. And then I'm going to say letter spacing. We're going to put that to 3 pixels. How spaced out the letters. Font size, let's put that to 3 rem. And then color. Color, let's do var. And then color gray 5. That's the color of the font, the logo. and then we're going to do font weight, how thick the font is, and then one set at 800, and then a transition, not transform, transition, we're going to do var. You can do the trans variable, or you can do that manually. Okay, now let's save. So this is our logo. This is our logo. So when you have there's this effect here. So we need to also do a text transform because it's uppercase. Transform to uppercase, want it to be uppercase. And then on hover, so on hover, we're going to change the transformation. We're going to say transform, and then we're just going to skew that to minus 10 degrees. So it should, do the effect when you hover. It doesn't seem to work. I don't know why it's not working at the moment, but we'll figure it out. So end hover, A tag. When you hover the A tag. Okay, I don't know. Oh, skew X, actually. Yeah, we need to do it on the X axis. So let's save. It's not working still. I don't know why it's doing that. We'll figure out later why it's not working. We might need to restart our server. So now let's keep going. So after the anchor tag, after this logo here, I'm going to collapse the logo. And then I'm going to target the nav items, which is the UL. Okay, so in the UL, we have the nav item, which is the li, nav item. So if you can go back to the HTML, you can see this is the nav item, the li. Okay, so we're going to give it a margin. We're going to make it, make it spaced out. Let's do 0.8 rem, and then 0 left and right. So there's going to be they're going to be spaced out. Okay, navigation, nav items, nav item. So now reopen this with live server. Okay, something is wrong, definitely. Let me inspect this. Nav item. Okay, wrong spelling. So it says nav tem. So make sure the spelling is correct. So this should be nav item. Nav item. Okay, so it should be nav item. Okay, so yeah, we have nav items. So just make sure these spellings are correct. So now, as you can see, there's nice spaced. It's nicely spaced out. Okay, so nav items. So in the nav items, I'm going to target the anchor tag, the A tag. We're going to do a display grid. You're going to see why we're doing a grid, because we have these icons. So as you can see, the text is in the same line, in a nice. So when I inspect this one, so this li, there's an anchor tag in here. There's an icon and text. So everything is in the same line, straight line. So let's go to the icons for a minute. So the icons that I'm looking for, let's search for the icons that we need. So in this case, for the home, I'm going to say home. Copy this house icon, copy, and then paste. Okay, so in the anchor tag here, before the text, just paste in the icon. Okay, just paste in the icon name. So I'm going to look for the user icon. I'm going to do this off camera because it's going to take a lot of time to search one by one these icons, so you can see the name. So this is user for the about. So for the project, I'm going to use a briefcase, so you can just search for briefcase. And then for the services, I'm just going to use the code. Okay, and then for the blogs, I'm going to search that too. I'm going to put search for a newspaper, and then for the contact, just search for an envelope, and everything will be sorted. Okay, so now save. So now we should have some icons. So there it is. So now we have icons and the text. Okay, so now let's keep working on this grid, display grid. So for the display grid, we're going to have 2 columns. So we're going to say grid template columns. We're going to say 40 pixel. So I want the icon to occupy 40 pixels of the size, and then the remaining space is going to be filled up by the text. The text is going to take the remaining space 1FR. That's what it means. Okay, and then we're going to do a transition. We're going to do var trans. Okay, so now we have a transition. So we're going to target the I tag, and then we're going to say display flex, and then we're going to center the icon, align items to center. Okay, and then when you have this anchor tag, we're going to change the color to green color. So we're going to do color. We're going to set that to var and then green dark. Okay, so now let's save. So when you hover, it's changing to green. There's something wrong with the contact icon. Let's go and double check what we did. So oh yeah, I've pasted this on the wrong location, so it's before the contact text. Okay, so yeah, everything looks good so far, so good. So now we just need to work on the styling of the color. So for the color, we're going to select everything after the body. I'm going to target the anchor tag, and then I'm going to target the button. We're going to have a button later, and then input if we have input, and maybe a text area if we have one later, and then I'm going to style them. Text decoration. I'm going to set that to none, and then I'm going to remove the outline. Okay, to none. The buttons are going to have some outlines and borders as well, and then border. I'm going to set that to none. By default, I'm going to remove the preview styles. Okay, and then I'm going to say font family. I'm going to inherit whatever is coming from the body, and then we're also going to do color, which is going to also inherit whatever is coming from the body. Okay, and then font size, we're going to also inherit, and then yeah, I think that's it for the the style for resetting. So now everything looks pretty much the same. Okay, so actually on hover, we need to do the hover animation for this anchor on hover. We're going to change the letter spacing to 3 pixels. Okay, so when you hover, as you can see, the letter spacing changes to 3 pixels. Okay, it looks like a really cool effect. So now let's see why this transformation is not working. It's a bit weird. I don't know why it's not working. Okay, so logo A, text transform, transition, A, and hover. Okay, let's see. Inspect again. Right click and inspect, and then on hover. Let's see why it's not working. A hover. It is strange. Let's do display inline block. Okay, it's quite strange of why it's not working for some reason. So we should have the letter spacing as well. Oops, this is on the wrong one. This should be on the logo. Where's the logo? In here. So for the logo, we're going to have like this, display inline block. Okay, so we have the font weight as well, with font size, letter spacing. What else do we need? Okay, so now let's transform skew X. Oops, wrong one. Now it's working. Okay, so now when you hover, it's working. Okay, perfect. So now that's it for the sidebar. So now I'll see you on the next video. We're going to be working on the this home page, which is this area here. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be quick and easy. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so now let's work on the header. So we're going to work on this area right here. So let's create a new section. So let me collapse this section here. So this section is going to be main. So main. So make sure it's main, and then we're going to do header dot header. That's the class name for the header. So in the header, we're going to have the header content. So give it a class, a div with the class of header, and then make sure the spelling is correct. Header content, like so. Okay, so in the header content, we're going to have an h2. So in here, in this h2, it's a heading 2. We're going to just put on some text. I'm just going to paste in the text. So I'm just going to say graphics designer, front-end developer, and mentor. So you can put any text that you want. Okay, so and then we're going to have a paragraph, and then I'm just going to paste in some text as well. You can put any text that you want. Okay, so now we have the text. We're going to also have an image section. So in the header content, so we have these two. Actually, I'm going to cut this. I'm going to put them inside a div. So here I'm going to say dot header text. Okay, and then I'll put the content in here. Okay, so now the content. So after the sorry, the header text, we're going to have an image. Okay, so for the image, we're going to give it a class of header image, and then in here we're going to put in an image. But we don't have images yet, so we need to create an images folder in here, new folder, and then img, and then I'm just going to include some images that we're going to be using in this images folder. So to get some images, you can get these images that I'm using from the starter files, or you can go to this website called Pexels. So here you can sort of download any image that you're looking for. Maybe you're looking for an avatar. You can sort of yeah, I don't know, whatever you're looking for, you can find it here. Let's say man, and then here you can get, so I think I'm using this image, so you can get some images, whatever images that you want, using this website. It's for free, everything is free. So yeah, let's continue. So now let's go to the project. So in here I'm going to put img, the source folder of the image, img. So the image that I'm going to be using for this one, I think it's named avatar. Yep, this one. Okay, so now we have the image, so it should show up, but it doesn't. There it is. So there is our image, but everything is behind the sidebar because the sidebar is occupying a width of 390 pixels. So we need to give this section here a margin left of 390 pixels, to compensate for the sidebar. Okay, so now let's go back to the styles. I'm going to collapse the sidebar for now. Okay, so in here, that's where we're going to, target. We're going to target the header, and then we're going to start styling the header. Okay, so here, we're going to do header. So for the header, we're going to give it a background color. We're going to do a var for the variables. So the var for this one is going to be gray 9, actually gray 0 for that, for the header. And then we're going to give it a height of 100 VH. Okay, so that's the height for the header. And then we're going to give it a margin left. Let's give it 390 pixels. Okay, so that's the spacing to compensate for the sidebar. And then position, we're going to set that to relative. And then we're going to say overflow X hidden. I'm going to explain later why we're setting overflow X to hidden, because we're going to do some animations. So in here, I'm going to target the header content. So the header content, is basically the image and the text. So I'm going to set that position to absolute because I want to center this header content right here at the center. So that's why I'm using position of absolute. So to center this, I'm going to say left. I'm going to say 50%, and then top 50%. Top 50%. Okay. So as you can see, left 50% and top 50%, it's on the center, so we need to make sure it's nicely centered here. So we're going to do that with transform, and then we're going to translate -50. Translate, it's actually transition, transform, and then we'll translate, and then we're going to do -50%, and then -50%. So it's going to be nicely centered, as you can see. We just need to resize the image because it's too large. Okay, so let's give it a width of actually 80%. I think 80% will do. Okay, so now that's for the header. So now let's target the text. Okay, so here I'm just going to say .h text. So that's for the header text. And then in here I'm going to target the h2, and then font size. I'm going to set that to 2.5 rem. You can mess around with the values to kind of find the values you're looking for, and then I'm going to align this to center. Also, I'm going to target the P, and then I'm going to give it a margin top and bottom, to rem, and then 0 left and right. So for the font size, let's do, you can set that to in pixels if you want to as well. You can do 19 pixels, and then I'm going to change the font weight. I'm going to set that to 500, how thick the font is. 500, font weight 500, and then we're going to text align to center as well. Okay, so there it is. Everything looks pretty good so far. Okay, so now after the text, I'm going to collapse. Let's do the image, header image. So in the image, we're going to display flex the image. Okay, and then we're going to justify content. We're going to center that. And then we're going to target the image itself. We want to start the actual image. Let's give it a width of 300 pixels. Okay, I want it to be smaller. And then border radius, we're going to set that to 50% because we want it to be rounded. So when I set the border radius, it's going to be like rounded like this, like in a perfect round shape. That's the border radius 50%. So to set the border radius 50%, the width and the height must be the same. So let's say the image is width is 300 pixels, the height must be 300 pixels. So if you do border radius, it will be rounded nicely. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it for the header. Let's do this mouse here. Okay, so in the header, we just need to go to the markup here. Let's just do mouse. Okay, so for the mouse, inside the mouse, we're going to have a div called dot. Okay, so below here, I'm just going to comment. I'm going to say independent. I'm just going to say components. Okay, so in here, I'm going to target the mouse. So the mouse is basically just two divs. So we just need to style those two divs, and then we'll animate the dot within the mouse. Okay, so yeah, so let's do the mouse position absolute. So the mouse left 50% because we want to center the mouse on the x-axis. Okay, and then bottom, I want it to be at the bottom, so 2%. I want to leave 2% of space from the bottom of the header. Okay, so and then I'm going to center this transform, and then translate. So that means I'm going to center this on the x-axis minus 50%. Also minus 50% on the y. Okay, so now we need to give it a width and a height. So width, let's do 2 rem. Let's do height. So for the height, I'm going to do 2.8 rem. Okay, and then I want to be, let's give it a background color to see what we got. Let's do red, just to check what we got. So there it is. So there's our mouse. So we need to be rounded. So we need to use border radius. Okay, so to make it rounded, let's do border radius. Let's do 50%. Okay, it won't be a circle because it's not in a perfect shape. Actually, we need to put that into like pixels to make it a bit low. So let's do 20 pixels actually. 20 pixels for the border radius. Yeah, I think this is perfect. 20 pixels is perfect. So with the border radius, let's do the background color. Let's change it to var gray 4. Okay, so that's the background color. There it is. It's not actually the background color. It's the border. That's what we want. So we want to do border. Let's do 2 pixels, solid. Okay, so solid. And then I'm going to do var gray 2. Okay, so let's cut this one. This background color is going to be the actual dot. Okay, so the dot is within the mouse. Okay, so there is our mouse. So now this we need to set, we've already set the position to absolute for this one. We'll set the height, and then yeah, we have the border. So now let's do the dot. So height, let's set that to 7 pixels, and width 7 pixels because we want it to be in a perfect circle. So width and height must be the same. And then remember border radius, we just need to set that to 50%. And then let's do top. I want it to be at the top. Okay, and then I'm gonna set 6 pixels. Okay, so at the top 6 pixels, and then I'm going to translate to center this. I've already done that here. Copy this and then paste. Okay, because I want to center. And then I'm going to change the position to absolute as well. And then I'm going to say background color. So for the background color, let's do var. Actually, we've already done that. Set the background color up here. Okay, so now let's save. There it is. It's not transform, translate, because we need to also set the left value to 50%. Left to 50%. So now there it is. So now there is our circle. So now we just need to animate it. So to do animations, we use something called keyframes. Okay, so I'm gonna say at and then keyframes like this. So the identifier is the name of the animation. I'm just going to name it dot. Okay, so in here you start from 0%. Okay, from 0, what do you want to do as 0? So in as 0, I'm going to transform this, and then I'm going to translate basically this property here. I want it to be at the same location on 0%. Okay, and then on 10%, I want it to to do a frame hold. I want it to hold from 0 to 10%. I want it to be on the same spot. I want to hold the frame. Okay, and then at 50, I'm going to change this. At 50, I'm going to change the the y value. I'm going to set that to 25 pixels. I want it to move 25 pixels on the y axis. Okay, so basically on the 100%, copy this. I want it to be back on the same spot. Okay, so 100%. So now it's back on the same spot. So here from 0 to 10, it's holding the frame, and then it's going to move from 10 to 50%. It's going to move 25 pixels, and then all the way to 100 is going to come back to the default position. Okay, so that's basically the animation. So let's do animation here to play the animation. So let's give it a name. Use the name here. It's called dot, the animation name, and then the duration of the animation is going to be 1 second, and then it's going to be infinite. One animation to keep looping, and then the transition is going to be ease in and ease out. Okay, so that's basically the whole animation. Now let's save. Let's see what we got. So now the animation is playing. So now that's basically for the header. I'll see you on the next video. We're going to be working on the about section. So yeah, I'm just going to stop the video now. Welcome back. So now let's work on the about section. Under this section, we're going to be focusing on the image and the right side, and then the button. Okay, so let's go back to HTML. Let's collapse this header. In here, I'm going to say section. Section, that's the class name, and then another class called section about. Okay, so it's going to have two classes of section and section about. So we're going to do a main title. So we're going to reuse this main title class everywhere across the page. So inside the title, we're going to have a span, and then the span is just going to have some basic information. I'm just going to paste in here information about me, and then we're going to have an h3. So h3 is just going to say about me. Okay, so that's the title. Now let's this is the title, so we're reusing this title component everywhere on our page. So let's style this title first. Let's do it after. We can do it before the mouse. You can do it wherever you want. So now let's focus on the main title first, and then it's basically a few styles. So I'm gonna say dot main title. Okay, so in here I'm just going to say text align to center, and then I'm going to do margin. Let's do 3 rem, and then top and bottom, left and right is 0, top and bottom 3 rem. So just leaving space on top and bottom, and then left and right 0. Okay, so in there we're going to target the h3. We're just going to give it a font size. The font size is going to be 2.5 rem. And then text transform is going to be uppercase. Okay, so in there I'm just also going to target the span. So for the span, I'm going to say text align. I'm going to set that to center, and then display, I'm going to say display inline block. I want it to cover the whole line. Okay, so now we should have a title. So there it is. Okay, so we actually need to set a background color for the body. I don't think we've set the correct color. We need to set gray 4, so this one should be gray 4. That should be the main background color for the body. Okay, color gray 4. Is it? Let me double check what I'm using here. Let's leave it gray 4 because we're going to start the sections anyway. So main title. Okay, so here I'm just going to say sections, comment sections, and then I'm going to say those section. So the section, every section is going to have the color for, I think it's gray number, I'm not sure what gray color I'm using for that, but let's try gray number. Background color, let's do var gray 0. Okay, so yeah, gray 0 is fine. Okay, so for the body, we might keep this color anyway. For the body is fine. Okay, so gray 0 for the background, and then for the section, I'm going to give it a margin left of 390 pixels. Okay, for compensating the sidebar, and then padding. I'm going to do 4 rem, top and bottom, and then 5 rem left and right. 5 rem left and right. Okay, so there it is. Everything works pretty neat so far. So far so good. Okay, so now we have the title. Let's work on the actual HTML content. After the title, we're going to say dot about content. So in the about content, we're going to have the left side, so left about. Okay, so left about, and then we're going to have the right about. So 2 sides, left and right. Okay, let's start with the left because there isn't much in the left side, it's just an image. So here we're just going to do img, and then we're going to do man. Okay, on the right side though, it's just text. So here we're just going to have an h4, and then we're going to have a span. So the span is just the name. Okay, it's just put a name here because we want the span to have a different name. So we're going to say my name is. Okay, so the span, the reason I'm surrounding the name of the span, I want it to be green. I want to put a different name on it. And then we're going to have a p tag. Here you can just say lorem and then 50. You can generate random text. Okay, so in this case I'm just going to paste in some random text that I've done off camera. You can basically put anything in here. The p tag, everything is messed up now. Okay, so now we have the paragraph. So after the paragraph, we're going to have an href, an a tag, just in case you want your whoever is looking at your resume to click on a link or to download a CV or whatever, or to send you an email. You can use this a tag here to lead you to your email. Okay, so we can also give it a class name. So this is going to be btn, and then we're going to do btn main. Okay, so 2 classes for the button and button main. Okay, so that's basically for the content. Now we just need to focus on styling. Here I'm just going to say .sec about, the about section. Okay, so for the section about, we're looking for the about content. About content. So in the about content, we're going to do display grid because we're going to have 2 columns, the left side and the right side. So grid template columns, we're going to say repeat. We're going to have how many columns? 2. And then whenever they're going to have equal spaces. Okay, so we have the left about, which is the image section. Left about, and then I'm going to give the left about container the width to 94%. Okay, so that's a grid item which is going to have a width of 94%, and then the image is going to have a width of 100%. It's going to fill in the entire grid item. Okay, so we don't want the image to stretch out. We're just going to say object fit to cover so it doesn't stretch. Okay, so just mess around with these values. If you remove cover, you see the image will stretch. Okay, now we just need to do border radius, border radius. Let's do 7 pixels. Okay, now let's save. Let's see what we got. So now there's our image. It looks pretty neat. So now we just need to focus on. We can actually, you know what? Let's do a hover animation for this image. Let's do end hover. Let's do actually the left about. Let's do end hover on hover, and then image on hover. The image, I believe it's filter. Let's do grayscale. Let's do 100, I think. 100. Yep. So when you hover, it's like, let's start with actually filter grayscale. Let's start from 0, right? Actually from 100 and then all the way to 0. So let's do a transition. Let's do var trans. So here, so we're going to have like a nice transition on hover. Wait a second. So filter grayscale, it's 100 on hover. Image. Let's do copy this, cut this. This should be in the image, I think. Yeah, so like that. So the image, the transition, we need to put the transition in here. Okay, so when you hover, it's transition. Okay, so you can also, you know, do like a cursor to pointer when you hover like that. It looks nice. It looks pretty neat. So now let's focus on the right about. So I'm going to collapse the left, right, about. So here, right, we're going to target the H4, and then font size, let's do 3.5 frame. Okay, so in there, we're going to target the span, which we're going to give a color of green, if you remember. var green dark. Okay, and then position relative. Okay, so now there it is. It's coming up pretty good. So now we just need to do the p tag, h4, p tag, margin, top and bottom. Let's do 1.5 frame. Okay, and then 0 left and right. Okay, so now we are left with the button, which we need to style. Okay, so yeah, so now let's do the button. So the button, we're going to style it on the independent section. So here, I'm just going to start the button. I'm just going to say .btn. Okay, because we're going to reuse this class over and over. Okay, so the button display, we're going to say inline block, and then font weight, let's do 500, font weight 500, and then we're going to do color, we're going to do var, so the color is going to be white for the button, and then we're going to do background color. So the background color, var gray 5. Okay, so that's for the color. And then let's give it a padding. Let's do 1 rem, top and bottom, and then left and right 2 rem. So it's just to give it a nice space. Okay, so there it is. It looks pretty good. And then you can make it rounded if you want to. So you can do that with border radius, 7 pixels. Okay, and then we're going to make a transition because we're going to do a hover animation. So var transition, you can manipulate this variable and then everything will change across the page. Okay, and hover. So for the hover, what are we going to do? We're just going to set the background color to green. green dark, like so. So now let's see what we got. So now, as you can see, the button works. My name is Julius Caesar. Yep, everything works fine. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Pretty much it for this section. I'll see you on the next session. We're going to be working on this portfolio section. Okay, I'll see you then. Okay, so now let's work on this section here. We're going to work on the portfolio section. So let's go back to index. Here we're going to create another section after this about section, collapse that, and then here we're going to say section dot section, because we're going to inherit the section styles dot sec projects. Okay, so that's the class name. So in here we're just going to copy this title here, just copy this whole thing, and then we're going to paste in here, paste. Okay, so now we have the title. So for this title, we're just going to name it my recent projects. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in the text. Okay, so you can put in literally any text that you want to. Okay, so now we should have a nice title. Let's go back. So there it is. Army portfolio. I don't know what that means. My portfolio. Okay, so now we're just going to say dot projects content. So in the projects content, we have left projects. Okay, and then we're just going to have h4 with the class of projects title, p title. Okay, and then I'm just going to say portfolios. So this is the small title right here. It says portfolios. So this is the left side. Okay, the left side. So on the left side, we're going to have, after the title, we're going to say dot projects. So in the projects, we're going to have a project inside the projects container. Project. So we have the projects, which is the parent, and then a project, each project, individual project container. We can copy this project multiple times if you want to create multiple projects, okay? Depending on how many projects you're creating. So in there, we're going to have an image, and then I'm going to say img. So the first one, I'm going to do ew. That's the name. I don't know why I named that. And then below that, I'm going to do text.text div called text. In the text, we're going to have h5. I'm just going to say minimalistic. Yep, like that. And then I'm just going to have a p tag. And then we're going to have an a with a class of btn. If you remember the btn class, hash, it's not going to go anywhere. So this here, the href, you can lead it to go anywhere. Let's say to GitHub. You can say github.com. So just in case you want it, you have a project on GitHub, you want, to send it to GitHub, you can do that. It's up to you. Okay, and then you can say view project, like that. And then we have view project, like that. So that's the actual project. So now we should have a project here. So we have one project. We need to style this project, and then we're just going to copy and duplicate the project to create multiple ones. Okay, so let's go to the styles. I'm going to collapse the section about. I'm going to say sec projects. So for the section projects, I'm going to say dot projects content. So for the content, we're going to display grid, because we're going to have a grid, and then grid template columns. So we're going to have two columns, so 2 1FR. Okay, so we're going to have the left side and the right side. Okay, and then we're going to give it a grid gap, so the spacing to rem. So when I go here, there's a space, which is this is a grid gap. Okay, as you can see, there's nice spacing here. So let's do that. So in there, I'm going to target the individual project. I'm going to style each individual project. I'm going to set position to relative, and then I'm going to target the image within the project. So the width, I'm going to set that to 100%. It should be 100%, not 100%. That's for the width, and then the height is going to be also 100%. And then object fit, I don't want the image to stretch. I want it to be nicely covering the container. So I'm going to say cover. That's for the object fit. And then I'm going to say border radius. I'm going to set that to 7 pixels. I want it to be rounded slightly, a little bit. Okay. So now let's save. The image should be much smaller now, as you can see. So the image is much smaller. I'm going to target the text. Okay, so now we have the text. For the text, it's basically the text right here, this within the image. So I'm going to say position absolute for the text because I want to be at the bottom 5%, leave 5% space at the bottom, and then left is going to be also the same 5%. And then what else? We're going to target the H5 within the text. I'm just going to set the letter spacing to maybe 3 pixels or something. You can mess around with the values to see what you like. And then font size, I'm just going to set that to 2 rem. After the font size, I'm going to say background color. The color is going to be var, the green dark, and then basically we also need to give it a padding. Let's say 2.2 rem, and then 0.4 rem left and right. Okay, and then border radius, let's set that to 7 pixels just to be consistent. Okay, and then the color, we're just going to set that to white, var. Let's do white, so that's the color white. So now we should have a white color. So there it is. Everything looks nice, pretty good. So the button, we're going to have different styles for this, button. So what we need to give it a different color, a different class actually. So we have BTN. I'm going to say project BTN. So because I want to style this differently from the regular buttons. Okay. So anyways, moving on. Let's target the P tag. So font weight, I'm going to change that to 500. And then color. So for the color for this one, I'm going to go over, I'm going to go gray 0. And then we're going to margin bottom. So margin bottom, let's do 0.5 rem. Okay, so what else do we need? We also need margin top. So margin top, just a small spacing at the top. Okay, so now that's it for the text. Let's get after the P tag, out of the text, let's target the project button. If you remember the project button, so that's the different one to style differently. Okay, so now as you can see, this project button, when you have it, goes to white. It's not fully white, but it's white. I'm gonna say for the radius, I'm gonna reset it to 0. To reset, you can actually set to initial. To reset to 0. So now there it is. It's initial. So we are getting rid of the old styles, and then I'm gonna reset the padding. 0.8 rem, and then 2 rem, and then background color. So background color, it's basically RGBA. That means red, green, blue, and alpha, which is opacity. So white is 255. So I want this button to be white, but the opacity, however, I want it to be very low. Okay, so I'm gonna set the opacity to 0.36. 0.36. Okay, 35 is fine. 0.35. Okay, so now we have the background. So the color, let's set the color to white. var white color white. Okay, like that. So now let's see what we got. So now it's coming up nicely. So now we have that. let's do a transition. Let's do var trans. Okay, so we have the transition. Let's do position. Let's set that to relative because we're going to give it an after pseudo element. Okay, so and then when we hover and hover, so on hover, what are we going to do? Well, we're just going to copy this. We're going to increase the opacity from 3.5 to 6.6. 6.6. You can just mess around anyway to see what you like. Okay, so as you can see, it's working nice. Okay, so there it is. So now we just need to work on this small line down here. So that line can be achieved by using a pseudo element. Let's do and after. So after pseudo element, we can create it's like some sort of a div. We can create our own div. So the content is going to be empty, and then position, we're going to set that to absolute. Left, we're going to do 0, and then the background color, we're going to set that to var white, color white. Okay, so and then the width, I wanted to fill the entire width of the button, so 100%. And then height, for the height, we're going to give it 2 pixels. And then bottom, I want to be at the bottom of the button. Bottom, let's do -6 pixels. So we should have a small line. There it is. So yeah, now we have a small line at the bottom. So yeah, basically now we just need to also the portfolios H5. So portfolio should be H5. So this is, wait a second, H4. Let me see what I target. Okay, so what did I name this again? It's called P. It's called a P title, right? P title. Okay, so yeah, P title. So project button. Let me target here. P title. Title. Okay, so in here, we're going to say font size to 3 rem, and then we're going to do margin bottom. Margin bottom. Let's set that to a big value. Let's say 6 rem. Okay, so now there it is. So portfolio. So now we just need to duplicate this grid item here. Okay, so as you can see here, we have projects. I can duplicate this item here, the project, not projects. I can duplicate the actual project. So here, I can duplicate this project. I just need to change the image and the text. Okay, so let me change the text around. Okay, and then here, just say liquefied, field-fied. I don't know how to spell it. Okay, so now we just need to change the image. Let's put this image to art1. Okay, so we have left projects. I'm going to say .right projects. So in the right projects, it's basically the same thing from the left projects. So we just need to copy the projects chunk, this chunk here, the projects. So just copy this chunk and then put it in here. It's basically the same thing because we've done the styles already. So now save. So there you go. So now as you can see, we have the project. So but now there's an issue with the spacing here, the gap. Okay, so now let's see how we can fix that gap. Okay, so the gap, let me inspect. So projects. So I think we need to do display grid template columns. Let's do 1FR. Okay, I think not grid auto, grid template columns. Let's do actually not columns, we need rows, and then let's do grid gap. Let's do to RAM, like that, I think. Okay, so now copy these tiles on the project, on the projects itself. That's where we want to put those tiles on the projects. Okay, so projects, grid template columns is repeat. Actually, template columns, we actually projects content. We have project. We need projects too. Okay, so project, we can, project is within the projects. We can also do projects anywhere we want to within the project's content. I'm just going to do it after the title here. I'm just going to say projects in here. It doesn't matter. You can decide to copy this project and put it in here if you want to. Let's just do that actually. And then, yeah, you can put it in there. In the, so, okay, so now we have the projects. Now I can paste in those tiles. All right, so now everything looks pretty neat. Now save. Now everything looks fine. So now it's only a matter of changing the text. Okay, so now let's go back to the HTML. Let's do the right. So the right side is where we want to, change the art. So here I'm just going to say art2, and then what else? Let's do art3. Okay, so now I'm just going to copy the text, mess around with the text. You can put any text that you want. Okay, and then, okay. Okay, so finally this is going to be called painted face. I couldn't come up with a name, so you can definitely put anything you want. So now, so there is everything. Everything looks pretty neat. Okay, so that's portfolio. So if you want to add more, of course you can, duplicate these values here. Let's say I duplicate this, and then here I'll go back and I'll duplicate maybe this, let's save, and then you just need to change the values. You can have as many as you want, everything just gonna keep, keep going nicely depending on how many you want. Okay, so you can add as many projects as you want. So now I'm just going to redo this. Okay, so now I'm just going to leave it at 4. We can also add a button here that says show more. Actually, we can do that later on. I'm going to be bothered to do it now. So we can add a button here just in case you want to load more data. Just in case, let's say in the future we're going to use JavaScript to load more data, we can definitely do that. Okay, so now, yeah, I'll see you on the next section. We're going to be working on the services section. I'll see you then. Okay, so now let's work on the service section. So this is the section we're going to be working on in this video. Okay, so let's start by going to our HTML. We're going to create a new section. So I'm going to say section dot section, actually the section class. We're using the section class, and then dot sec. So this is going to be services. So section services. Okay, so remember we need to the title. We need to reuse the title. So just paste in the title, copy the title from the previous section, and then just change the text around to make it unique. You can put anything here. Okay, so this is going to be my services, and then save. We should have a service title somewhere. Let me refresh. Okay, so now something is wrong. Let me reopen this project again. Open with live server. Okay, so there it is. So now we have my services down here. Let's start by doing the these items here. So this is a grid. So this grid is automatically responsive using the grid system. So let's do that. So in here below, I'm just gonna give it a class of services. So I'm going to create a div with the class of services dot services. Okay, so that's the class. So in the services, we're going to have a service item. Okay, so I'm going to say dot service. So that's like a service item. So in the service item, we're going to have service content, S content, so which stands for service. You can name this whatever you want. Service content, and then at the top, we're going to have an icon for the service. And then for the icon, I'm just going to go to the font awesome and search for the icon that you want. In this case, I'm going to look for the FS Solid laptop. If you forgot how to get the icon, just search for font awesome. Awesome, not CDN, but the font awesome. Just click icons and then click the icons. You can just search, let's say, laptop. Just search for the laptop icon here. Just click this and then copy the I and then paste it here. Okay, so after that, the icon, we're going to have an H5. So this is going to be web development, and then I'm just going to paste in a paragraph tag with some random text. So here, I'm just going to paste in some text, any random text. You can paste in anything. Okay, so that's basically the data for the service item. So now we just need to style this. How do we go about styling this? So, well, let's just go to the CSS and select the classes. So here I'm just gonna say sec services. That's for the section, sec services, section, and then I'm going to target the services container, which is going to be the main parent container of the grid item, of the grid. So services. So this services is the container of all of these grid items here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can add as many grid items as you want. So in this case, I've added only 6. You can add as many as you want. So this is main container. So we're going to say display grid. Okay. So by default, we want this grid to be responsive. So we're going to say repeat, and then we're going to say auto fill, because we want to auto fill the grid items. Auto fill, and then I'm going to say min max. So the min max was specifying the minimum width of the grid item. So let's say 20 pixels. Okay, and then 1FR, so fill the remaining space. So each grid item is going to have a minimum width of 320 pixels. So if there isn't enough width, they're going to try to sort of occupy whatever space they have. So let me show you what I mean. So see these grid items here. So now there's enough space for 3 grid items. If there's no 3 grid items, there's going to be 2 grid items. They're going to automatically be responsive based on the space they have. Okay, so let's say there's not enough space for 2 grid items, and then it's going to be 1 grid item in a single list. Okay, so yeah, that's how we can make these grid items responsive. So it's automatic. We don't need to do any media queries to make it responsive. So this grid is automatically responsive. So there it is. So now we have a grid item right here. We just need to style it. So let's actually give it a grid gap. So let's say to rem, just to be consistent. And then we're going to select the service, the actual grid item, service, the actual grid item. So in the grid item, we're going to give it a background color. The background color is going to be var, and then the color is going to be white. Okay, so now we have the color white, and then let's give it a border radius, 7 pixels to be consistent. You can always put that border radius in a variable if you want to, if you forget the value. Content. Okay, so that's the service content. We're going to say display flex. We're going to say flex direction to column, because we want to be one after another. Column, and then we're going to align items. We're going to center everything. Align items to center. Okay, and then we're going to give it a padding around. It's like spacing around. Let's say to rem. Okay, now let's see what we have. So there it is. So there's our grid item. Let's keep styling it. So in the S content, we're going to select the paragraph, and then we're going to align the text to center. Okay, so in there we have an H5 also. H5 margin, we're just giving a spacing top and bottom, 0.5 rem, 1.5, and then we're also going to give a font size. Let's give it 1.6 rem. You can put some pixel value if you want to. So, and then at the top we have the icon. Okay, icon. So the icon will give it a width of 110 pixels and a height of the same. Okay, height, because we want to make the icon rounded. So the icon is the parent container of this laptop here. We are going to put a border to make it rounded. Okay, and then we're going to align the icon at the center. So display flex, align items to center the icon, and then justify content, justify content to center also. Okay, so now we're also going to set position of relative, because we're going to create a pseudo element later on. Okay, so position relative. Now let's see what we have. So there it is. So it's now centered. We just need to enlarge the icon. So font size for the icon, I'm going to set it to 3 rem, and then we're going to set the color for that to gray 4. Gray 4. Okay, so and then now we're going to create a pseudo element, which is this circle here. Okay, so now let's do the actual border actually. So here we do border, let's give it 1 pixel, solid, and then var. So the border is going to be gray 2. So now let's see how the border comes at this, the border. Okay, so now we need to make it rounded. So to make it rounded, we need to give border radius of 50%. If you remember, that's how we make it rounded. So there it is. It's now like rounded. So now we just need to, put this small circle here. So we're going to do that by doing an after pseudo element in the icon. So it's like we're sort of creating an empty div, content, empty string. So position, absolute, as usual. And then I'm going to give it a background color. So the background color is going to be gray 2. var 2, gray 2. Okay, so after that, I'm going to put it at top -7 pixels. You can mess around with this value, but I found -7 pixels to be the perfect value. So you can mess around to see whatever suits for you. I'm going to do 14 for the width, 14 pixels, and height 14 pixels as well, because we want to make it rounded. So width and height must be the same. Okay, it has to be like a square, and then border radius 50% to make it rounded. So now let's do 50% for the border radius and save. We should have the shape. There it is. So now it's only a matter of duplicating this the service item. So let's go back to our HTML. We just need to duplicate the service. So I'm going to select the service, duplicate, and then you just change the text. So the text, this one is web development. I'm going to change it to something different. Okay, so I'm going to say web design. Design. Okay, so web design, and then I'm just going to change the icon. So the icon is going to be a different icon. It's going to be a laptop like this. So that's the different icon. So now there it is. So now so to make these changes, you just need to copy the service itself, and duplicate the service multiple times. But I'm not going to do that on camera. I'm just going to paste in the rest of the services with changed values, because I don't want to waste your time duplicating this service one by one until we have 6 of them. I'm just going to duplicate the rest here. Okay, so now we have the rest of the services with different values. Okay, so we have the first services container, which is the main container of the services, we have the service 1, service 2, 3, 4, 5, and then finally 6. Okay, so now we have 6 services with different icons. So you just need to change the data here, the titles. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this services section. I'll see you on the next video. We're going to be working on this latest news, the blogs. You can click one of these links. You can go to an external website if you want to. Yeah, it's the rest is up to you. I'll see you on the next video. Okay, so now let's work on the blog section here. So we have a nice cool have animation. Let's go back to our HTML and create a new section. Okay, so this section, we're going to say section. The section, as usual, we're inheriting the styles from the section class that we've done before. And then we're going to do section. So this section is going to be blogs. Okay, so that's the section name. So in here, remember, we need to reuse the title again. Okay, so we just need to change around this title here from, let's say, view news and then latest news. Okay, so now we should have a title down here. So it says view news and latest news. You can put whatever name you want because we've already done the title here. We've already started this title before, so we're just reusing the same class all over because the styles we've done them before already. So we don't need to redo it again. We just need to change the data around using the same class. Okay, so now let's start with the blogs. So let's do blogs content like this. So in the blogs content, we're going to have a blog item because we're going to use a grid again, like the responsive grid we've done for the services section. So now let's do the blogs, same thing. So here in the blog item, I'm going to have blog text, and then in the blog text, we're going to have the text content. Okay, so for the text content, we have the top content. So for the top, I'm going to put an icon, which is an arrow. Okay, so I'll go to Font Awesome. I'll search for arrow. So the icon that I want is something like this, but an arrow pointing upwards. Arrow. Let me say up. Can't remember the name of the. Yeah, there it is. So arrow up. So copy this icon. That's the one I've pasted here. That's the one I'm using. And then we have top, and then we have bottom. So for the bottom, we're going to have a date, so a paragraph. I'm gonna say maybe 10 November, and then I'll say 2021 maybe, like this. So it's just like a date, and then an anchor tag. It's gonna go nowhere. If you want it to go somewhere, you can definitely put a link here. Let's say www.google.com. If you want it to go somewhere, let's say you have a link to the blog or the news you want, your viewer to read or whatever, you can just redirect them to that link. Okay, so in here, I'm just going to add text, random text, and you can just come up with random text, how to optimize your websites. Okay, so after the blog text, we're going to have an image. Okay, blog text, and then here, we're just going to say img. I'm just going to say img. I'm just going to put a random image. I'm just going to put art1. You can put an image. So for the alt tag, you can just say art image if you want to, or you can leave it blank. It's up to you. Okay, so now that's basically for the blog item. Now it's only a matter of styling. So now there it is. So let's begin the styles for the blogs. Okay, so let's start by selecting the let's go collapse the services here. We're just gonna do blogs. Actually, it's section blogs. So for the sec blogs, we're going to target the blogs content. So make sure the spelling is correct. So now we have blogs content. We're going to do a grid again, display grid. So same thing as we did for the services, okay, grid template columns, and then we're going to repeat autofill, and then here min-max, the minimum width. Okay, so the minimum, we're going to set 330 pixels for this one. Okay, it's going to be slightly different from the services. And then the 1FR, everything is going to have equal size, okay? 330 pixels minimum, and then everything is going to be equally sized. Okay, so and then the grid gap to be consistent, we're going to set that to 2 rem, okay? And then position, we're going to say relative, because we're going to position absolute something, which is when we have this inner content here, it's position of absolute, okay? That's why we're using position relative on the container, the blocks content. Okay, so I'm going to target the image within the blocks content. I'm going to set the width to 100% to cover the entire grid item, and then object fit to cover so it doesn't stretch, not contain, but cover. Okay, so I don't want the image to, stretch. So, and also I'm going to say border radius, I'm going to set that to 7 pixels just to be consistent. And then height, I'm going to set that to 100%. Okay, so I'm going to tag the blog item dot blog item. So for the blog item, I'm going to set position relative, and then I want to set a height of 500 pixels. I don't want to go over 500 pixels. Okay, so now we should have a smaller blog item. There it is, but we haven't finished the styles yet, so everything still looks messed up. Let's keep going. So in the blog item, we have the blog text. So if you remember the blog text, and then we're going to say position absolute for that. And then background color. We're going to set it to gray 0. Gray 0. So that's the background color for that. And then we're going to center that on the grid item. Transform. Translate, if you remember, to center if for position absolute something. Minus 50%. We're going to center it within this blog item parent, because the position is set to relative, so it's going to be centered within this blog item. Okay, so let's give it a width. So the width, I'm going to give it 94, because I want to leave a bit of spacing, 94%. And then a height is going to be 96%, like that. And then, so to make sure it's centered left, it has to be 50%, and then top 50% as well. Top 50%. All right, so let's save. Let's see what we have. So there it is. So everything looks pretty neat so far. Let's keep going with the styles. And we need to also do the border radius, 7 pixels, just to be consistent. And then the cursor, when we have this, let's set to pointer. And then transition, let's do our variable trans, that's the transition. And then I'm going to target the text content. Okay, so we have the text content in there. So the text content, we're going to do display, flex, and then flex direction to column. And then we're going to justify content, space between. Okay, and then the height is going to be 100% as well. And then we're going to give it a padding. Top and bottom, I'm going to leave 2 rem of space, and then left and right, we're going to leave 3 rem. So let me show you. So here, top and bottom, 2 rem here, and then left and right, 3 rem. So here, left, and this is right, left, and then right, and then top and bottom. So this is 2 rem, top and bottom, and then left and right, 3 rem. Okay, so we want to move this icon here to the right side. How do we do that? We can do that with the flex. Okay, so the icon is in a top container. So here we can just say align self, the icon. It's a flex item, so we can align self to flex end, which is at the end of the flex item, which is to the right side. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to increase the size of the icon. I'm going to say 2.5 rem to make it much bigger than what it is. So there it is. So now it's much bigger. So same is here. It's much bigger. Okay, so now that's the top, and then we have the bottom, which is the text. Okay, so bottom, the text, and then in there we have a paragraph, and then I'm just going to give it a padding of bottom 0.4 just a small space at the bottom. Okay, and then we're going to give it font weight. I'm going to make it thicker, so I'm going to make it 500, and then after that I'm going to target the anchor tag. Font size, I'm going to say 1.5 rem, and then I'm going to give it font weight of so let's do 700, okay, to make it slightly bigger. And then transition, let's do var transition. Okay, and then when we hover, I'm just going to change the color to green. So color is going to be var, we do what did I name it? Green. I don't know, it's not why it's not auto completing. var green dark. Okay, so now let's see when you have it, it's working. So yeah, it's working. That's pretty much it. So now we just need to work on this thingy to show on hover this whole thing. Okay, so now I'm going to go to the block text transform minus 50%. So here I'm going to say scale, I'm going to say 0. Okay, so now the scale is 0, we no longer see it, okay, because we removed the scale, it's 0. So I'm going to copy this property, and then on block text, when we hover, I'm going to collapse the text content. When we hover the block text on hover, we want to show the text. Actually, we want to show the block text. Okay, block text. So we want to show it. How do we show it? So we're going to paste that property. The scale, we set the scale to 0. Now we're setting it back to 1 to the default size. So when you hover, it should come out, but it's not coming out. Let's see what's going on. So block text. So oh no, we're inside block text. So we should be hovering the blog item. Okay, so we should be having the blog item. Okay, so this hover here, I'm gonna cut this block text. So we shouldn't be having the block text. We should be having the blog item after block text, and that's what we should be having. So on hover, that's when we want to show this block text. Okay, so now let's save. There it is, it's coming out. You can put a cursor to pointer if you want, and then you can this, so we can, let's say, cursor to pointer like that. So now when you hover, it's coming out nicely. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Now we just need to duplicate the the grid items, because now we've done the styles already. So now blog item here, cut and duplicate. So now we just need to change the dates around, okay, and the images. So I'm just gonna change this to 2022. I'm gonna say August. Just change around to make the data different. And I'm just gonna paste in different text. And the image, I'm just going to say art2. Okay. Oh, I've changed the first one. I've changed the wrong one actually, but it's okay. So it's going to be different. So yeah. Now let's duplicate another to make another one. Let's duplicate the blog item. So now I need to change the last one, this one. So for the last one, I'm just going to paste in more text. Okay, so the date, you can mess around with the dates as well for this one. I'm gonna say June 2022, and then at, you can change at number 3, and then yeah, there it is. I might need to change the image for the middle one. How to optimize your websites, how to use SEO, I think, SEO, like this. Yep. And then the middle one, how to optimize. Okay, I think I'll just leave the images like this. So, I mean, you can, use any image that you want. So I'm just going to leave it. I don't want to waste your time changing these images. Just change around the data. So as you can see now, we have the blogs, same as here. The middle one, I'm just going to change it anyway. Code. Okay, so now, yeah, there it is. So now we have everything that we need. So yeah, I'll see you in the next section. We're going to be working on this contact section. We're going to do some forms, yeah. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so finally, so now it's time to work for the on the contact section. This section here. Let's go ahead in the markup and create a new section. It's going to be section to inherit the section styles, and then it's going to be section contact. Okay, so once again, we're going to copy the title. So go into this section here, just copy this title, main title. And then here, we're just going to change the naming of the title to match our contact. Okay, so let's see what I've named that. So it's called Contact Me and then Get in Touch. So here it should be Contact Me, and then this one should be Get in Touch. In touch, something like this. Okay, so now, now we should have the title. There it is. So now let's start with the grid. So this contact is a grid. It's a grid. So here we have the left side, and then here we have the right side. So it's a grid with 2 columns. So this is the first column, which contains the map, and then another grid item contains this form data. I mean, like the inputs and stuff. Okay. So let's start with the left side with the map. So how do we get a map into the HTML? So what we're going to do in the HTML here, let's create a div first. We're just going to say content. So in the contact content, we're going to have a map section. A map. So how do we get a map in here? So to get a map, just go to Google Maps, type maps, and then we're going to find a section where we're looking for. Let's find a section. Let's say Eastbourne. So here is a section. We can copy this section, and then what we can do is go to the menu item here, click this, and then you're going to share embed a map, and then you go to embed a map, and then copy this HTML, and then paste it in here. Okay, so now once you've pasted, remove the height and width properties here. Just remove them. Okay, so now we should have a map. Let's see what we got. So there is our map. It's looking good. Okay, so for some reason I cannot click on it. Let me refresh. Okay, we're going to style the map anyway, so don't mind that. So now let's start with the styles first, and then we're going to do the inputs later on. Let's start with the styles. Okay, so now we're going to do the contact, right? So let's go to the styles, and then here we'll do contact. Make sure the spelling is correct. So contact. So in here, I'm going to select the contact content, which is the parent container of the map and the input. So I'm going to say display grid. It's going to have 2 columns. So we have the map section and the inputs. So grid template columns, we're going to have repeat, and then 2 columns, and then 1 FR that each going to occupy equal size. Okay. So now let's say if we should, there it is. Okay. So that's for that. So now we need to target the map. So the map is basically an iframe. You can select the class, but I'm just going to tag it as it is, the iframe within the contact content. Okay. So I'm going to say width 100%. So it's going to fill the entire grid item width. Okay. So there it is. It's filling the entire width. And then I'm going to give it a border radius of 7 pixels just to keep it consistent. And then height is going to be 100%. Okay. For some reason we cannot interact with the map. I think I might have removed something by accident. I don't know. Allow full screen. Did I remove anything? So because like here the map is interactive, I think we need to make it bigger or something. Let me try to give it a fake height. Let's say 500 pixels, 600 pixels. Let's see if it's gonna work. Okay, it's working. It just has to be bigger. So leave the height at 100%. 100%, because it's gonna get bigger. Because this is a grid item, it's gonna get bigger as we fill in the inputs. As you know, the input grows. So now we just need to add the input data. So to create an input, we're going to create a form after the map. We're just going to say a form. Give it a class of form. Okay. The action, you can leave it blank, or you can remove it completely if you want to. And then in the form, we're going to have an h3 with the class of contact me. Okay, so I'm just going to add a text saying send a message. Okay, that's the text. And then I'm going to have a paragraph named class name. And the class name is going to be contact text. So that's the name of the paragraph. You can name it whatever you want. And then in here, I'm just going to paste in some text. Okay, so after the paragraph, we're going to have some inputs. I'm going to create a div first called input. You can say input container. And then here we're just going to say input. Okay, so for the input, it's going to have a placeholder. So the placeholder is going to say, well, actually, I don't need a placeholder for the input. It's just going to have a name. Let's say name for the name, because it's going to contain the name. Okay. And then I'm going to give it ID of name. Okay, so there's the input, right? So we actually need something called a label as well on top of the input label. So the label is going to have enter name. Okay, enter name, enter your name. Actually, that's the name, your name. Okay, so we have the label, enter your name. So when I save, so when I click this label, enter your name, I want to activate this input. When I click, I want to be able to activate this input. How do we do that? So this for it takes in an ID of whatever input that we want to activate, okay, within this container. So the name of the input that we want to activate is name. That's the ID name. So this is the ID. So it's targeting this input here. So once we click the label, it's going to activate the input with this ID. So when I click, now as you can see, it's activated. Click, activated. So that's the for attribute. Well, that's what it's for. Okay. So now we just need to duplicate this container here, and then change the text to name to email. You know, you can just change this to email. You know, email, and then enter your email. Okay. So I'm just going to paste it one more time, and then subject. So subject. Okay, your subject. Okay, so now we should have email subject, enter your subject email, and then finally we're going to have a text area. Duplicate this here. Instead of an input, we're going to say text area. Text area. So the text area, I'm just going to call it text area. Text area. And then the ID text area also, and then the for put it to text area. Okay, so now we have everything that we want. So actually this text area is too big. So how do we reduce the size? So well, I'm going to reduce the number of rows, actually the number of rows, to 6. So to make it smaller. So now it's smaller. So now we just need to focus on styling these. Actually, we need to add one more thing. We need to add a button. Let's put the type of button to submit. It's no style, but type. Submit. So that's the button. And then a class. The class is going to be btn. It's going to inherit the btn class styles. And then it's going to be btn submit. Okay, and then we're just going to say send message. Okay, so now we have everything that we need. So now we just need to style. Okay, so now here, let's, after the iframe, let's target the contact me text. Contact me text. So this text, we're going to say text transform to uppercase. I want it to be in uppercase, and then font size 1.5 rem. I want it to be slightly bigger, and then margin bottom, a bit of spacing. Let's put 0.5 rem. Okay, and then we have the contact text, c text. So this contact text, margin bottom, we're just going to give it a big space of 3 rem. Okay, so now let's save. Let's see what we have. So there it is. So there's nice spacing here. So we need to put a gap here. So we've been consistent using 2 rem for the grid gap. So that's what we need to do. So here, let's do grid gap. We've been consistent. So let's say 2 rem. We've been using 2 rem all over. So we just need to, to make it consistent. Okay, so everything looks nice. Now let's focus on doing the form. So after the C text, I'm just going to say form. And then here, I'm just going to target the input container, and then in there I'm going to target the input, the text area, the text area, and then I'm going to style them all at once. So width, I want them to fill 100% of the width. So as you can see, they're going to cover the entire width, but input container, so make sure the spelling is correct. Container. So now as you can see, the width is filling the entire width of the grid item. Okay, so let's keep going. So now font family, let's do inherit, and then font size inherit. I believe I've done this before, but anyway, never mind. Let's do padding. Let's give them a padding. So top and bottom, we're going to give it like 0.5 rem of space, and then left and right 1 rem, and then we're going to give it a border. Border is going to be 1 pixel solid as usual, and then we're going to do var. So we're going to give it gray 1. So gray 1, that's for the border, and then background color. So for the background color, we're going to give it gray 0. 0. So that's background color, and then we're going to say outline to none. It's like some sort of a border on the button. Outline. And then resize to none. We don't want the text area to resize. So right here, as you can see, when I click here, we can resize it, but we don't want to resize it. That's why I'm doing resize to none. And then I'm just going to give it a border radius of 7 pixels just to be consistent, the one we've been using all over. So here's our inputs. Okay, everything looks good. Enter your subject. There's something wrong with this input here. Text area. Okay, let's save. Let's refresh. Okay, there it is. Now it's working. So yeah, we just need to give it a refresh. So now everything looks nice. But the thing is, here, as you can see, the input is sort of on top of each. The label is sort of on top of each input. So how do we, position to be at the top? So we just need to give it a position of absolute, so we can position anywhere we want. Okay. Okay, so now actually I also want to give this input container a position of relative, because I want to position the label wherever I want within the input container. Okay, and then I'm also going to give it a margin top and bottom of 2 rem and 0 left and right. Okay, perfect. So now I want to position this label. Actually, the margin is too big. This label Actually, yeah, the margin is okay because we haven't positioned the label. So as long as we position this, put the position of the label to absolute, it's going to to be, the spacing is going to be nice. Okay, so now let's do the label. So for the label, position absolute. So now when I save, as you can see now the space is back to normal. So now I'm going to say left. I want to be left. I want to leave some space. Let's say 25 pixels. You can mess around with the values to find the values that you're looking for. But I found 25 pixels to be okay. So 25 pixels from the left side, starting here. And then up top, we need to also give it a top. So for the top, well, top, let's do minus 17 pixels. I found this value to be working nice for me. You can mess around with the values to find the values that you want. I think actually I'm gonna do minus 16. Yep, I think minus 16 looks good for me. You can mess around with the values, and then we're going to do background color. So we're going to do 0, gray 0. That's the background color, same as the background. Okay, and then we're going to give it a little bit of a padding. So we're going to do padding. We're going to do let's do 0.1 rem, and then here we'll do 0.4 rem for left and right, so a bit of spacing. Okay, and then what we also need is a border radius, which is 7 pixels. 7 pixels. Okay, now let's save. That should be it. So yeah, I mean that's it. So now when we click the label, the input activates, the button works. We also need to do where's the button? I'm just gonna select the button here. I'm just gonna say button. I'm just gonna say cursor to pointer. Okay, so when you have the button, it seems to be not working. The cursor is not pointer. Button input. Oh, the button is actually not inside the input container. So the button is inside the form. So I'm going to collapse the input container, and then here I'm going to say button, and then cursor I'm going to say that to pointer when I have the button. So now, voila, everything works fine. Let me check if everything looks the same from this one. Yeah, everything looks pretty much the same, but we haven't done the sidebar yet, the custom sidebar, scroll bar I mean. So on the next video we're going to do the smooth scrolling and the custom scroll bar. So yeah, I'll see you on the next video. We're going to be working on the scroll bar and smooth scrolling. I'll see you then. Okay, so now let's work on the smooth scrolling first, and then we'll work on the scroll bar later. So for smooth scrolling, let's go to home. I'm going to collapse every section. So what we need to do is give every section an ID. Okay, so like this, each and every section, and then we're going to do ID. So for every section, we're going to give it a corresponding ID. So for contact, it's going to have an ID of contact. Contact. So blogs. So this one, services. And then for projects, let's do projects. And then about, it's going to have an ID of about. So this ID is going to require us to navigate to the sections with a corresponding ID whenever we click on something. So let's go to our links. So our links are in the header, right? So our links, header, sidebar. Our links are in the sidebar. So each link here, we need to give it a destination where we want our link to point to. So in this case, we're going to make our links point to the IDs that we've just created. So we have the about ID. So when we click this link, it's going to go to the about, to the section with this ID here, about. Okay, so it's going to point to that section. So another section, it's projects. Okay, so projects. And then we have services, and then we have blogs, and then finally we have contact. Okay, so now let's go back to the site. So now when we click, we can navigate through the sections. Okay, it's pointing to the correct IDs. But now what we want to do is we want to make it scroll smooth like this. So how do we do that? So to do that, we need to go to our styles, and then up top. Okay, right here after the all selector, we type HTML, and then here we say scroll behavior, and then we say smooth scroll. So now when we save, now when I click, it's going to scroll smoothly. Okay, so now that's it for the smooth scrolling. Now let's work on the custom scroll bar. So what we need to do for the scroll bar, to do the scroll bar is like this. We do body, and then we're going to do WebKit scroll bar like this. WebKit scroll bar like this, and then we're going to put some properties. I want the scroll bar to have a width of 7 pixels. That's the width of the scroll bar. And then I'm going to duplicate this. So instead of scroll bar, I'm going to target the scroll bar track. Okay, track. So the track is this this thing here. That's the track. So for the track, I'm going to give it a track. Let's give it a background color. Let's do var. Let's do gray 2. So now let's save. So now everything looks nice. Okay. Actually, the track is this one, the background. So this one is actually called the thumb. This thing is a scroll bar thumb. So the track is this track here, the background track. Okay, so now we need to do the thumb. Scroll bar thumb like this. Okay, so for the thumb, we're going to give it a gray 4 for the color. Okay, and then border radius, we're going to make it rounded. So let's do 7 pixels. And then finally, we're going to do the hover animation, thumb and hover. Okay, so for the hover, we're just going to set the background color. Okay, so here we need to remove the width. We don't need the width. Okay, so here we set the background color to gray 5. Okay, so gray 5 and then save. So yeah, now there it is. We have a custom scroll bar. That's pretty much it for the scroll bar. Now let's just work on the animations for the sidebar. So the animations are quite easy. Okay, so just go back to the sidebar and then we do keyframes. Sidebar, and then here let's do add keyframes, and then the name of the animation, let's say slide anim. Slide animation. So slide anim. So that's slide animation, and then here we just say animation, and then we're going to give the name property of the animation, and then slide anim, and then the duration, and then here we can say ease in and ease out, ease in and ease out the animation. So here let's do 0% at 0. What do we want the animation to do? Well, we're just going to do transform, and then we'll say translate minus 100%. So I want the sidebar to be out off the screen at the beginning, off screen, so minus 100%. And then the opacity, I want the opacity to be 0 also, and then 100%. So this is 100%. 100%, I want the sidebar to be back at the default position, which is 0, and opacity back to 1. So now let's save. So now the sidebar animates in. Okay, so now the sidebar animates. That's for the sidebar. So now let's see if we need to do animation. I think, do we have the transition? Yeah. So here I want to change to something called cubic Bezier or cubic Bezier. I don't know how to pronounce the name. So here you can sort of generate some values of the animation, of like transitions animation. Okay, and then you can click go to visualize what kind of animation is going to play. Okay, so for example, let's say I want this. Okay, let's say I want this. I can just copy the values here, copy, and then instead of ease in and ease out, I'll just paste in the value here, cubic Bezier, and then let's view. When I refresh, see, it's like doing that weird thing. So here you can just kind of visualize, kind of look for the values, good values that you're looking for the animation. So once you find the code values, just copy and then paste it here, the values you're looking for. And yeah, so now as I refresh, so now the sidebar appears nicely. Okay, so that's it for the sidebar. Now let's focus on the navigation. So in the navigation, let's do it keyframes. So here I'm just gonna say nav anim. So for the nav anim, I'm just going to copy this whole thing, and then nav anim. It's a weird way to nav anim. Okay, so yeah, we have nav anim. So for the nav anim, we're going to translate. Let's do y. We're going to translate y. Y is going to be minus 100%, and then we're going to also scale 0. It's going to start from 0 scale. Actually, I don't need to rotate. Let's do scale. Okay, and then I'm going to copy this, and then I'll paste it here, and then I'm going to put the scale back to 1, and then here I'm just going to say animation. It's going to be nav anim. So, and then the duration is going to be 0.9 seconds, and then ease in and ease out the transition. And then we're going to do animation delay. The delay is going to be 0.6 seconds. You can put any delay that you want. So let's, something wrong with the animation, it's not playing. So nav anim, animation, nav anim. Okay, something is wrong with animation. Duration, animation, duration 0.9 seconds. Keyframes. Okay. Oh, the scale. Actually, the translate. It has to come back to 0, to the default position, 0. Okay, so like that. So it's coming out nice. So the nav pops in, and then the nav item just animates in. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the sidebar. Now let's do the header animations. So for the header animations, we just need to go to the header, and then that's where we do the keyframes. So header, here we just paste in, oh, never mind, let's recreate the keyframes. At keyframes, let's do header anim. So that's the name, header anim. You can name it whatever you want. And then here we're just gonna say animation. Let's do header anim. Okay, so for the header anim, we're going to make it play for like 1 second, and then the ease in, ease out, the transition, and then we're going to say animation delay. For the delay, I'm just going to say 1 second. It's going to delay 1 second, and then what I'm going to do, I'm also going to say animation. What can I do? I'm gonna, okay, let me stop it right now. Let's just do the animation first, and then we're gonna change later if we need to change anything. So here, I'm going to animate the visibility. I'm going to say visibility is going to be hidden as 0. Hidden. Oh, it should be 0%. 0%. I'm going to say visibility. I'm going to say hidden. And then at 70%, I'm going to animate the transform and translate. Okay, so I'm going to animate, transform, translate. I remember, actually, we need to animate the header content. So cut this whole thing. Cut header content. That's what we need to animate. Okay, so header content. Everything looks messy now. Okay, header content. So I'm not using automatic, code formatter because I don't like it. So sometimes it's ugly. Okay, so now we have the animation is in the header content. Okay, so that's the header anim. It's in the header content. So now we need to copy this transform value and put it on 0. Okay, and also let's do scale. Let's do 1.8 scale. Okay, and then at 70%, we're going to animate the scale. We're going to bring it down to 0.7 or 0.8. Okay, and then back to 100%. What we're going to do, 100%, we're going to bring the scale back to 1 to normal, and then the visibility, we're going to say visibility, and then it's going to be visible. Okay, so now let's save. Let's see what we get. Okay, so by default, there is our header content. We can see it, but we want it to be hidden. Okay, we don't want to see our header content. So for that, we're going to say opacity. We're going to set that to 0. And then here we say opacity. We're going to set that to 1. Okay, it's not showing, so we need to see why it's not showing. So let's do visibility. Let's do hidden by default, and then we say animation fill mode. So we want the animation fill mode to be forwards, to contain the state of the after the animation, so the visibility will be visible. But by default, it's not visible. Let's save. So there's no content here, so it comes after. So here by default, the visibility, right, is hidden, and then the animation makes it visible 100%. Okay, so now it's visible, and we want to store this visibility to visible, this state, after the animation finishing playing. So we're saying animation fill mode forwards, because we want to store the state, the previous state of the animation. That's why now it's blank, and then the animation comes in like that, and boom, the animation comes in. We can animate pretty much. So now let's fix the background of the the body. Let's do gray 0. So body, let's do gray 0 instead. Okay, so yeah, everything works nice. So we can work around this mouse. Now you have knowledge how to do the animation for the mouse, so you can work around to hide the mouse button and then play the animation after a certain time, or you can do some delays. Yeah, you have the knowledge to do that. I'm not going to do that in the video. I don't want to waste your time. Now you have the knowledge. So yeah, that's it for the project. I'll see you on the next one, where we're going to be working on the media queries to how to make it responsive. All right, so now let's make this website responsive. So by the way, automatically the service section is already responsive. Okay, we don't need to do anything on the service section. And also the latest news, it's also responsive because we're using a responsive grid. We don't need to do anything here. So mainly we're going to do the header, the contact, and the sidebar. Okay, so let's start with the sidebar first. I want to hide the sidebar at a certain width. Okay, so let's say around, okay, let's say around here, 1402. Okay, let's do 1405. Okay, we want to hide the sidebar. So for media queries to work, we can always put them all the way at the end. Okay, at the end of everything. So here, that's where we can do it, media screen, and then we do end, media screen end, and then here we say max width. Okay, so we do 14 or 5 pixels. Okay, so here we're going to locate the sidebar. Okay, so the sidebar, There it is. We're going to locate it, and then we're going to select the sidebar. We're going to say dot sidebar, and then sidebar. So the position is set to fixed. Now we're going to change it to absolute. Okay, absolute, and then the width, we're going to change the width to another value. Okay, so position absolute, and then width, we're going to set that to 100%. Okay, so now let me decrease the width. Okay, so the sidebar is not affected by the media. Let me inspect sidebar. Okay, so width is set to 100%. I don't know why the background color white, it's not filling the entire. Actually, I think we need to do Z index to make it. Let's do 10, not box sizing, but Z index to make it come at the top. Let's do 10. Okay, so yeah, so Z index, it makes it come over on top of everything. So let's do Z index, let's do 10. Okay, so let me decrease, and then the sidebar, there it is, it's on top. Okay, but I want the bottom. Let me do bottom. Let's do bottom 0. Okay, so the sidebar, actually let's do fixed. Let's leave it at fixed. Okay, so the sidebar is going to be bottom 0 with 100%, and then the height, so remove this fixed. So the height, let's do 10 VH. 10 VH. Okay, so there's our sidebar, there it is. But the content of the sidebar, let me inspect the sidebar. We have navigation in the sidebar. So navigation with 100%, and then the padding, I'm going to get rid of the padding. Okay, so dot navigation. For now, padding, I'm going to set it to 0. For now, I'm going to change later. And then I'm going to get rid of the logo. I'm going to say dot logo. I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to say display to none. I'm going to just, get rid of the logo entirely. Display to none. Okay, so now we have no logo. And then let's look at the nav items. Okay, and also actually I also want to get rid of the footer as well. Footer, we can do the footer later. The footer, and then we should display to none. Okay, so now we have the content, and then we are going to select the nav items. So display, it's flex. Nav items, let's do display flex like this. Okay, and then I'm going to do align items to center, and then justify content to center as well, like this. Okay, and then I'm going to say height 100% like this. Copy this. So this is nav items, and then we're going to target dot nav items, paste in those styles. Okay, now let's save. So we are also going to get rid of the name. Okay, so services. Okay, so last child. So I think here I'm gonna say A, and last child, I think, display to none. Oops, I removed the whole thing completely. We need to surround this with a span. Actually, let's do span, so we can hide this independent of the icon. Span. Okay, surround the projects with a span as well, so we can, hide it. Span. Put it inside the span. The blogs also inside the span. The text, we just need the span is just a means of hiding the text. Okay. Okay, so now I'm gonna say remove this. Okay, so now let's see on bigger screen if anything was affected. Nothing. Okay, so there is the navigation. So let's target the span, nav items. I'm gonna say A. I'm gonna target the span. I want to say display to none. Okay, so yeah, there is our icons. But let me do A. So here I'm going to say margin, top and bottom 0, left and right. Let's do 2 rem. Okay, like this. Okay, so we also might increase the font size. I'm gonna say font size. I'm gonna put it to 3 rem maybe. That's too big. Let's do 2 rem. 2 rem. That's too big still. Let's do 1.5 rem. Okay, so now, so now the icons looks much better. So now we can switch around the sections within these icons. We might also want to fix this animation here, because let's set overflow to hidden, because it's coming off of the screen, out of the screen here. So the parent of the icon is going to be navigation. Let's do overflow to hidden. Overflow to hidden. So now let's refresh. It's still overlapping. Let me see the sidebar. Yeah, we actually need to do the sidebar overflow of hidden, so it doesn't overlap the parent. What's going on? So it doesn't. Let's refresh. Yeah, so now it's not overlapping the parent. Okay. So yeah, you can also put a background color if you want on the A tag. Let's do background color. Background color. Let's do var. Let's do gray 2 for status for now. Okay, and then let's do display, flex, align items to center, and then justify content to center, because we want to center the icon within the A tag. Okay, align items, center. Let's do width 60 pixels and height 60 pixels. Okay, like that. Let me inspect to see why the icon is not centered. A tag. Because there's a span in here. Why is it taking space though? Because we said the display to none. That's strange. Let me say position. Let me take it out of this one. Let me say position absolute. Does it work? Still in the flow. I'm just wondering how to take the display should be none. It's none, but I don't know why it's being inspect. Okay. Well, what we can do, we can set the A tag. Instead of display flex, we can do position relative, and then the icon, we can do position of absolute, and then left, we can do 50%, and then top 50%, top 50%, and then transform translate, we're going to do minus 50% X and Y to center it. Okay, minus 50%, make sure it's a comma. So now it's nicely centered, okay, because it's out of the flow. Okay, so now let's do border radius. On the anchor tag, border radius, let's do 7 pixels as usual. So now we just need to mess around with the color. Let's do gray 1, I believe. Something like that. Okay, so we can get rid of the letter spacing. Where's the letter spacing again? I want to say letter spacing, I think 0. You know what, never mind. So now, yeah, so now we have everything. So what we can do is, well, if you want to do have animation to change the background of the anchor tag, you can. To change the background of the A tag, you can certainly do that if you want to. Okay, I believe the margin is too big. Let's do 1 rem instead of 2. Let's do 1 rem, the margin. Okay, so inspect this. UL. Okay, height 100%. All right, so now let's do the header. So the header, sidebar. After the sidebar, we have the header. I believe the header. Margin left 0. So we're just resetting to the margin left to 0. Okay, so like this. Okay, something like that. Okay, perfect. So the header, let's target the section as well. Dot section. So for section, we're going to get rid of margin left. We're going to set that to 0 also. Okay, so now we have the section. Okay, section, everything animates, so except the contact. So the contact at let's say 901 pixels. Let me say 901 pixels. So dot sec contact. I want to give it actually 901 pixels. So cut this. I'm gonna say at media screen, and so make sure the spacing, what I'm doing with the spacing here, is the same thing. Okay, so if the spacing, like if you do like this, it won't work. So make sure the spacing is correct. Max width, I'm gonna say 903 pixels. 903 pixels. So here we can, you know, sort of target the sec contact. The contact, okay, and this sec contact. So here, what do we want to do with the contact? I'm going to give it a margin bottom, actually padding bottom of 7 rem. Okay, because I want to have more space for the input. 903 is it? Actually, I'm going to increase the padding at here. I'm going to copy the set contact here as well. I'm going to increase the padding bottom. Let's try 7 rem there. Okay, 7 rem is fine. I'll do 8. So I'm going to remove this in here. I'll do 8. So yeah, now we have enough spacing at the bottom. Okay, but I want to do a grid on this one. So let's do on 903. So on 903, I'm going to inspect here to see what we have. So we have contact content. So contact content dot contact content. Here we're going to say grid template columns. We're going to say 1 FR. That means we're going to have only one column, 1 FR. Okay, like this. So we're going to have one column. We're going to say repeat 1 FR. So we're going to have one column. Okay, it should where is it? Grid template columns. It should be like this. One FR. I don't know why it's not overriding here. So it's supposed to override this one. Grid template columns. So like this one is supposed to override grid template columns like this, and then it should do override instead of 2. It's 1. Okay. It's not overriding. I think we need to select like this, set contact. Okay, so we need to say dot set contact, and then we put this in here. Okay, so now let's save. Something's wrong. Let's see what's going on. Okay, let's do dot sec contact, and then I'm going to cut this and then put in here. So now let's save. Let's see what we have. Okay, so now it works because it's all about the selection, the way you select. Okay, so now something wrong with the map though. We need to give it a height. So what we can do is we can target the dot map, and then we can say iframe of the map, and then we're going to give it a height of, let's say, 500 pixels. Okay, so now the map has a proper height. Okay, so yeah, now the contact section is quite responsive. Okay, it's responsive. So let's this area is responsive already. We don't need to do anything here too. We don't actually here. We might need to do something here. So here, let's say at this size. What we can do is we can make it. Let's do the about face first actually. So about, I'll do 1036. I'll do 1036. 1036, the size of the screen. Okay, so here I'm going to say dot about sec about. Okay, so the size, you can see the size right here, 1036. That's when I want to affect the about section. So inspect, I want to affect the about content. Okay, so dot about content at 1036. I want to say grid template columns. I want to say repeat. I'm gonna say one FR like this. Okay, so now everything looks pretty neat. Okay, so that's it for the about. So everything looks to be responsive for the about section. All right, so now let's work on the portfolios. For the portfolios, what I'm going to do is, let me see this section. I'm going to reduce the padding of the section. Okay, so at 843, so paste this 843, 84, 843. I'm going to reduce the section. I'm going to say to a section. Okay, so here I'm going to say padding for each individual section. Let me check what padding do we have. So we have padding top and bottom. For RAM, I'm going to reduce that. Paste 5 RAM for left and right. I'm going to reduce that to 3 or 2.5 RAM left and right. Okay, so yeah, like this. Everything looks pretty neat. So now we just need to focus on the portfolios. So at 745 roughly, 745 pixels, 745. That's when I want to put in a single column. Okay, so inspect this. So projects content, so it's sec projects. That's what we want to target. Dot sec projects. Okay, and then in the sec projects, it's a grid with the project's content. Okay, and then dot projects content, we want to have one FR grid. So we say grid template columns, we just do one FR like this. You can do. So now everything should be one after another like this in a single line. Okay, so what we can do is also reduce the padding, the margin bottom of the P title. Okay, so it's in left projects. So projects content, and then I'm gonna say dot left projects, I believe, and then P title, project title, margin bottom, I'm gonna reduce that to 3 RAM. Margin bottom, I'm gonna say 3 RAM. All right, so margin bottom 3 RAM is a smaller space now, or you can put it to 2 actually. 2 RAM. Okay, so now we have margin bottom of 2 RAM. You can also mess around with these icons here. You can reduce the margin or padding, whatever. You can reduce this, the spacing of these icons. You can totally reduce that. Okay, and then yeah, now let's focus on what can we work on again. So you can make this as much responsive as you want. Okay, so yeah, now I advise you to reduce the spacing of these icons. Okay, so that's like your homework. Just focus on reducing the spacing of the icons and make them smaller according to this screen you're looking for. Okay, so now let's say on iPhone 12, so you can sort of work on what the site would look like on iPhone 12. You can reduce the text at certain size. You can reduce the font size. Okay, so font size, you can reduce the font size, and then yeah, and then focus on fixing these controllers here on screen sizes. So that's up to you how you decide to do that. You already know how to do it already. So now let's just focus on putting a button at the portfolios. So here, let's put like a text and anchor tag. So I'll go to the sections. I'm going to look for the projects. So after the projects content, project's content. Below that, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna say hash, and then I'm going to say see more, like this. Okay, so we have see more. You can put it at the center here, and then I'm going to give it a class name. I'm going to say see more. Okay, see more. Let's go back to the styles and style this. Okay, after the mouse, I'm going to comment this as media queries. Okay, so we can comment, and then now let's start the see more. Let's do display inline block, and then let's do text align to center. Once we center the text, I'm going to change the font size to, let me try 4M, and then font weight, let's try 700, and then color is going to be dark green. See more, that's too big. Let's do 2M maybe. Let me inspect this. Actually, the text align should not work on the anchor tag. Inspect. Yep. So anchor tag width, give it a width of 100%. Width of 100%. So now we need to give it a margin top. Let's do 3rem. I believe 3rem looks fine. Okay, the text could be bigger, actually. Could be okay, like this. See more, and then actually do load more. So with JavaScript, you have the ability to click this button and to view more portfolios based on the clicks. You can keep loading more data. Okay, 2.5. Okay, so yeah, I mean, you can click click this, and it can lead you to any website that you want because it's an anchor tag. And then yeah, you can load more data based on this click. You can do a hover animation as well on a hover. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the website. It's responsive. You can make these buttons even more responsive. I'm not going to do that in the video. I don't want to waste your time. Now you have the knowledge how to do that. So now, as you can see, everything looks nice on smaller screens. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll see you on the next videos. Okay, so I just realized that when we click the links, the home one is not working because we have not added the ID on the home. So the home is actually the header. So here, let's do ID on the header, and then put the home ID there, and then save. And then now when we click the home, it should work accordingly. Okay, so now the home works. Okay, so now that we finished the project, let's say you want to publish this project online. You're gonna have to I'll advise you to make a copy of this project, and then the one that you want to publish, and then all you need to do is just delete the style.css SCSS and the style.css map. All you have to do is stay with the style.css, because everything from the style.scss is generated into this style CSS file. Okay, so if we hadn't used Sass, this is how we had to do everything. The selections, we have to select like this. As you can see, it's kind of messy, doing these kind of selectors. Okay, so that's why I prefer using Sass, which is much cleaner. Okay, look at all of this. Okay, so everything from here is generated into this file. So when you want to publish online, you just have to delete the style SCSS. Just make sure you have a copy of this style SCSS, just in case you want to edit something later on. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, If you have any questions, don't forget to ask me any questions that you want. Anything I can answer you. Anything that you want, you can ask me. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you in the future videos. Bye bye.